After crossing into another world, I became the disciple of the strongest Taoist priest, thinking that my master's reputation would ensure a lifetime of safety. But before his death, he secretly confessed to me that he had deceived the entire city. The reason he remained unharmed for decades was simply that he had never encountered real ghosts or deities. He was nothing but a fake priest who couldn't even perform basic rituals, and the people's worship of him was merely a scheme to amass wealth. Even the Taoist temple built with funds raised by the townsfolk was used to hoard silver. Fortunately, the old frog still had a shred of conscience and revealed all this to me. But just as I planned to flee with the silver, a bizarre incident occurred in Chulong County. As the heir of the celestial master, I was quickly summoned by the county magistrate to assist in resolving the crisis. Thankfully, after putting on a few fake rituals, the supernatural disturbances seemed to subside. Soon after returning to the temple, I planned to smash the statue of the great Emperor Zhenwu and escape with the money. But just as I raised the hammer to strike, 2 lines of text suddenly appeared above the statue's head. A statue of the great emperor infused with the power of incense offerings, its vitality and combat prowess remain unknown. Seeing this, I was instantly dumbfounded. Faced with such a situation, who knows what might happen if I swung the hammer? At this thought, I put down the hammer with a sigh of helplessness. Why would a fake Taoist temple end up housing a genuine deity statue? Even more baffling was the fact that over 5,000 taels of silver were hidden beneath it. Just then, the temple gate suddenly creaked open, followed by urgent shouts from outside, "Taoist Master! Taoist Master! Something terrible has happened. The ghost you subdued the other day has reappeared." Fan Wu opened the gate of the Taoist temple and saw several people standing outside, all dressed in the uniforms of the county constables. Above each of their heads, only he could see the attribute information displayed. Chief Constable of Chulong County Life, 66 strength, 2 skill, none. Constable Alive, 59 strength, 1.5 skill, none. Constable B Life, E. At first glance, these are utterly forgettable NPC-style names, making it truly hard to even muster the energy to mock them. In the face of the protagonist's golden finger, these constables don't even deserve to have names, for none of their attributes are particularly high. The one with the highest strength attribute is the leading constable. However, they are still far inferior to Fan Wu. The group of constables were already panting from exhaustion, and their repeated knocking on the door had worn their patience thin, inevitably stirring some irritation. However, when they saw Fan Wu standing before them like an iron tower, their breath caught in their throats. They didn't dare to breathe too heavily. Their anger vanished without a trace. Fan Wu's own muscles were even thicker than their thighs. How could they not be afraid? They had heard that this old celestial master's disciple once killed a mad bull with his bare hands. He was an absolute beast. The lead constable wasn't meeting Fan Wu for the first time, but every time, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable pressure emanating from him, making him swallow hard. This Taoist priest, more like a ruthless bandit. The constable took a deep breath and hurriedly recounted the eerie events that had occurred in Chulong County. "Master Fan, do you remember the incident with the unclean entity a few days ago? The one the magistrate asked you to suppress. It had already been suppressed by you, Master, but for some reason, it resurfaced last night and dragged someone into the water. Fortunately, the person had companions nearby who managed to pull him back by sheer force. After being dragged under, the man woke up completely possessed, constantly babbling about ahem, an unclean entity. He even saw that filthy thing with his own eyes." The constable dared not utter the word ghost throughout the entire ordeal. If Fan Wu hadn't been standing right in front of him, he probably wouldn't have even dared to casually mention the term filthy thing, fearing it might invite the ghost's attention. Fan Wu listened up to this point. He fell silent. He naturally remembered this incident. It was precisely because that county magistrate had invited him to suppress the evil spirits that Fan Wu missed the best opportunity to abscond with the silver, leading to endless troubles. But how could Fan Wu possibly exorcise ghosts? He had no choice but to mimic his swindler master's tricks, copying them like a cat drawing a tiger. On top of that, he drew inspiration from the ghost movies he had watched in his previous life, putting on a few exorcism rituals by imitating what he had seen. Nothing happened afterward. Fan Wu thought it must have been a false alarm. But now the constable has come knocking, bringing up the matter again. He even mentioned that someone had seen the ghost's appearance. He made it sound so convincing. Doesn't that mean this time, his fake Taoist disciple has encountered a real ghost? Wait, what? Fan Wu suddenly realized, doesn't that imply he was dancing at death's door during his exorcism the other day? He doesn't know shit about exorcism. In that instant, Fan Wu's mind raced through countless thoughts, but ultimately, he abandoned the idea of knocking out the constables and making a quick escape. If he were to do that, he would likely become a wanted criminal by the imperial court. Becoming a wanted criminal would mean making an enemy of the entire Great Shou dynasty. Fan Wu had no desire to live a life on the run. The few rituals he performed the other day barely managed to deceive them. Now, he could only hope to fool them once again this time. Taoist Master. Taoist Master. The constable, seeing Fan Wu's grim expression and lack of response, couldn't help but feel uneasy. He timidly asked, Could it be that the evil entity is too fierce? Does it trouble you greatly, Taoist Master? It is indeed quite tricky, Fan Wu replied vaguely. But Taoist Priest, we can't afford to delay any longer. It's almost dark again, and that filthy thing might come out to harm people at night. If lives are lost, it'll be a real mess. The constable fretted anxiously. Though death is common, dying by accident and dying at the hands of ghosts are two entirely different matters. An accident usually only claims one life. And the ghosts, they will kill many people. This humble Taoist knows. Wait a moment, Fan Wu replied indifferently, then closed the temple gate and immediately went to the main hall of the temple, where the statue of the true martial emperor stood. Fan Wu knew no Taoist magic. While he was skilled at fighting people, he was utterly clueless about exorcising ghosts. But the situation isn't that absolute either. Fan Wu looked again at the statue of Shengwu the Great Emperor, those 3 lines of text once more catching his eye. The statue stood a full 4 meters tall, donated to the Taoist temple by the wealthy landlords of Chulong County. However, what Fan Wu cared about most was the sword in the hands of Shengwu the Great Emperor. That is a real sword forged by the best blacksmith in Chulong County, modeled after the northern black galloping horned demon-slaying sword from the mythical legends of the true martial emperor. A sword crafted by mortals is naturally quite ordinary, generally lacking the power to exorcise ghosts or subdue demons. But the true martial emperor enshrined in this Taoist temple has already gained the power of worship and incense. Wouldn't the sword he holds also undergo a remarkable transformation? It's certain that it's not as powerful as the genuine northern black Qikun demon-slaying sword, but even if it possesses only a billionth of the original's might, it's enough to give Fan Wu the confidence to face evil spirits. Yes, Fan Wu planned to borrow this sword. He solemnly took 3 sticks of incense, bowed 3 times with great ceremony, and muttered under his breath, "The scriptures my con artist master gave me were all made up by him. I don't even know the proper terminology to ask for borrowing this precious sword. If I truly encounter a real evil spirit, I hope your sword can be of some use. I don't expect it to kill the ghost, just to scare it a bit so it won't come out tonight. Because, after tonight, I'll have to flee for sure. May the Zhenqiang Zhen Wu Ling in Yu Xing Di Jun bless me." Then, Fan Wu climbed onto the altar. He stepped on the knee of the true martial emperor's statue with one foot, then reached out to grasp the hilt of the sword. At that moment, Fan Wu suddenly felt a chilling sensation, as if a pair of eyes were silently watching him from above. Forgive me, forgive me. May the true martial emperor protect me. May the flying spaghetti monster bless you. Infinite heavenly lord. Amitabha Buddha. Amen. Fan Wu swiftly retrieved the great sword, which was of such immense size that it could already be called a giant blade. It measured 7 feet and 2 inches in length, weighed a full 24 jin, and was 4 inches and 8/10 in width. Fan Wu curiously drew the great sword. The sharpness of its blade left no doubt about its ability to kill. Perhaps it was because this statue of the true martial emperor had already gained some measure of divine power, and thus the sword in its hand also received a certain enhancement. All these years have passed, yet his deceitful master never once maintained this treasured sword. Yet the sword remains as sharp as ever. Not a trace of rust. A 24 jin sword is something ordinary people simply can't wield after just a few swings. Their arms would likely go numb from exhaustion. But Fan Wu felt that this sword, the weight was just to his liking. It was indeed slightly longer by a bit. 7 feet and 2 inches in the Great Shou dynasty was already a length of 1.9 meters, almost matching Fan Wu's own height. A great sword of this size could be used as a blunt weapon even without an edge. Fan Wugong was about to leave with the treasured sword, but after some thought, he turned back first, wrapped a bit of incense ash in a piece of yellow paper, and then stuffed it into a cloth bag. He believed that the incense ash from the offerings to the statue of the true martial emperor should also have some effect in repelling ghosts. As for how to confirm it, didn't the constable say that someone in Qianglong County had encountered a ghost and become possessed? Wouldn't that be a perfect test subject? Fan Wu was dressed in a gray-blue Taoist robe, carrying a northern black galloping horn-severing demon-slaying sword on his back. A pouch of incense ashes hung at his waist. He opened the door once more. The constable waiting anxiously outside the Taoist temple was dumbfounded at Fan Wu's bizarre attire. To an uninformed observer, it might have seemed as if Fan Wu was about to go rob someone. Fan Daobang, what are you planning to do? To slay ghosts, Fan Wu replied matter-of-factly. What else would it be? Murder? First, take me to see the person who was dragged underwater by the ghost last night. Ah! Oh! Fully armed Fan Wu merely boasted about slaying ghosts, but in reality, he knew exactly how capable he was. He couldn't stay in Qianglong County any longer. That deceitful master had really screwed him over. What if some great demon or monster emerged in the county one day? Wouldn't that mean being invited by that county magistrate to battle a great demon? Isn't that suicide? Although I've awakened my golden finger, it doesn't mean I'm instantly invincible. So that's how it is. But he was just casually mentioning it, yet the constable actually believed him. He even showed an expression of sudden realization, as if he had figured something out. He looked up at Fan Wu, who was draped in Taoist robes and carried a massive sword on his back. For some reason, he felt a sudden sense of reassurance. The fear of ghosts and monsters in the constable's heart was also mostly dispelled at this moment. He immediately straightened his expression and said, "Master Taoist, rest assured. This old Lu and these brothers from the yeoman will absolutely not hold you back." The other constables nodded repeatedly, knowing that Fan Wu's master was the renowned old celestial master of Qianglong County. That old celestial master was said to be capable of slaying ghosts and exorcising demons. There was nothing he couldn't do. His Taoist skills were exceptionally profound. Since this Taoist Fan was a disciple of the old celestial master, slaying ghosts must be effortless for him. As for why Reverend Fan's rituals a few days ago didn't completely suppress that ghost, it must be that Reverend Fan wanted to give that evil ghost a chance. Pity. That evil ghost didn't appreciate it. Fan Wu descended the mountain with several constables, arriving at the doorstep of a household as night fell. The constables held lanterns and huddled close to Fan Wu, as if seeking a sliver of security in his presence. The cold wind that brushed past in the night always sent shivers down one's spine, and the moonlight only added a chilling hue to everything. Taoist Master Fan, it was in this household that someone was dragged into the water by something unclean last night. The unfortunate soul was named Wang Lao. He has a wife but no children. If someone hadn't put him out in time, he might not have made it. The constable first politely explained to Fan Wu. Then he banged on the door forcefully, changing his tone, and began shouting sternly, "Wang Lao! Official business! Open up now! Wang Lao! If you don't open this door, I'll break it down." As the banging grew louder, hurried footsteps were finally heard from inside. The door opened, revealing a woman. The woman also had tribute information displayed above her head, but Fan Wu glanced at it and ignored her, as she was just an ordinary person. Upon seeing so many constables, the woman hurriedly said, "So it's Constable Lu. This humble commoner, Wang Sure, greets Constable Lu." Constable Lu waved his hand dismissively. "Enough with the formalities. Where's that Wang Lao of yours?" The woman replied with worry, "He's lying in bed. Ever since last night when he encountered that thing, he came back looking much thinner and can barely stand. He keeps muttering those eerie words, and no matter how much we tell him to stop, he won't listen. Constable Lu, you don't think that my husband might have had his young energy sucked out by that filthy thing, do you?" Constable Lu scoffed dismissively, "Just some petty ghost. Tonight, I've invited Taoist Master Fan. Step aside and let the master in to take a look. If you delay the master's ghost slaying, you'll regret it." A group of people entered the house. Wang Lao and his wife lived in a rather small place, and with so many people crowding in, it was more than just a little cramped. Wang Lao now lay weakly on the bed, his cheeks sunken, his lips slightly bluish, and his entire body trembling. He looked extremely emaciated, as if he hadn't eaten for 10 days and nights. His eyes were dull, and he kept repeating one phrase over and over. "I saw it, it's watching me. I saw it, it's staring at." The hoarse voice echoed through the cramped cottage, repeating the same words over and over. It sent chills down the spines of the county constables, making them suddenly reluctant to get involved in this mess. All eyes involuntarily turned to Fan Wu, clad in his Taoist robes. In their eyes, the only professional present was Taoist Fan. Meanwhile, Fan Wu was frowning as he looked at the unconscious Wang Lao lying there. The guy looked as if he had indulged himself too many times in a single day. His face was terrifyingly pale, as though he might drop dead any second. One family's second son fate, 47 strength, 0.2 skill, none. A strength attribute of 0.2 utterly powerless, as the saying goes, right? It seems he really did encounter a ghost. A normal adult would likely only become this weak and spout such delirious nonsense after meeting a ghost or monster. Good boy. This time, I'm afraid I've really encountered something supernatural. His cheap, con artist master never came across a single supernatural incident in his entire life. How come Fan Wu keeps running into them so easily? Fan Wu turned to old Wang's wife and said, "Go fetch a bowl of water, make sure it's warm." The woman also knew Fan Wu. After all, Fan Wu and his swindler master had quite a reputation in Qiulong County. But the woman was unaware of some of the secrets involved. She thought Fan Wu was truly a disciple of an enlightened master, here to save her husband. Following Fan Wu's instructions, the woman immediately went to fetch a bowl of warm water. Fan Wu took out a yellow paper package from the cloth bag at his waist. He poured a bit of the incense ash from the yellow paper package into the bowl of warm water and said to the woman, "Help him sit up, then give him this to drink. After all, drinking a little incense ash would kill anyone. This Wang Lao already looked like he didn't have much time left. He was so weak that it would be surprising if he suddenly kicked the bucket the next day. Fan Wu happened to use him to test the incense ashes from the Taoist temple, to see if they had any miraculous effects at all. After old Wang was forced to drink the incense ash water, something strange happened. His eyes bulged wide like those of a dead fish, and his entire body began to cough violently. The sight was, I feel like I'm about to cough my organs out. It cough cough cough. It's targeting, cough cough. Cough cough cough. Out. Wang Lao suddenly bent over and began to vomit violently, as if something was forcing its way out of his mouth. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be strands of hair mixed with traces of blood. A thick, foul stench filled the room as Wang Lao continued to vomit desperately. The floor was already covered with a clump of hair, sending chills down one's spine. If it weren't for Fan Wu holding the fort here, the constables would have long been scared off by this scene. After vomiting for who knows how long, Wang Lao finally stopped, gasping for breath as if completely drained. Taoist priest, he seems. His face isn't as pale anymore. Constable Lu glanced at Wang Lao in astonishment and said, and he's not saying those strange things anymore. But how did he swallow all this hair? How could he have vomited so much hair? Fan Wu didn't answer. How could he know why old Wang had vomited hair? He gazed thoughtfully at the packet of incense ashes in his hand. So that was it. This stuff actually works. It seems that when fleeing, one can take all the incense ashes from the temple's burner. This stuff might not be of much use against people, but against demons and monsters, could it be used like quicklime? When in doubt, shall we scatter some incense ashes first? Thank you, Taoist master. Thank you for saving my life. Thank you for saving my life. Wang Lao's wife was overjoyed. Although her husband was still very weak and emaciated, at least he wasn't so delirious anymore. Fan Wu's thoughts were pulled back. He nodded, looked at Wang Lao, and asked, do you remember what the ghost you saw last night looked like? Any distinctive features? Wang Lao was in a daze, instinctively replying, I saw it had a lot of hair. It was a female ghost. Yes. It was a female ghost. I didn't see wrong. It was a female ghost. Wang Lao cried out in alarm. It was naked, with shackles on its feet. Its face, I think I've seen it before. But I can't seem to remember. Wang Lao's consciousness grew increasingly hazy, his words drifting as if he were on the verge of sleep, mumbling, I can't seem to remember anything else. Seeing him in this state, Fan Wu knew it was unlikely he could extract any more information. Let's go, Fan Wu said before turning to leave. Constable Lu was about to follow when he quickly sensed something wasn't quite right. Looking back, he saw his fellow officers hesitating, their faces showing fear. Constable Lu was instantly exasperated by their lack of courage. He lowered his voice and gritted his teeth, saying, hurry up and follow. With the Taoist priest here, what are you afraid of? If anyone performs well in front of him, he might even grant you a stroke of luck. Remember that bowl of water the Taoist priest gave to old Wang. I saw with my own eyes how he sprinkled some powder into it, and then old Wang was completely fine. It must have been some divine medicine. Such treasures, if the Taoist priest casually bestows even a little upon you, you could pass it down as a family heirloom. If you sold it, fetching a few hundred taels of silver wouldn't be a problem at all. A bunch of cowards. Hurry up and follow me. After Constable Lu's wake-up call, the constables suddenly realized what was at stake, their eyes practically gleaming with excitement. Hundreds of taels of silver. Family heirloom. Right. The boss is absolutely correct. With Taoist Master Fan around, there's nothing to fear at all. Before the boss went to find Taoist Master Fan, he was so scared he didn't even dare say the word ghost. But after finding Master Fan, the boss even dared to go ghost hunting with him. The group of constables was extremely excited, though it was unclear whether it was for the hundreds of taels of silver or because they had truly found their courage. Late at night, a large group of people moving in a grand procession, walking together in a crowd. At this moment, Fan Wu and his group had already arrived at their destination. Boss, don't you think this place feels a bit eerie? I keep feeling a chill on the back of my neck. One of the constables, gripping his baton tightly with one hand while nervously rubbing the back of his neck with the other, said anxiously, "Is it really appropriate for us to come to this place in the middle of the night? Who was it just now acting all hyped up? What, don't you trust Taoist Master Fan? Or don't you trust the late Heavenly Master?" Constable Lu glared at him. Both Taoist Master Fan and the Heavenly Master were honored guests of our county magistrate. Even the county magistrate trusts them deeply. How dare a mere constable like you doubt them? These men possess real skills. They can slay ghosts. They are not some charlatans peddling empty boasts. Then, Constable Lu turned his gaze toward the distance ahead. There lay a river not particularly wide, but deep and swift, its rushing waters roaring loudly. Old Wang was right here last night. He was dragged into the river. Taoist Master, this is the exact spot where Old Wang fell into the water last night, Constable Lu said honestly. Just across the river, not far from here, is where you performed the ritual a few days ago to suppress the unclean entity. That thing must have broken through your spell and escaped. Fan Wu recognized this place, because across the river, one could faintly make out a familiar, crude odor. A few days ago, strange occurrences appeared in this area, and the nearby villagers reported it to the authorities. The local magistrate found him just as he was preparing to flee. They asked him to set up an altar and perform the ritual. He had no choice but to go. Last night, this place was haunted again. This time, the people from the county office invited him over once more. It was probably still at the behest of the magistrate of Qionglong County. Moreover, from Constable Lu's words, one could tell. They didn't suspect Fan Wu was a fake Taoist priest. This is entirely due to that swindler Master Fan Wu operating in the area for many years, making the locals firmly believe that he and his disciple possessed mystical Taoist powers. As a result, when the ghosts in the river started causing trouble again, these people simply thought Fan Wu had previously shown great mercy by letting the ghosts off. They never doubted whether he actually had genuine Taoist abilities. It seems they need an anti-fraud app. Hurry up! You two go search over there. Don't run so fast. If you shake the lanterns out, you won't find a damn thing. On the side, Constable Lu was barking orders. You two, go over there and draw your swords. Don't wait until that thing shows up to fumble with your blades in a panic. You two, follow me. Let's go check over there and help the Taoist priest find that filthy thing. Before Fan Wu could make a move, a group of county constables had already sprung into action. Some of them held lanterns, stepping onto the muddy riverbank and peering into the water. The bolder ones even waded into the river. The icy water sent a chill through them, but the thought that behind them stood the renowned Master Fan, a disciple of the Heavenly Master and a celebrated Taoist in Chuang County, spurred them on. Then there's no need to be afraid. This is ghost slaying. Some of the younger county constables even felt a little excited. It was their first time doing something like this. When they returned to visit the brothels and drink, they'll surely brag to others, "I fought ghosts with Taoist Fan." Looking at the overly enthusiastic constables, Fan Wu didn't know what to say. Suddenly, He heard Constable Lu calling him, "Taoist Master Fan. Come over here quickly and take a look, we've found something." Helpless, Fan Wu had no choice but to go over. By now, he had quietly unslung the demon-slaying great sword from his back and gripped it in his hand. At this moment, he had pinned nearly all his hopes on this very sword. Fan Wu asked, "What did you find?" Just then, Constable Lu used his saber to lift an unusually long strand of black hair, exclaiming excitedly, "Look, Taoist Master. I found this by the river bank. This hair looks downright eerie at first glance. Didn't that Wang Lao or just vomit a pile of weird and disgusting hair? Maybe there's some connection between the two. Taoist priest, do you think I'm right? Knowing it might be related to an evil spirit, and yet daring to poke it with a knife. Does this Constable Lu really think his martial skills can kill ghosts? And most importantly, if this county constable's thorough search actually manages to find the ghost, that would be terrible, wouldn't it? Perhaps there is indeed a connection." Facing Lu Butu's expectant gaze, Fan Wu forced a strained smile and casually brushed it off, saying, before leaving, "This humble Taoist cast a divination. If the traces of the evil spirit are not found by the hour of high, tonight would be inauspicious for slaying ghosts. Now, there's only the time it takes for one incense stick to burn before the hour of high. If nothing is found by then, tonight will bring bloodshed and calamity." Upon hearing this, Lu Butu was so startled his hand trembled. The black hair hanging from the saber nearly fell into the water. He gasped in shock, "Such a major matter, why are you only telling us now, Taoist priest?" "Because I just made it up on the spot," Fan Wu replied. "There was no choice, the secrets of heaven couldn't be revealed at that time." Officer Lu didn't suspect anything and nodded hastily. "Then let's search for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. After that, we'll head back." He hurriedly went elsewhere to look for clues. Unfortunately, no matter how many more clues he found, it would be useless. After the incense stick burned out, Fan Wu insisted on returning to the temple. Even if he couldn't take the silver from the true martial emperor's shrine, he was determined to take the private savings he had accumulated. Then leave this godforsaken place overnight. Fan Wugong was planning his escape route in his mind when suddenly, an extremely ominous premonition abruptly struck him. "Ha!" Fan Wu's internal alarm bells were ringing loudly. Beneath the turbulent river, it seemed as if something was moving at high speed. The next instant, just 7 steps away from Fan Wu, a ghostly figure burst out of the water, sending water splashing several feet high. Accompanying it was a foul stench reeking of intense fishy rot. Fan Wu's heart tightened, only managing to catch a fleeting glimpse. What appeared before him was a ghostly figure, a terrifying green-faced water demon, completely naked without a shred of clothing. Faintly visible was a tattered shackle clamped around the demon's ankle. Even from several meters away, Fan Wu could still feel the chilling cold pressing in on him. Blood-red text appeared right after. The drowned brothel madam turned water ghost life, 234 strength, 5 skills, hair manipulation, in energy infusion. A real ghost. It's here. The commotion also caught the attention of the constables nearby. When they saw a green-faced water ghost emerge from the water, they were instantly stunned. One constable shouted in shock, "A ghost! A ghost! The ghost is out! There really is a ghost! Taoist priest! The ghost! The ghost is out!" Fan Wu wasn't blind, he'd already noticed something was wrong before those constables spotted it. But he never expected this green-faced water ghost to be so fast. He'd just seen the creature's attribute information when the green-faced water ghost struck. He could have left in another incense stick's time, but now it wouldn't even give him that. Moreover, with so many people present, this water ghost targeted him first and foremost. What kind of grudge is this? What kind of resentment? In just a split second, countless thoughts flashed through Fan Wu's mind. Almost instinctively, he raised the demon-slaying greatsword in his hand to shield himself. At the same time, the countless strands of hair behind the green-faced water ghost surged toward him with frenzied intensity. The speed was so fast it defied belief. At that very moment, the demon-slaying greatsword tightly gripped in Fan Wu's hand suddenly trembled slightly. The dark hair that was about to touch Fan Wu recoiled as if encountering its natural enemy. It actually retracted even faster. The ferocious expression on that green-faced ghostly visage suddenly showed a hint of bewilderment and confusion. It seemed even it couldn't understand what exactly had happened. Fan Wu, however, instantly realized the truth. It seems the demon-slaying sword of the true martial emperor's statue really works against demons and monsters. Damn it! Fan Wu knew he had no choice but to act this time. Whether it was to maintain his life-saving halo as a disciple of an enlightened master, to avoid being haunted by this ghostly thing when fleeing, or simply to save his own skin now, he had to roll up his sleeves and get to work. Anger rose from the depths of his heart. Evil intentions surged from the edge of his courage. Fan Wu seized this fleeting opportunity. One hand shot out, gripping tightly at the retreating mass of black hair, the forearm muscles tensing. Veins bulged. With a fierce yank, the green-faced water ghost, whose strength attribute was only slightly higher than his own, was caught off guard and was violently pulled toward Fan Wu. The 7-step distance between them was reduced to 4. Fan Wu swiftly raised the northern black qigong horn demon-slaying sword with his other hand. The exaggerated 1.9-meter-long blade fully showcased its advantage at this moment. The sharp edge traced a crescent arc, with the tip of the sword just grazing the head of the blue-faced water ghost before cleaving downward. The sensation was like a hot knife slicing through butter. The demon-slaying sword cleanly split the blue-faced water ghost in half from top to bottom. Oh! The piercing wail from the depths of the soul was emitted by both halves of the blue-faced water ghost's body, like a demonic sound piercing the ears, causing the eardrums to buzz incessantly. This sword strike has already cleaved it in half, yet it still hasn't dissipated into ashes. Water Ghost transformed from the drowned brothel Madam Life. 117 strength, 3 skills, hair manipulation, in energy infusion. What's this? Life dropped from 234 to 117. Strength also decreased from 5 to 3. Did you slash it to have health? Did you weaken it by slashing? Fan Wu suddenly understood. He immediately grabbed the green-faced water ghost by its hair, dragging half of its body over, and planted a foot on its terrifying half-green face, twisting its ghastly visage with the pressure. Fan Wu even deliberately ground his foot a few times, but upon noticing the water ghost's health didn't drop, he finally gave up. Under the terrified gaze of the half-bodied blue-faced water ghost, Fan Wu swung the demon-slaying sword down once more, with the same ease as chopping a piece of pork. Second strike. Down it came. Gah! The green-faced water demon beneath his feet let out another piercing, agonized wail. But soon, that shrill cry weakened into faint, barely audible whimpers. It lay completely exhausted and powerless in the water. The ghostly spirit flickered in and out like a candle in the wind, as if it could vanish into thin air at any moment. Life, R. This is the remaining life attribute of the blue-faced water ghost, already so faint that just one more strike from Fan Wu would cause it to vanish into thin air. Meanwhile, not far away, Constable Lu and the others were utterly dumbfounded. The scenes unfolding before their eyes were quite different from what they had imagined exorcism would look like. Shouldn't they be performing rituals? Shouldn't we recite incantations? What about the Peachwood sword? And the talismans? Boss, I remember just a few days ago when Taoist Fan was invited by the county magistrate to suppress the unclean spirits. He made quite a spectacle, performing several rituals. How come now? We don't even need to perform any rituals. Watching Fan Wu mercilessly trample the evil spirits not far away, a constable couldn't help but shrink his neck, swallow hard, and ask in a low voice. Constable Lu said in a deep voice, "Can't you see that the Taoist priest was merely showing mercy to this evil spirit earlier? Now that it continues to wreak havoc, it has clearly crossed the Taoist priest's bottom line. This time, the priest isn't here to suppress it, he's here to destroy it." In truth, this was just Constable Lu's own interpretation. He believed the truth of the matter was exactly as he saw it. However, he never expected that this Taoist priest Fan would be so fierce. He actually grabbed the evil spirit barehanded, dragged it back, and with just a few slashes of his sword, made the spirit howl in agony. Make that evil ghost almost scatter its soul in terror. The ghost's utterly miserable and piercing scream made even Constable Lu feel somewhat unbearable upon hearing it. Constable Lu secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although ghosts are indeed terrifying, but Priest Fan, he is more terrifying than ghosts. Even more brutal. What his current image looks like in Constable Lu's eyes. Fan Wu wasn't interested. He was staring down at this green-faced water ghost, lost in thought. The ghost did look quite terrifying, but it didn't seem particularly strong. He had just gotten carried away in the heat of the moment, wanting to hack this ghost to death. And then, he actually managed to hack it half to death. This was somewhat unexpected for Fan Wu. Or perhaps, was it the true martial emperor who was more effective? Fan Wu pondered for a moment. Instead of immediately destroying the green-faced water ghost, he first took out a paper packet of incense ash. Back at Old Wang's place, it had already been verified that the incense ashes from the statue of the true martial emperor had a slight effect in warding off evil. At the very least, it could bring an afflicted Old Wang back to his senses. Now, with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Fan Wu wanted to test whether the incense ashes would have any effect on the ghosts themselves. He poked a hole in the yellow paper package with his finger. The pale white incense ash slowly scattered onto the ghostly form of the blue-faced water demon as he moved. When the incense ash touched the blue-faced water demon, the ash instantly burst into a vast expanse of crimson flames, like a cat spotting its prey. The blue-faced water demon, who had been lying weakly on the riverbank's foreshore, whimpering in pain, suddenly writhed as if struck by unbearable agony. White smoke began billowing wildly from his body, accompanied by a sizzling corrosion sound. Argh! The blue-faced water ghost convulsed violently all over, letting out another terrifying, shrill scream from its mouth. It seems the incense ash from the Taoist temple can also affect ghosts themselves. The power seems considerable. The life attribute of the blue-faced water ghost is continuously decreasing. Life, life, 0. When the life attribute reaches 0, it stopped screaming. Its soul scattered and vanished. You have successfully slain the drowned brothel madam turned water ghost. Congratulations on earning 2 free attribute points. A line of text appeared before Fan Wu's eyes, confirming that the blue-faced water ghost was not feigning death. It was truly gone. It felt. Killing ghosts wasn't difficult. Coming back to his senses, Fan Wu reflected on the experience just now. He realized that when facing the green-faced water ghost up close, he hadn't felt the slightest bit of panic in his heart. Instead, he had calmly executed a series of actions. This was perhaps thanks to his naturally bold temperament. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even considered smashing the statue of the true martial emperor in the first place. Nor would he have dared to borrow the sword from the true martial emperor without understanding anything. In any case, the crisis of this night had finally passed. His fake Taoist identity remained undiscovered for the time being. His Taoist halo still hung behind his head. However, The green-faced water ghost seemed to have left something behind. Fan Wu noticed something beneath his feet and slowly lifted it with his demon-slaying sword. It was a tattered foot shackle. The foot shackle, having been soaked in water for years, was thoroughly decayed, riddled with holes beyond count. What's this? Fan Wu noticed a clue. He observed something odd on the surface of the foot shackles. There seemed to be some markings carved into them, clearly done by someone. It somewhat resembled a type of talismanic script, very similar to the characters found on certain charm papers. Damn it! If it's truly a specialized font for talismans, wouldn't that imply this blue-faced water ghost might not have formed naturally? This water ghost might not be as simple as imagined. Although Fan Wu has no expertise in this area, having read too many novels in his past life, he instinctively thought of some conspiracy theories. Thinking of this, Fan Wu's expression was already barely holding together. Indeed, he had to get as far away from Qiulong County as quickly as possible. At this very moment, Taoist Master, Master Fan. The voices of Constable Lu and the others grew louder as they approached. Just then, Constable Lu arrived with a group of constables, each wielding long knives or batons, running in this direction. Constable Lu beamed with joy, raising his thumb with eyes full of admiration. I knew it. Taoist Fan, you've inherited the true teachings of the Heavenly Master. Dealing with such minor ghosts must be a breeze for you. The other constables looked at Fan Wu with expressions similar to Constable Lu's. They had witnessed everything unfold before their eyes. I witnessed Fan Wu slaying ghosts with my own eyes. The ghosts' shrill screams and Fan Wu's brutal methods left a deep impression on them to this day. Taoist priest, is this a foot shackle? Constable Lu noticed that the exaggeratedly large sword in Fan Wu's hand seemed to be holding something. After all, he was a constable, and foot shackles were something he was very familiar with, so he recognized it immediately. Fan Wu tilted his long sword slightly, and the leg irons landed at Constable Lu's feet. He said, "These are the leg irons from the water ghost. You can take them back and hand them over to your magistrate as proof." This was his way of shifting the risk. As long as these were kept in the county office, even if someone was truly behind that water ghost, nor would they find Fan Wu. At least not immediately. After hearing this, Constable Lu was delighted. Not minding that it was something from a ghost, he immediately picked it up and, with a somewhat ingratiating tone, tentatively said, "Reverend Fan, your actions tonight in eliminating this scourge for Qiulong County will surely earn the deep gratitude of its people." It was nothing. Fan Wu's reply remained vague. At the moment, he just wanted to return to the temple, pack his things, and leave this wretched place. However, the next words from Constable Lu caused Fan Wu to pause mid-turn. Constable Lu continued, "When the county magistrate learns of this tomorrow, he will surely host a banquet in your honor, Reverend Fan, and likely invite many merchants and landowners. The magistrate might also bestow generous rewards upon you. Ahem. When the time comes, could you, Taoist Master, mention my efforts tonight in front of the county magistrate? Consider it a favor I, Lu, owe you." Constable Lu spoke in an extremely low voice, so soft that only Fan Wu, with his keen hearing, could make out what he was saying. The other party's tone carried an unmistakable air of ingratiation. It was nothing more than wanting to ask Fan Wu to put in a good word for him in front of the county magistrate. Fan Wu did not answer him for the moment, because his attention now was entirely focused on the word's reward. With no money to speak of, trying to flee from Qiulong County to the prefectural seat of Nan Commandery to seek refuge with that sworn sister was absolutely out of the question. Eating costs money. Traveling costs money. Staying at an inn costs money. Everything costs money. The silver inside the statue of the true martial emperor couldn't be retrieved, and his own private savings were meager. Although he could consider selling some items from the Taoist temple, that would take even more time. It was beyond Fan Wu's consideration. In that case, the reward from the magistrate of Chuang County must be obtained at all costs. However, doesn't that mean I'll have to stay in this damned place for another day? Fan Wu lowered his head and glanced at the demon-slaying sword in his hand. A sense of security inexplicably grew in my heart. Will take the magistrate's silver and go. I will. Fan Wu glanced at Constable Lu, having already made up his mind. He sheathed the demon-slaying sword and said, "Tonight's matter is concluded. This humble Taoist should return to the temple. You and your men should also head back. The night is still not entirely peaceful." Yes, yes, yes. Constable Lu understood immediately and beamed with joy. Take care on your way, Taoist. Fan Wu and the constables from the county office each went their separate ways. The constables had a hint of excitement on their faces. They were probably already thinking about how to brag to others when they got back. Fan Wu went straight to the Taoist temple. Late at night, he returned to the Taoist temple and entered. The Taoist temple left to him by his chief master was called the Prison Dragon Temple. This is a Taoist temple collectively funded by those wealthy landlords in Chuang County who had been thoroughly deceived. On ordinary days, some common folks still come to Chuang Temple to burn incense and offer prayers. Perhaps for this very reason, the statue of Shen Wu the Great in the temple gained a touch of divine power. Fan Wu was in no hurry to return the demon-slaying sword to the true martial emperor. Instead, he first placed it temporarily in his residence within the Taoist temple, then removed his mud-stained clothes, revealing an exceptionally well-built physique. Each solid and powerful muscle was perfectly proportioned, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. At first glance, it was enough to inspire awe. Fan Wu devoted his full attention to the golden finger. He killed the blue-faced water ghost tonight and gained 2 free attribute points. He wanted to see what would happen after using these attribute points. What effect it would have. Currently, Fan Wu's life attribute is 89, while his strength attribute is only 4. After some thought, he realized that allocating his only 2 free attribute points to life wouldn't align with his current situation. Living long is undoubtedly very important, but the prerequisite is having sufficient personal strength. Only then can one truly extend their lifespan. If one's own strength is too weak, what's the use of a long lifespan then? Won't you still be doomed when facing danger? Allocate everything to strength attribute. Fan Wu quickly made this decision, watching helplessly as the free attribute points he had desperately earned tonight dropped from 2 to 0. His personal attribute panel has also changed, with the strength attribute value increasing from 4 to 6. Name, Fan Wu. Life, 89加. Strength, 6加. Skill, none. Free attribute points, 0. Boom. At this moment, Fan Wu felt as if his internal organs were being struck by an invisible force. Every organ in his body became extremely agitated, trembling uncontrollably. He felt his entire body burning with intense heat. His skin had already begun to show faint signs of turning red. Sweat secreted from millions of pores was instantly evaporated by an invisible force, transformed into a mist of birds swirling around him. The entire person is enveloped in white mist. The heartbeat sounded like a booming drum. The blood vessels beneath the skin bulged and twitched rapidly at an extremely high frequency. He felt his muscles tearing apart, expanding. The bones inside his body were also thickening. It's hardening. Wood. Fan Wu felt as if there was a surge of energy inside him, about to burst out uncontrollably. He opened his mouth and exhaled heavily. A puff of white mist shot straight out 2 meters before slowly dissipating. The changes in his body made his fists clench tightly, but not because of unbearable pain. Because it's unbearably pleasurable. So good. Incredibly good. That unique sensation feels as if every muscle, every inch of skin, every bone, every organ, every blood vessel is experiencing forbidden fruit for the first time. This refreshing sensation lasted for an unknown amount of time, when suddenly, Fan Wu's body trembled violently. The white mist swirling around him abruptly dispersed. His figure appeared. Fan Wu looked down at his arm and could clearly see that his arm circumference had increased significantly, with muscles more pronounced than before. He wasn't sure if it was just an illusion. He felt like he had grown taller. Lost in thought, Fan Wu walked to the door, standing on the threshold with his head just touching the top of the doorframe. He couldn't even tiptoe unless he wanted to risk breaking the not-so-sturdy frame. Apart from this, Fan Wu's most profound realization was that his strength seemed to have increased, and his 5 senses had become sharper. Just 2 free attribute points can achieve this level of enhancement. Fan Wu muttered to himself while picking up the demon-slaying greatsword leaning beside him. Previously, even with his innate extraordinary strength, he could still feel a slight weight when lifting this sword with one hand. But now, he lifted this sword with one hand, only to find that he could no longer feel its weight. Light as a feather. If not for the comfortable grip from the hilt, he might have wondered if he was holding air. For a fleeting moment, Fan Wu didn't want to return the sword anymore. This demon-slaying hero sword not only felt perfectly balanced in his grip, but also possessed the power to kill ghosts. With just 2 strikes, he nearly sent the blue-faced water ghost to its final rest through sheer physical force. Moreover, Fan Wu felt that this thing would probably work quite well against people too. Of course, the moment this suicidal idea surfaced, he immediately dismissed it. After all, this belonged to the true martial emperor. In this bizarre and mystical world, Fan Wu felt it was best not to provoke these gods and Buddhas. He carried the demon-slaying sword. He arrived at the main hall of the Taoist temple. That feeling of being watched seems to have disappeared. Fan Wu looked up at the face of the true martial emperor statue and cautiously climbed onto the altar again, stepping onto the statue's knees with both feet. There was no other way. The hands of this statue of the true martial emperor are raised too high, otherwise it wouldn't fit. After placing the demon-slaying sword in the hands of the true martial emperor's statue, Fan Wugong was about to turn and leave. The next second, the sword fell down. He was stunned for a moment. Could it be that my deceitful master, even after death, is somehow watching over me from below? Fan Wu was shocked. Logically speaking, he had placed the sword quite securely just moments ago. Does this mean the statue of the true martial emperor has bestowed this sword upon him? Yes. Without hesitation, Fan Wu picked it up, immediately lit 3 sticks of incense, and bowed respectfully to the statue of the true martial emperor a few times, muttering, "Master, if you have any spiritual presence in heaven, could you discuss with the true martial emperor and see if he can expel the over 4,000 taels of silver from his stomach?" A few seconds passed. No response. Fan Wu sighed. Forget it. Getting a weapon capable of exorcising and slaying ghosts for free is already a huge win. As for the silver inside the statue of Shen Wu the Great Emperor, it's better not to get my hopes up. That is impractical. At the same time, County Government Office. The government office of Qiulong County was extremely quiet late at night, so quiet that even breathing was clearly audible. Constable Lu and a few other constables walked while yawning repeatedly. They had just brought back the foot shackles from the blue-faced water demon. Then they carefully placed it in the archive repository. The archive repository was an office of the Great Zhou dynasty, specifically used for storing documents and evidence. Constable Lu still cared a great deal about this thing, because it concerns his future. "Boss, I just noticed that the footstalks seem to have some characters carved on them. Could they be related to the identity of the evil spirit? If we investigate in this direction, we might uncover its identity from when it was alive, and then we'd know how it died. A constable, barely able to stay awake, forced himself to stay alert and then suggested to Constable Lu. So you know how it died, and then what? Are you planning to overturn its case or something? Constable Lu shot him a disdainful look. A creature that could turn into a malevolent ghost, how could it have been anything good in life? The only use for these leg irons is to prove in front of the county magistrate that we helped Taoist Fan slay the ghost. We need this thing to secure our future. That's its only real use. Otherwise, why the hell would I bring back such an unlucky object? Hiss! Speaking of bad luck, Constable Lu muttered, glancing around suspiciously. Why does the young man feel so unnaturally cold today? Ha! His words immediately made the surrounding constables tense up. After all, they had just encountered a ghost earlier that night. Even though that ghost had been dealt with by Taoist Fan, recalling the incident still sent chills down their spines. Suddenly, the lanterns hanging under the eaves swayed violently, as if stirred by a strange gust of wind, causing the light inside the county office to flicker unpredictably. Constable Lu and his men bristled like cats with their fur standing on end, the hair at their temples puffing up. Cold sweat broke out in an instant. Before they could even scream, the warm yellow candlelight in the lanterns suddenly transformed, turned into a ghastly oily green. Thick, sinister energy pervaded the county government office. Ram! The next day, morning, the gate of Fan Wu's Taoist temple was once again banged loudly, waking him up. His first thought upon waking was that his fraudulent master's deeds had been exposed. The people who had been swindled out of their money were coming to settle accounts. Fan Wu instantly regained consciousness and, almost instinctively, drew out the nearly 2-meter-long demon-slaying greatsword, ready to go out and slaughter until the heavens and earth darkened. Then leave Dragon Prison County. However, after his attribute enhancement, his 5 senses had become extraordinarily sharp. In his own bedroom, he heard the urgent voices outside. Master Fan! Master Fan! Something terrible has happened. Last night, something terrible happened. Master Fan! It was the voice of Constable Lu, who sounded urgent, even somewhat panicked and fearful. It seemed this had little to do with his fraudulent master. Fan Wu realized he was overthinking things. As if nothing had happened, he sheathed his sword, changed into a slightly ill-fitting Taoist robe, and quickly washed his face and rinsed his mouth. He picked up his sword and stepped out the door. As soon as the temple gate opened, Fan Wu saw Constable Lu and a group of constables who looked very familiar to him. This is the same group of people from last night. Each of them wore a fearful expression, with dark circles under their eyes. It was clear that something eerie had happened after Fan Wu returned to the temple last night, frightening them so much they couldn't sleep a wink. Master Taoist, you've finally come out. The moment Constable Lu saw Fan Wu, he became more enthusiastic than if he'd seen his own father. He rushed forward, grabbing Fan Wu's Taoist robe, tears and snot streaming down his face. Perhaps due to the peculiar nature of Constable Lu's profession, the moment he laid hands on him, Fan Wu already wanted to draw his sword and strike. Fan Wu even imagined whether Constable Lu would pull out a pair of silver handcuffs to put on him. Fortunately, such a thing did not happen. Taoist Master Fan, the evil ghost is too fierce. You didn't kill that evil ghost last night, it's still here. Constable Lu spoke very quickly. Last night, my colleagues and I brought those shackles back to the county office, and then the county office was haunted. How could we have any means to deal with ghosts? We had no choice but to quickly leave the county office and run to the nearest earth god temple. We didn't even dare to come find you, Master Fan, in the middle of the night, fearing we might encounter the evil ghost blocking our path. We didn't dare close our eyes for a moment last night. Only when daylight came did we dare leave the Earth God Temple to report this matter to the county magistrate. Hearing this, Fan Wu did not respond immediately. He was analyzing the information Constable Lu had revealed. Was there a ghost in the county office last night? Does Constable Lu suspect it was that blue-faced water ghost? Impossible. That blue-faced water ghost was already blown apart by him. The cheat prompt appeared, and he even got the attribute points. Fan Wu recalled the strange talismanic inscriptions he discovered last night on the tattered leg irons of the blue-faced water ghost. At that time, he suspected, is the green-faced water ghost not as simple as it appears on the surface? Now, combined with the strange incidents at the county office mentioned by Constable Lu, Fan Wu is certain his guess was correct. Damn it! How could such a remote and rundown place like Qiulong County experience these incidents one after another? I just wanted to stay in Qiulong County for one day, then go collect the rewards the magistrate had promised me. Then I would use those rewards as travel expenses for my journey away from Qiulong County. But as it turned out, after just one day, trouble arose again. And once more, it involved supernatural beings and demons. Constable Lu, seeing that Fan Wu remained silent, thought he hadn't provided enough information and quickly continued. After magistrate learned of this matter, he ordered us to invite all the Taoist practitioners in Qiulong County to eliminate the ghosts in the yeoman. The officials also said that whoever among the masters can exterminate the ghosts in the county office will be rewarded with 500 taels of silver and 20 acres of fertile land as a token of appreciation. Although it's not proper to speculate about the county magistrate, I can't help but feel that his honor seems somewhat afraid to return to the yeoman at the moment. And the first enlightened master I thought of in Qiulong County was you, Taoist Priest. So I've come specifically to invite you, Taoist Priest, to make another appearance. Constable Lu spoke with cautious deference, clearly still deeply affected by Fan Wu's formidable actions from the previous night. Well, thank you very much. I'm the first one you thought of. Fan Wu wished he could twist Constable Lu's head around a few times. But to maintain his identity as the true disciple of an enlightened master, he had to force what he considered a warm and pleasant smile. And he had to force a smile and say, that green-faced water ghost from last night, I'm certain it has already been vanquished and its soul scattered. What you encountered in the county office might have been something else. Constable Lu suddenly understood, not doubting the truth of Fan Wu's words in the slightest. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, I knew it. With Reverend Fan's skills, how could you possibly fail to kill that evil ghost? Gasp! But Reverend, you mentioned it was something else. Could it be another vengeful spirit or demon? Reverend, do you think my luck has been bad lately? Why do I keep running into these things? Perhaps it's just a temporary streak of bad luck these past few days, Fan Wu replied vaguely, then suddenly thought of something and asked, that foot shackle you took back to the county office, is it still there? Constable Lu froze, scratching his head in embarrassment before answering sheepishly, I didn't dare go back to check. I don't know if it's still there. After all, I'm just an ordinary mortal. How about, Master Taoist, could you bestow upon me a protective talisman? I can pay in silver. Constable Lu was genuinely terrified. He wasn't afraid when he stayed by Fan Wu's side because he knew Fan Wu was powerful, with real skills to slay ghosts. But he couldn't possibly stay by Fan Wu's side forever, could he? Doesn't he have to go home to take care of his wife and children? Constable Lu was afraid that one night on his way home, while alone, he might encounter something unclean. That would be the death of him. Fan Wu glanced sideways. He caught a key word. Silver. He just lacks silver. Good. Fan Wu didn't waste words. Just because he couldn't draw truly lethal talismans didn't mean he couldn't create something protective. The materials were simple: a useless scrap of talisman paper加a small handful of incense burner ashes. Mission accomplished. The talisman paper was useless, but the incense burner ashes had already proven effective last night. With the help of this so-called amulet, Fan Wu successfully obtained the first sum of money he needed for his escape, 15 taels of silver. Although Constable Lu was the head constable of Qiulong County, the place itself was not very prosperous. This was already 2 months' worth of Constable Lu's salary. The remaining constables could only watch with envy. They simply didn't have the money to buy protective talismans. Constable Lu, now in possession of a talisman, finally mustered some courage, though this newfound bravery wasn't directed at Fan Wu. Instead, his tone became even more obsequious when speaking to Fan Wu. Please, Taoist master, we'll lead the way to the county office now. The magistrate might already be growing impatient. After hearing this, learning that it was difficult to escape, Fan Wu had no choice but to carefully put away the 15 taels of silver and follow Constable Lu and the others to the county office. Fan Wu had his own considerations. Constable Lu had just mentioned that the magistrate of Qiulong County was so frightened that he summoned all the eminent monks and Taoists in the county. Didn't that mean, at that time, the county government office would surely be filled with all sorts of people from various walks of life, and there must be some truly remarkable individuals among them. In such a situation, he could just coast along and get by. Yeah, perfect. The magistrate of Qiulong County ordered all the enlightened masters in the county to be summoned to the government office. Such a grand spectacle couldn't possibly be kept secret, which led to the rumors about the ghostly disturbances at the office last night spreading far and wide. In no time, the entire Qiulong County was thrown into an uproar. The county yeoman, such an important government site. Ghosts were actually causing trouble there. Coupled with recent ghostly rumors and some people spreading exaggerated versions of the events. Within just half a day, the people of Qiulong County were thrown into panic. Who isn't afraid of ghosts? Especially in this mystical world where demons and monsters truly exist. That makes it even scarier. A crowd had already gathered in the county government office. However, they were neither the county yeoman's runners nor officials, but a group of monks, a group of Taoist priests. These people were all enlightened masters and extraordinary talents invited by the magistrate of Qiulong County. As for how many among them truly possess real skills, only heaven knows that. Outside the county government office, a crowd of bailiffs and county officials had gathered. Among them, this includes the county magistrate and deputy magistrate of Qiulong County. It's not that they don't want to go inside. They simply don't dare to enter. My lord, do these plump-looking monks and Taoist priests really have any effect? Shouldn't we notify the Imperial Astronomical Bureau to send someone? The county office is an important government site by principle. Demons and monsters shouldn't be able to enter. Any demons or ghosts that can infiltrate the county government must be major entities indeed. Can these fat-headed, big-eared fellows handle them? The speaker was the county magistrate's assistant of Qiulong County. The administrative divisions of the Great Zhou dynasty were simple village, county, prefecture, commandery, and state. The county magistrate's assistant was the second in command of a county. The county magistrate is the top authority. Under no circumstances can we allow the officials from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau to come here. Upon hearing this suggestion, the magistrate of Qiulong County reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Lowering his voice, he spoke through gritted teeth. Those people are extremely stubborn, each one of them utterly unyielding. If they come here, in order to investigate certain matters, they will undoubtedly turn Qiulong County upside down. If they uncover some demons or monsters, that's fine, it's none of our concern. But if they find something else, do you think how many heads do you have for them to chop off? The county magistrate's assistant heard this. Cold sweat poured down his back. Cheolong County was remote and poor, but the more remote and poor a place was, the easier it was for them to exploit loopholes and embezzle money. How many people in the entire Cheolong County government are truly clean? It's fine if no one investigates. But once someone starts digging, no one can escape. But, sir, if these monks and Taoists can't resolve this matter, sooner or later the Imperial Astronomical Bureau will find out. The county magistrate's assistant worriedly said, It's not that I look down on these fellows, but compared to that old celestial master, they are truly far inferior. It's a shame that old celestial master is no longer with us. Sir, why aren't you the least bit worried? Do you really believe these people can deal with those unclean things in the county office? Hearing this, the magistrate of Cheolong County smiled. Have you forgotten someone? The assistant was taken aback. Forgotten someone? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. A name surfaced in his thoughts, and he blurted out, Could it be that Taoist Master Fan from the prison dragon temple? The true disciple of the old celestial master? The county magistrate nodded and said, Whether other monks or Taoists possess real abilities, I cannot say, but the true disciple of the old celestial master undoubtedly has genuine skills. Constable Lu has already informed me of what happened last night. That Taoist Master Fan effortlessly vanquished a malevolent ghost, scattering its soul to the winds. I have already instructed Constable Lu to invite him again. The others are merely here to serve as a backdrop for Taoist Master Fan, intended only to assist him in some capacity. Phew, that's good. With Taoist Master Fan here, the strange occurrences at the county office shouldn't escalate to the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. The county magistrate let out a heavy sigh of relief. But his expression still looked as if he hadn't fully recovered from the shock. The Dragon Prison Temple was still some distance from the county office, but Fan Wu didn't have to walk there himself, because the Constable Lu and his men, who had come to invite Fan Wu, had prepared a sedan chair for him. Indeed, this was the kind of treatment Fan Wu received in Dragon Prison County, all thanks to the reputation of his swindler master. Why wasn't it there last night? Who carries a sedan chair late at night? Aren't they afraid of stepping into the darkness and tumbling down the mountain? Constable Lu walked at the front. Several constables toiled like oxen and horses, carrying Fan Wu's sedan chair all the way from the Taoist temple on the mountain down to the foot, and then from the foot of the mountain to the marketplace. The constables panted as they hurried along the bluestone paved road of the marketplace, rushing toward the county office of Cheolong County. We're here! We're here! Even though Constable Lu hadn't been carrying the sedan chair like a laborer, the journey had still left him thoroughly exhausted. Spotting the county office not far ahead, he quickly announced, Taoist Master Fan has arrived. I can already see the magistrate and the assistant magistrate. The sedan chair was set down, and the group of constables had weak legs, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. After Fan Wu stepped out, he was quite disappointed. The sedan chair wasn't the least bit comfortable, perhaps because the space inside was too small, making him feel cramped instead. It seems that the life of the elite is not particularly to his liking. He looked towards the county government office ahead. Fan Wu narrowed his eyes. To be honest, this was his first time visiting such an official government institution since his transmigration. He had to admit that the county office's decor exuded a sense of solemnity, and the two large stone lions at the entrance looked particularly majestic. The commotion caused by Fan Wu's arrival was quite noticeable, as several constables had carried him here in a sedan chair. As soon as he appeared, it immediately caught countless eyes. Taoist Master Fan. Not far away, a portly middle-aged man in official robes, wearing a black gauze cap and sporting a beard, spotted Fan Wu exceptionally tall and strikingly burly and instantly recognized him. Then, as if seeing a long-lost relative, his face lit up with joy in an instant, and he hurried over. "You've finally arrived." As the portly man approached, the crowd around him also surged forward in a bustling mass. Clearly, this group of people all looked to him as their leader. And he was also the county magistrate of Qiulong County. Fan Wu had seen him once not long ago and knew this man was the parental official of Qiulong County, named Hikaishun. The name alone sounded like it could make a fortune. He glanced at the magistrate and the others, their heads displaying rows of attribute information that caught his attention. Magistrate Hikaishun of Qiulong County Life, 54 strength, 0.9 skill, official aura protection. County Magistrate Li Sheng of Qiulong County Fate, 77 strength, 1.2 skill, official aura protection. Warden of Qiulong County Prison. People with skills. With skills, why is the strength still so weak? Could it be that this official aura protection is just a passive skill, something they cannot control themselves? Fan Wu discovered that those who possess this skill are all individuals holding official positions within the Great Shou dynasty. This official position refers to one with a rank. A county magistrate is of the 7th rank. The county magistrate's assistant holds the 8th rank. Perhaps, even they themselves were unaware that such a thing could protect them. Taoist Master Fan, the evil spirits are running rampant. At that moment, the smile on Hikaishun, the county magistrate of Qiulong County, faded, replaced by a stern and indignant expression. What place is this? This is the county office of Qiulong County in the Great Shou dynasty, a place where official business is conducted for the imperial court. Yet, who would have thought that last night, evil spirits dared to intrude? Those vile ghosts truly have no regard for the imperial court, no respect for His Majesty. Such treasonous acts deserve to be condemned by all under heaven. I am furious. The shift in expression is so smooth it would be a shame not to award him a little golden statue. This Hikaishun, or rather, Magistrate He, speaks of the court and His Majesty, but in truth, it's all for his own benefit. Fan Wu could see it. He was afraid. Afraid of the malevolent spirits in the county office. Fan Wu finally spoke, but his words were unexpected, straightforward, and without any beating around the bush. Magistrate He, this humble Taoist recalls your promise of a reward for exterminating the green-faced water demon in the river. I wonder if Magistrate He still remembers this matter. Ha! Fan Wu's direct demand for silver nearly left Magistrate Hikaishun at a loss for words. Fortunately, having served as magistrate for many years, he had weathered greater storms. His mind quickly regained its composure. He looked up at the burly and robust Fan Wu before him, his expression carrying a hint of peculiarity. Because he felt that Fan Wu's manner of asking for money so openly was strangely familiar. Hey! Isn't this the same face Hikaishun puts on when asking others for money? It's just that he's not as direct as Fan Wu, he's a tad more tactful. After all, some things can't be stated too bluntly. Wow! This old celestial master's disciple may have inherited the true teachings, but his temperament doesn't seem like that of a detached and ascetic sage. Hikaishun was feeling a bit conflicted, because early in the morning, he had promised that whoever solved the issue of the malevolent spirit in the county office would receive 500 taels of silver and 20 acres of fertile land. This was already a figure he had settled on after much deliberation, one he could accept. But if combined with the rewards he had promised Fan Wu a few days earlier, it's more than just this. Damn it! Miscalculation. Hikaishun was just about to come up with an excuse to brush it off, but the words got stuck in his throat. Because standing before him was Fan Wu, who was looking at him with an inexplicable gaze. He Kaichong found himself actually feeling a sense of oppression under that gaze. Moreover, whether it was his imagination or not, he couldn't help but feel that after just a few days of not seeing this Taoist fan, the man seemed taller and more robust than before. Especially the exaggeratedly large sword behind Fan Wu's back, which made his Saichen's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. It was an animal instinct telling him, don't brush it off. Don't make excuses. Otherwise, you'll die. He Kaichong was startled by his own thoughts. This was right in front of Cheong County's government office, and he was the county magistrate himself. Surrounded entirely by his own people, how could there possibly be any life-threatening danger? Moreover, although this Taoist fan was indeed quite burly and fierce-looking, surely he wouldn't draw his sword and kill someone in broad daylight, would he? But he Kaichong coughed, swallowing back the evasive words stuck in his throat, and quickly assumed a solemn expression. Of course, this official remembers. It's just that the rewards for Taoist fan are all inside the yeoman. Although I am the magistrate of Cheong County, I truly don't possess the skills to capture ghosts or subdue demons. That's the work of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. It's a pity that Cheong County is located in a remote area, and the Imperial Astronomical Bureau hasn't established a branch here. Therefore, we have no choice but to invite Taoist Master Fan and other esteemed experts to rid Cheong County of this malevolent ghost's great menace. Facing that inexplicable sense of oppression, unsurprisingly, he chickened out. Upon hearing his words, Fan Wu caught a key phrase, the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. He wasn't entirely unfamiliar with these three words, he had heard of them before. But he didn't know much about them either. Taoist Master Fan, you've been staying in Cheong County learning Taoist arts from the old celestial master, so you might not be well informed about matters outside. The Qingtian Bureau was established by the founding sage emperor of the Great Shou dynasty at the beginning of the dynasty. Its main responsibility is to oversee all supernatural and bizarre occurrences within the empire. He Kaichong explained, take today's incident, for example. It should have been handled by the Qingtian Bureau. But Cheong County is too remote and too small, so there's no Qingtian Bureau office here. It is said that everyone in the Qingtian division possesses extraordinary abilities, but their public reputation isn't particularly favorable. Far from just not particularly favorable, in the eyes of Magistrate He Kaichong, whose own background is far from clean, the Qingtian division is nothing short of deadly predators, wolves, tigers, and leopards. Even more terrifying than demons or evil spirits. Upon hearing this, Fan Wu lost in thought. In other words, if you encounter any supernatural disturbances like demons causing trouble, you can simply hand it over to that Imperial Astronomical Bureau to handle. Because the people there are all professionals in this field. Fan Wu finally understood why that command master had been able to deceive people in Cheong County for so many years without being exposed. Apparently, those who could spot his flaws were all absent from this godforsaken place called Cheong County. Fortunately, there were no officials from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau here. Otherwise, if his con artist master were to be caught, he, as the disciple, probably wouldn't fare much better either. Perhaps when I first crossed over, I might have ended up in prison. Under the expectant and trusting gazes of Magistrate He, the Assistant Magistrate, the Registrar, and Chief Constable Lu, Fan Wu's face twitched imperceptibly. These people all think they have real skills. Wow! Fortunately, his chief master wasn't a failed art student. Otherwise, with such incredible deception skills, wouldn't he have turned the Great Shou dynasty upside down? With a look that regarded them as fools, he glanced at the group before stepping into the county government office. Just as he stepped inside, he saw several Taoists dressed somewhat similarly to himself inside the county office, as well as a few monks with extremely grave expressions. The only ones missing were the yeoman runners and officials, as they were all too terrified to enter. Fan Wu's appearance always drew attention. His towering height alone made him impossible to ignore. Boundless blessings of the Heavenly Lord. Could this be fellow Taoist Fan from the prison Dragon Temple? Fan Wu felt his reputation was truly immense. Even these colleagues he had never met before recognized him. The one who had just spoken was an elderly Taoist with a white beard, accompanied by 2 young acolytes. The 2 young Taoist disciples appeared to be only about 10 years old, dressed in very simple attire. Their Taoist robes were so frequently washed that they had faded. They even had a few small tears. In contrast, Fan Wu himself, during his lifetime, that deceitful master of his was very particular about appearances, and even the Taoist robes he had made for his disciples were sewn from high-quality fabric. Fan Wu could tell that while the 2 young Taoist acolytes were curiously staring at him, there was also a hint of envy in their eyes. Fan Wu suddenly fixed his gaze on the white-bearded old Taoist, or rather, on the top of the old Taoist's head. An old Taoist with some skill, lifespan, 144 strength, 4.5 techniques, 5 visceral protection mantra, 12 forms of evil dispelling talismans. Slacking Taoist HP, 76 strength, 2.5 skill, 5 organs protection charm. Slacking Taoist BHP, 70 strength, 8.8 skill, 5 organs protection charm. Another one with a skill. And their skills are different from those of the government officials. Their skill is the Taoist arts. True Taoist arts. In Chilong County, there are actually people with genuine abilities. Especially that seemingly frail old Taoist with a white beard. His strength attribute is actually 4.5, higher than Fan Wu's before any attribute points were added. The white-bearded old Taoist's life attribute is also quite high, which means that barring any accidents, he could live to at least 144 years old. The county government office wasn't just home to this old Taoist and his 2 young disciples. There are other Taoist priests as well. There are also 3 monks. Fan Wu turned his gaze toward a somewhat plump and big-eared Taoist priest, whose expression seemed faintly flustered. A newly arrived charlatan in Chilong County life, 43 strength, 1.2 skill, none. One of these charlatan's companions, also dressed like a Taoist priest, was similarly plump and greasy, and likewise an ordinary person. They must have just arrived in Chilong County not long ago, posing under the banner of some ghost exorcism master. And the Chilong County authorities actually believed it. They invited these 2 frauds over. These were Fan Wu's true peers, except their luck was rather unfortunate. After all, Fan Wu's fraudulent master never encountered any real supernatural events in his entire life. These 2 brothers hadn't been in Chilong County for long. When they hit the jackpot, serves them right, in a way. Finally, there were those few monks left. Those monks all wore expressions of worry and distress, as if something was troubling and perplexing them. Among them, 2 rather sturdy-looking monks were gazing at Fan Wu with solemn eyes. They felt a kind of pressure emanating from Fan Wu. This put them on high alert. However, the plump, big-headed monk leading the group didn't turn his gaze toward Fan Wu like the others. He simply wore a troubled expression on his face. Abbot of Golden Dragon Temple life, 123 strength, 4.5 skill, Fragmented Diamond Sutra. Monk alive, 43 strength, 3 skill, none. Monk be life, 49 strength, 3 skill, none. Unexpectedly, these monks had some real skills. Even the abbot of the Golden Dragon Temple, who looked just as plump and greasy as that charlatan. One can only say, appearances can be deceiving. The abbot of Jinlong Temple has the same strength attribute as the white-bearded Taoist, but his skill is clearly 1 point lower. Who would have thought that in the small county of Chilong? There are quite a few people with real skills. In just a few short seconds, Fan Wu had gained a rough understanding of the group before him. Damn it all! This makes no sense. Before Fan Wu could respond to the white-bearded elder, an irritable and frustrated voice suddenly erupted. That money-grubbing magistrate with boils on his backside must be spouting nonsense. Every county office is protected by Imperial aura. How dare those damn demons and monsters cause trouble inside? Abbot! Abbot, you've broken the precept against anger again. The monk beside him timidly reminded him. Is that so? Then let this humble monk take back his words. The abbot of Jinlong Temple remained expressionless, clasped his hands together, and uttered a Buddhist chant. Amitabha. That is the abbot of Jinlong Temple. The white-bearded Taoist seemed to notice Fan Wu's confusion and deliberately explained. I once heard that before he converted to Buddhism, he was a mountain bandit. Later, somehow he laid down his butcher's knife and became a monk at Jinlong Temple, now serving as its abbot. So it's only natural for him to have a bit of a fiery temper. At this point, the white-bearded Taoist couldn't help but glance at Fan Wu. Given Fan Wu's exaggeratedly muscular build and the fierce aura radiating from his entire being, more like a mountain bandit than the abbot of Jinlong Temple. This abbot of Jinlong Temple, though his words were crude just now, wasn't wrong. The white-bearded Taoist frowned and analyzed. What caused chaos at the county office last night likely wasn't any demon or monster. If it were, it must have been a great demon. But such a great demon capable of disregarding imperial authority, why would it act so covertly? And why would it let those constables live unharmed? It makes no sense. After all, demons feed on humans. So this old Taoist believes that whoever caused trouble at the county office last night was more likely human. What do you think, fellow Taoist fan? What could Fan Wu say? He hadn't even known before that the county office was protected by Imperial aura. Under such circumstances, what opinion could he offer? What opinions can be expressed? Just random nonsense. Afraid it might give me away. Besides, he had originally come to slack off, and now that he saw there were truly capable people in the county office, it only strengthened his resolve to do so. As long as he didn't exert himself, he could perfectly avoid any potential dangers that might arise. Once the white-bearded Taoist and the abbot of Jinlong Temple resolved the troubles in the county office, he would directly demand rewards from the magistrate. Finally, let's bounce. I also think so. In the end, Fan Wu revealed an ambiguous smile and uttered a meaningless remark. Unexpectedly, fellow Taoist Fan shares the same view as this old Taoist. It seems the truth must indeed be so. The white-bearded Taoist declared with certainty, then added with some emotion, fellow Taoist Fan truly lives up to being a disciple of the celestial master. What took me quite some time to figure out, you grasped as soon as you arrived. Ah, the younger generation surpasses the older. Compassion, compassion. Fan Wu had thought that his swindler master had only managed to deceive the officials of Chuan County and those wealthy landlords back then. Little did he expect that his swindler master could even fool cultivators. Oh, this. Could it be that this white-bearded old Taoist's failing eyes couldn't see that his master was a big fraud? Ah yes, age has made me somewhat muddle-headed. Fellow Taoist fan, you probably don't recognize this old Taoist, do you? The white-bearded old man stroked his beard and continued, this old Taoist's monastic name is Yang Yizi. In my youth, I was something of an itinerant Taoist. Later I settled down in Chuan County and took in 2 young acolytes. Young Yizi Fan Wu had some vague recollection of this Taoist name, though not much. In my memory, that con artist master mentioned this Taoist name. He remembered the con artist master seemed to avoid this Taoist named Yang Yizi. Perhaps it was because the con artist master knew Yang Yizi had real skills and didn't want too much contact with him. Otherwise, once exposed, You're about to spend the rest of your life behind bars. Amitabha, you old ahem. Taoist priest Yang Yitzi, have you discovered any clues over there? The abbot of Jinlong Temple, with his large head and ears and a loose tongue, leaned in closer. He had a rather simple and chubby appearance, looking quite amiable at first glance. But who would have thought that this abbot of Jinlong Temple was once a mountain bandit? Yang Yitzi wasn't angry. He seemed to be an old acquaintance of the abbot of Jinlong Temple. He had long grown accustomed to the other's crude language. He voiced his speculation. Upon hearing Yang Yitzi's speculation, the abbot of Jinlong Temple frowned. But upon hearing Fan Wu's agreement, his eyebrows relaxed. The abbot of Jinlong Temple, twirling his prayer beads, suddenly realized, so it was someone playing tricks. This Taoist master Fan from Chulong Temple thinks the same way. Then the truth of the matter might indeed be so. Damn it, the true disciple of the heavenly master is truly impressive. Far better than the bunch of good-for-nothings in my temple. Abbot, the martial monk weakly reminded. Amitabha. Fan Wu. For a moment, Fan Wu really wanted to twist off all these people's heads, pry open their brains, and see what kind of bizarre structure was inside. Brother Fan, what do you think we should do next? As soon as Yang Yitzi finished speaking, almost everyone present turned their gaze toward Fan Wu. Fan Wu was utterly dumbfounded. If the eerie incidents at the county office couldn't be resolved, the reward promised by He Kai-shung, the magistrate of Qiulong County, would be out of reach. Without the reward, the travel funds for fleeing would amount to only a little over 10 taels of silver. He had intended to slack off and let others handle the matter, enjoying the fruits of their labor without lifting a finger. But who would have thought these guys actually saw him as their backbone? Whether they were monks or Taoist priests present, they all believed Fan Wu was incredibly capable. Damn it! The root of all this evil is still that deceitful master. Where is the evidence storage in the county office? Fan Wu took a deep breath and, instead of answering Yang Yitzi, asked this question. Yang Yitzi was taken aback but still replied, before entering the county office, this old Taoist asked the county magistrate and his men, and they told us about the various locations within the county office. The evidence storage is in a warehouse to the east, called the Archive Pavilion. Take me there. Fan Wu wanted to see if that foot shackle was still there. Arriving at the Archive Pavilion, Fan Wu glanced at the lock on the door. Without hesitation, he delivered a forceful front kick. Bang! The loud noise startled everyone as they saw the sturdy door of the archive vault being kicked clean off its hinges by Fan Wu. The iron lock hanging on the door was twisted into an unrecognizable shape. Staring at the two door panels lying several steps away, the abbot of Jinlong Temple swallowed hard and muttered in shock, "Damn, if that kick had landed on me, it would have sent this old monk's soul flying straight to the heavens." Fan Wu paid no attention to the monk's muttering. He walked straight into the archives. Then, he saw a familiar set of foot shackles lying quietly on a wooden shelf in the archives. The foot shackles weren't removed. Fan Wu frowned. According to Constable Lu's account, shortly after the foot shackles were brought back to the county office, they encountered eerie incidents. Recalling the strange talismanic inscriptions on the shackles, this suggests that the occurrence of the eerie incident is inextricably linked to these shackles. Fellow Taoist fan, what are you looking at? Yang Yitzi approached, but before he could finish his sentence, his gaze was drawn to the shackles. This object, such a dense aura of yin and malevolence. Yang Yitzi exclaimed in shock. Do you recognize it? Fan Wu turned his head and asked. Yang Yitzi shook his head and replied, this old Taoist does not recognize it, but the talismanic inscriptions on it look very sinister. It must have been carved by some wicked and unorthodox practitioner with ill intentions. Fan Wu asked again, did the constables from the county office not tell you about the events concerning these leg irons last night? Young Yizhi was taken aback and shook his head. The abbot of Jinlong Temple was the same. Fan Wu. What a bunch of useless officials in the county government. Such a crucial matter wasn't even mentioned to these monks and Taoists. Aren't they afraid of accidentally getting them all killed? Helpless. He could only recount the events of last night in the simplest terms. After hearing it, young Yizhi and the abbot of Golden Dragon Temple both fell into deep thought. Fellow Taoist fan, the water ghost you vanquished last night was undoubtedly raised through dark sorcery. After listening to Fan Wu's brief account, young Yizhi took a deep breath and spoke in a grave tone. He paused for a moment before continuing solemnly. The eerie incident at the county office last night must have been orchestrated by someone who practices dark sorcery to raise ghosts. His goal was likely to obtain these leg shackles. He only frightened the constables away last night and failed to take the shackles, perhaps because he was also using dark sorcery at the time. His dark arts inadvertently triggered the imperial aura protecting the county office, which then thwarted him. He was willing to risk being annihilated by the imperial aura just to take the shackles. This shows that the object holds extraordinary importance to him. He must have been too impatient last night, insufficiently prepared, and didn't take the leg irons. Tonight he might strike again. And tonight, his preparations might be very thorough. He might even disregard the imperial aura of the dynasty. After some brief contemplation, young Yizhi voiced his speculations. Just as he finished speaking, young Yizhi suddenly had an epiphany and exclaimed in surprise, "So that's it. Fellow Taoist fan asked us to come to the GH library to remind us of this matter, didn't he? Fellow Taoist fan must have known all this long ago, right? Ah, it's this old Taoist who was muddle-headed, taking so long to think of these things. I only realized them after fellow Taoist fans' hint. Oh, so I knew all this all along." Fan Wu's lips twitched. So it seems that scoundrel will come again, perhaps tonight. Damn it! Does that madman not know the money-grubbing magistrate has invited all the experts from Prison Dragon County? The abbot of Golden Dragon Temple snorted angrily. If he dares to set foot in the county office tonight, this Buddha will make sure he never lives alive. Young Yizhi expressed some concern. In my opinion, as an old Taoist, if he dares to come tonight, it means his strength is not weak, perhaps even formidable. We shouldn't be careless. What's there to fear of him? Back when I was a bandit in the mountains, I killed. Cough! The abbot of Jinlong Temple quickly stopped himself, clasped his hands together with a compassionate expression. Amitabha, with Taoist young Yizhi here, and this humble monk, the abbot of Jinlong Temple, no evil spirits or heretics can prevail, no matter who comes. Moreover, Taoist fan is also here. Taoist young Yizhi, you worry that the two of us might not be a match for the evil path, but don't forget, Taoist fan is also here to stand guard. Hearing this, young Yizhi's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. That's right, that's right. He looked at Fan Wu and said earnestly, "Brother Fan, let the three of us join forces and eliminate that evil cult. As cultivators, isn't mastering these skills precisely for moments like this?" Fan Wu, yes. The atmosphere had been built up to this point by these two, and he could only manage to squeeze out such a single word. After all, backing down now would reveal his true intentions. God knows why these two guys have so much confidence in Fan Wu. Just how did that swindler master of his manage to fool these two poor souls into such blind faith back in the day? "Yu Qing, Yu Feng," young Yizhi immediately commanded, "You two, assist your master in setting up the altar and performing the ritual." The two young disciples quickly nodded in agreement. The abbot of Golden Dragon Temple was not to be outdone. Turning to the two muscular warrior monks behind him, he said, "You know what to do when that madman shows up, right?" Break both his legs for this Buddha's servant. Yes, abbot. Now. In the county government office, the only two who remained silent were those two charlatans who had sneaked in. Those two charlatans, seeing the current situation, were already scared pale. They just wanted to come to Chiolong County to swindle a few gullible people and make a living. They didn't want to catch ghosts. Nor did they want to catch people. Because they were just ordinary people through and through. The Taoist robes they wore were fake, and they didn't possess even a trace of magical power. Getting caught up in such a situation, wouldn't that mean certain death for them? The two calm men turned deathly pale. They exchanged a glance, then their legs gave way simultaneously, and they fell to their knees with a thud. Master! Taoist priest! We were wrong, we are not real priests. We can't catch ghosts. We don't want to encounter any ghosts. They wore mournful expressions, their voices trembling with fear. Scram! Get out of Buddha's sight! The abbot of Jinlong Temple rudely ordered them to leave, but quickly added, but Buddha isn't letting you go just like that. Buddha means for you to confess your identities to the constables outside. The chubby monk narrowed his eyes, his tone full of menace. If I find out you didn't do this, your fate will be worse than ending up in prison. This guy looked nothing like an enlightened monk, more like a thought draped in monastic robes. How could a proper monk keep saying Buddha at every turn? How could they use such words to threaten others? The two calm men, terrified by these threats, turned even paler and scrambled out in a panic. As for these two genuine colleagues, Fan Wu simply ignored them. Fan Wu knew very well that if he didn't want to end up like these two, or if he wanted to obtain the travel expenses to leave Ranlong County through legitimate means, then tonight, he would have to spend the night at the county office. Time passes. The county office at night is exceptionally quiet. Last night, it was a group of constables in the office. Tonight, it's 3 Taoist priests, 3 Buddhist monks, and 1 fake Taoist priest. This fake Taoist priest is, naturally, Fan Wu. What about the county magistrate and officials of Chiolong County? They didn't dare to stay out at night, let alone enter the county office. The county office had supernatural occurrences last night. How could they dare to stay overnight? The few people inside the county office were fully prepared. Young Yitzi and his 2 disciples had set up an altar in front of the archives. The altar was covered with a yellow cloth that dripped down to the ground on all 4 sides, each of which bore a yin-yang bagua diagram. On the altar table, various ritual implements had already been arranged. Items such as peachwood swords, 5 emperor coins, and bagua mirrors were all present, truly everything one could need. Nothing is missing. Young Yitzi had already changed out of his plain Taoist robe into a dark yellow ceremonial robe. The robe, clearly not made of ordinary fabric, looked extraordinary at first glance. Young Yitzi stood straight behind the altar, holding a peachwood sword in his hands, his eyes closed. The incense burning on the altar sent up wisps of blue smoke that curled around his aged face. Young Yitzi's 2 disciples stood on either side of him. The 2 young Taoist boys had already removed their upper garments. Their skin was covered with talismans drawn in cinnabar ink. Each held a peachwood sword, and it was evident that both boys appeared quite nervous. Winter! 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 The sound of the wooden fish being struck is perhaps the only distinct sound within the county government office. The abbot of Jinlong Temple sat cross-legged in meditation, gently tapping a wooden fish with his left hand while holding a string of prayer beads in his right. His lips moved silently, as if reciting Buddhist scriptures. 2 warrior monks were covered entirely in dark golden powder. At first glance, they resembled 2 bronze statues. The 2 of them were also sitting in meditation, accompanying the abbot of Jinlong Temple in silently reciting Buddhist scriptures. The slightly pungent scent of incense smoke in the air, along with the rhythmic tapping of the wooden fish, seemed to add an inexplicable sense of tension to the atmosphere in the county government office. Don't be fooled by the abbot of Jinlong Temple's disdain for the heretical path during the day. But now, he still looks as if facing a formidable enemy. It's easy to imagine that in their eyes, the enemy they must confront tonight is undoubtedly a major threat. As for Fan Wu, he hasn't prepared anything at all. He did not chant scriptures, nor did he set up an altar. Fan Wu directly hauled out the large chair that the magistrate of Chulong County usually sat on during court sessions. Now, he sat astride this chair with an imposing air, the northern black galloping horn severing demon-slaying sword planted firmly on the ground before him. Fan Wu noticed someone was looking at him and followed the gaze. He discovered that young Yitzi, who had been resting with closed eyes, had unknowingly opened one eye. Moreover, young Yitzi's eye kept glancing intermittently in his direction. Fellow Taoist Fan, I hadn't noticed earlier, but this sword of yours looks so familiar. Young Yitzi finally couldn't hold back and whispered, could it be the true martial demon subduing emperors? Before he could finish speaking, a chilling gust of eerie wind swept through the entire county government office. The lanterns hanging under the eaves of the county office all went out in that instant. It's here! When the county office plunged into darkness, leaving only the candlelight on the altar, young Yitzi's expression suddenly changed dramatically. He interrupted himself mid-sentence. With a loud, stern shout, it's here! The slow tapping of the wooden fish by the abbot of Jinlong Temple also abruptly ceased at that very moment. Suddenly, the sound of flap flap abruptly emerged out of nowhere. Young Yitzi and the others instinctively looked up at the sky. Tonight's night sky was overcast with dark clouds, allowing only the faintest moonlight to penetrate the clouds and reveal the scene above. Birds! A dense flock of birds circled above the county government office, their raucous cries incessant. Anyone who wasn't tone-deaf to bird calls could tell these were the cries of crows. A nervous-looking young Taoist apprentice, his face filled with unease and confusion, asked, "Master, what's happening?" Just as his words fell, a raven circling in the sky suddenly let out a shrill cry before abruptly exploding. Black feathers and blood scattered together. The bizarre explosion of this raven seemed to trigger the others one by one. The circling ravens emitted eerie, piercing cries before exploding violently the next moment. Black crow feathers and blood filled the sky, falling like snowflakes and raindrops. The blood dripped onto the county office's ground, tracing eerie talismanic patterns. Yes! Every drop of blood that fell to the ground was autonomously forming characters. And they are all extremely twisted talismanic scripts. The winding, contorted crimson talismanic scripts resemble blood vessels, continuously expanding and contracting. They are filled with an aura of malevolence. The temperature inside the county government office grew even colder, as if one were trapped in an ice cellar. The plants and flowers in the county government office began to wither at an unbelievable speed. Chilling gusts of wind blew the dripping blood into the buildings within the county government compound. Even the courtroom of the county government had scattered drops of blood blown in by the eerie wind. Such a bizarre and unsettling sight. Chilling to the bone. Someone is casting a spell to suppress the imperial aura of the county government. Young Yitzi, after all, had lived for so many years and quickly realized what was happening. He urgently warned, "Yu Qing, Yu Feng, don't just stand there. Help your master break this evil spell." Young Yitzi pressed the pitchwood sword onto the altar, and several talismans that had been laid out in advance on the altar were firmly attached to the sword as if pulled by an invisible adhesive force. He stepped in mysterious patterns while rapidly chanting, "Heaven and earth, the mysterious ancestor, the root of all energy. Cultivate widely through countless kalpas, prove my divine power." The pitchwood sword in his hand swept past the incense candles on the altar. The pitchwood sword instantly burst into raging flames. His two disciples also stepped in celestial patterns, simultaneously placing their hands on young Yixi's body. In an instant, the flames on the peachwood sword burned even more fiercely. 5 Chi fire talisman burned the demons and scorched the evil. By the urgent command of the law, young Yixi, his aged face flushed red, gritted his teeth and swung the sword with all his might. The flames on the peachwood sword were flung out like a vast net, meeting the blood-red feathers falling from the sky. The falling crow feathers burst into flames upon contact with the fire, instantly turning to ashes. Meanwhile, the droplets of falling blood evaporated immediately upon touching the talisman-fueled flames. Amitabha! At the same moment, 3 angry chants of the Buddha's name rang out simultaneously, their invisible sound waves sweeping in all directions, scattering all the nearby falling blood and feathers. Whew! The abbot of Jinlong Temple withdrew his fierce, wrathful expression and let out a heavy sigh. Gazing at the sporadic drops of blood still falling, his expression grew unprecedentedly grave. Damn it all! This old monk underestimated that wicked heretic. The bastard actually has dark arts capable of suppressing the imperial aura of the county office. His cultivation must be formidable. But such dark arts must come at a great cost, either immense consumption or a steep price. Otherwise, that mad heretic wouldn't have risked not using them last night. No sooner had the abbot of Jinlong Temple finished speaking than a 10-foot-long white cloth suddenly shot toward him like an arrow. In this dimly lit county government office, it was truly difficult to see clearly. Be careful, abbot! A muscular monk, his body covered in dark golden powder, roared as he swiftly stepped behind the abbot of the Golden Dragon Temple, immediately bracing himself in a horse stance, his muscles tensed to the extreme. A 10-foot-long white cloth came flying toward him, striking his chest with a violent impact as a chilling, sinister energy invaded his body. The monk was sent reeling as if struck by a massive hammer. A mouthful of foul blood gushed out violently. His entire body was sent flying backward. Fortunately, the abbot of Golden Dragon Temple reacted swiftly, raising both hands to catch and steady him, preventing him from being flung away. Cough, cough! The martial monk coughed, the sharp pain and chilling cold in his chest filling him with urgency. Abbot, there's a vengeful ghost, it ambushed me from the shadows. Indeed, even without his painful reminder, the abbot of Jinlong Temple knew that a malevolent ghost had appeared, because he saw a white figure standing on the roof ridge not far away. The thick aura of resentment could be felt so clearly even from this distance. Amitabha, such intense resentment, this won't be easy to deal with. This wicked heretic not only raised a water ghost but also a vengeful spirit. Damn it, where did this bastard come from? I've never heard of such a troublesome heretic before. The abbot of Jinlong Temple's expression grew even more solemn. At this moment, the master-disciple trio from young Yixi's side weren't unwilling to come assist the abbot of Jinlong Temple, they were simply encountering trouble of their own. Master! That's one enormous paper effigy! A young Taoist exclaimed in shock. Your master isn't blind. Young Yixi took a deep breath, his wary gaze fixed firmly ahead. There stood a massive paper effigy, easily over 10 feet tall, which had somehow already intruded into the county government office. In the Great Zhou dynasty, one zhang, a traditional unit of length, equals 3 meters, making this paper effigy at least 4 to nearly 5 meters tall. Its exaggerated size was enough to make anyone gasp at first glance. At first glance, the paper effigy resembled a grotesquely twisted giant infant. What makes it twisted is that, whether due to poor craftsmanship or some other reason, it lacks any semblance of a normal human form. Compared to an infant, it more closely resembles an underdeveloped fetus. The paper figure was covered in densely packed, eerie talismanic scripts, exuding an extremely dense in energy. Wherever its 6 feet stepped, a thin layer of frost formed on the ground. A pair of enormous, pitch-black, hollow eyes turned toward Yang Yizi and his two disciples. At this moment, Yang Yizi's hair stood on end. "Yu Qing, Yu Feng, guard your master." This paper effigy is an extremely ominous entity, more malevolent than any ghostly evil we've encountered before. "Yes, master." Both the abbot of Golden Dragon Temple and Yang Yizi wore expressions that suggested the situation had exceeded their expectations. They seemed to realize that the enemy they faced tonight, more powerful than they imagined. Fan Wu, sitting imposingly on the large chair, witnessed everything unfold without much change in his expression. He no longer knew how to describe the experiences he had gone through in the past 2 days. The eerie events that one wouldn't normally encounter even with a lantern at night. All of them had surfaced in these 2 days. He encountered them all. The vengeful ghost transformed from a deceased courtesan HP, 173 power, 4.8 skills, sleeve dance, illusion technique. The paper effigy stuffed with 20 ghost infants HP, 211 power, 4 skills, soul-shaking demon sound, division. Whether it was the white-clothed vengeful ghost faced by the abbot of Golden Dragon Temple, it was still Yang Yizi facing the giant paper effigy. Fan Wu could see their attributes. The true nature of the ghost and the paper effigy could not be hidden from Fan Wu's eyes. Their attributes were slightly weaker than the blue-faced water ghost Fan Wu had encountered before. Fan Wu remembered the life attribute of the blue-faced water ghost, which was a staggering 234 points, and its strength reached an astonishing 5 points. In comparison, the white-clothed vengeful ghost and the giant paper effigy, just a little short. However, they're only slightly inferior to the blue-faced water ghosts, but still superior to Yang Yizi and that foul-mouthed abbot. Even if those two each brought 2 helpers to assist, they likely wouldn't stand a chance. Reality isn't a game, and even in games, trying to defeat monsters with significantly higher attributes is as difficult as scaling the heavens. This means that tonight, I might not be able to slack off and reap the benefits without effort. There's no choice. The 6 teammates in this temporary squad don't seem particularly reliable. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Fan Wu caught sight of a figure flying toward him. That slightly plump figure, who else could it be but the abbot of Jinlong Temple? Bam! Just a few steps away from Fan Wu, the abbot of Jinlong Temple crashed heavily onto the ground, cracking several of the blue stone paving tiles beneath him. Fan Wu faintly heard the sound of bones cracking. Cough cough. This ghost has tremendous strength. Damn it, I underestimated it. I can't handle this thing. Ugh. It hurts like hell. Am I really going to die here tonight? The abbot of Jinlong Temple struggled to his feet, his kasaya torn and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, looking utterly disheveled. Meanwhile, Yang Yizi was also frantically fending off the attacks of the giant paper effigy. The enormous paper figure could actually split into smaller paper figures. Moreover, the smaller paper figures it split into were not weak in strength. Yang Yizi seemed quite wary of those small paper figures. He didn't want those small paper figures to touch him at all. Yang Yizi scattered talismans one after another, muttering incantations at an astonishing speed. However, the consequence of using so many talismans was an enormous drain on his magical energy. Fan Wu could already see Yang Yizi's face growing increasingly pale. The old Taoist's hand gripping the pitchwood sword. Everything is trembling. Comparing the attributes of both sides, Fan Wu could guess that Yang Yizi and the abbot of Golden Dragon Temple might not be a match for the vengeful ghost and the paper effigy. But isn't the speed at which they're losing ground a bit too fast? While Yang Yizi is still struggling to hold on, the abbot of Golden Dragon Temple is already starting to falter. The moment he gets up, your white-clothed vengeful ghost attacks again, as if determined to finish him off. Sigh. Fan Wu stood up. The northern black swift-horned demon-slaying sword in his hand had already left its sheath the moment he rose. The sharp, chilling gleam on the blade was dazzling, and a seething aura of killing intent began to spread outward. He took a step forward, covering the short distance in just a few strides until he stood before the abbot of Golden Dragon Temple, and with a single swing, his demon-slaying sword came crashing down. The blade nearly grazed the bald scalp of the abbot of Jinlong Temple. Then, with a crisp rip sound, a foot of white cloth was severed and fell. Taoist Master Fan. The abbot of Jinlong Temple swallowed hard and touched his large bald head with lingering fear. He was afraid that with this touch, he might not feel his own forehead. Thankfully, Taoist Master Fan's hand was steady. Otherwise, he might not have died at the hands of the vengeful ghost tonight, but rather met his end prematurely on the Taoist Master Fan's sword. That's just too unfair. However, Fan Wu's tall and straight figure also gave him a tremendous sense of security. The disciple of the old celestial master had finally made his move. Sigh. It's all because I'm too weak. Even such a white-clothed vengeful ghost couldn't be dealt with, requiring Taoist Fan to step in and save the situation. The abbot of Jinlong Temple felt somewhat embarrassed. He felt quite ashamed. But then again, why are Taoist Fan's methods of exorcising ghosts and demons different from Taoist Yang Yixi's? Taoist priest Yang Yixi was preparing various ritual implements and talismans while continuously chanting incantations, clearly a highly experienced Taoist. Taoist priest Fan seemed to have a different approach compared to priest Yang Yixi. He didn't use any talismans, nor did he set up an altar. The sword in his hand wasn't a pitchwood sword but rather one that looked unmistakably capable of killing. Abbot Jinlong Temple's thoughts were of no interest to Fan Wu. His eyes were fixed solely on that white-clothed vengeful ghost. The vengeful ghost transformed from a deceased courtesan life, 144 power, 4.8 skills, sleeve dance, illusion technique. After battling with the abbot of Golden Dragon Temple, the white-clothed vengeful ghost was not unharmed either. The life attribute dropping from 173 to 144 indicates that the abbot of Golden Dragon Temple was somewhat effective. Useful, but not much. Just like that blue-faced water ghost from last night, it seems to have no rationality to speak of. Looking at the dense resentment on the terrifying, paper-white face of the white-clothed vengeful ghost, Fan Wu just took a step forward. But at this moment, his mind abruptly wavered. The next instant, the white-clothed vengeful ghost not far ahead let out a shrill scream and lunged toward him, its sleeves like two venomous snakes, reaching out for Fan Wu. By the time Fan Wu regained his senses, the two sleeves were already right in front of him, on the verge of striking him. Hallucination. Fan Wu immediately realized he had just fallen victim to an illusion, yet his expression showed no change, his eyes betrayed no trace of panic, and his mind remained exceptionally clear. With a swift reaction, he sidestepped to dodge a sleeve that was rushing toward him. One hand reached into his chest, while the other swung his sword in a reverse motion. A single sword strike was unleashed. Another attacking sleeve collided with the demon-slaying hero sword. After all, the demon-slaying hero sword was the personal sword of the true martial emperor. Even if it was merely the sword of a divine statue, it was not something a mere vengeful ghost could hope to match. The sleeve was easily severed by the demon-slaying sword. But the white-clothed vengeful ghost had already pounced within inches. Fan Wu's hand, which had just reached into his robe, suddenly withdrew at this critical moment. A large amount of incense ash scattered, catching the charging white-clothed vengeful ghost completely off guard. Incense ash fell upon the white-clothed vengeful ghost, instantly igniting a vast expanse of crimson flames. The face and body of the white-clothed vengeful ghost were touched by the incense ash, and thick white smoke began to rise from its foam. A sizzling, corrosive sound erupted. Its lunging movement came to an abrupt halt. When just 2 steps away from Fan Wu, he suddenly collapsed face first onto the ground. On that horrifying face, unbearable agony surfaced, and a piercing, wretched scream tore through the air. "Ah! Strike while it's weak. Take its life." How could Fan Wu possibly miss such a perfect opportunity? He swung his sword straight down at the white-clothed vengeful ghost that had fallen to the ground. The demon-slaying sword effortlessly severed its arms, sending an even more terrifying wave of excruciating pain through the ghost's entire body. Its agonized screams grew even more piercing, causing young Yitzi, who was struggling to deal with the giant paper figure not far away, to spare a moment to turn his head and glance over. At this sight, young Yitzi was dumbfounded. He watched helplessly as Fan Wu, like a butcher slaughtering livestock, wielded that great sword that closely resembled the northern black galloping horn-severing demon-slaying sword. One sword strike after another fell, dismembering a terrifying white-clothed vengeful ghost. Alive! Watching those skilled movements, young Yitzi couldn't help but seriously suspect had fellow Taoist Fan dismembered corpses of living people before. "His!" Young Yitzi gasped in shock. Gasped! The abbot of Jinlong Temple almost simultaneously inhaled sharply with young Yitzi, staring dumbfounded at Fan Wu's relentless sword strikes. He muttered in shock, if he keeps chopping like this, that vengeful ghost won't even have a chance to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Is Taoist Fan really a Taoist priest? Before becoming a priest, was he running a shop selling human meat buns? Damn it! What kind of monster did the late Heavenly Master take as his disciple? As the abbot of Jinlong Temple, he was considered a fairly renowned exorcist in Chulong County, having laid to rest no fewer than 8 or 9, if not over a dozen, ghosts and demons. Yet his methods of exorcism still fell within a relatively normal range. But isn't Taoist Fan's behavior clearly abnormal? This leaves absolutely no chance for that vengeful ghost just killing without any regard for burial. He is too brutal. He wasn't even this brutal back when he was a bandit. You have successfully slain the vengeful ghost formed from the deceased courtesan. Congratulations on obtaining 1.5 free attribute points. 2 lines of notification text flashed before Fan Wu's eyes. As for that white-clothed vengeful ghost that had been wailing on the ground moments ago, he had already been slashed to the point of being scared out of his wits by those few sword strikes. Fan Wu felt that the demon-slaying sword in his hand was becoming more and more comfortable to use. Looking at the 1.5 free attribute points he had gained, for a brief moment, he considered staying in Chulong County and never leaving. Of course, this thought lingered in his mind for less than a breath before he immediately dismissed it. He straightened up, gaze shifts to the right. On the other side, young Yitzi had already exhausted all the talismans on his person. His 2 young Taoist disciples were each entangled by small paper figures, completely unable to break free and assist their master. Without any help, young Yitzi had already played all his trump cards. But he could only struggle to cope, unable to gain the upper hand in the battle against the paper figures. Fan Wu silently recited in his heart, "System, allocate points. Allocate to the strength attribute. Name, Fan Wu. Life, 89加. Strength, 7.5. Skill, none. Free attribute points, 0. Fan Wu, aware that tonight's situation was rather special, didn't hold on to the free attribute points he had just obtained. Instead, he immediately allocated them to the strength attribute. At this moment, his strength attribute directly increased from 6 to 7.5. Fan Wu felt every muscle in his body emitting signals of excitement, with veins gradually bulging beneath his skin like ferocious pythons, coiling around his body. The constant signals of excitement emanating from his body brought a wave of exhilaration to Fan Wu's brain. He felt a surge of power accumulating in every muscle, an urgent need to unleash it. His sharp eyes locked onto the towering giant paper figure. A friendly grin spread across his lips. Fan Wu took deliberate steps, one after another, unhurried yet steady, as an intimidating aura coiled around him like a man-eating tiger descending the mountain. Absolutely terrifying. The abbot of Jinlong Temple, who was closest to Fan Wu, was so overwhelmed by this devouring aura that he dared not move a muscle. His bald head was beaded with cold sweat. Amitabha, what's happening to Taoist Fan? How does he seem even more terrifying in the blink of an eye? For a moment, the abbot of Jinlong Temple felt a chilling sensation creeping up his neck. It always felt like the sword in Fan Wu's hand was about to take his head off in the next moment. These thoughts suddenly popped into his mind. The abbot of Jinlong Temple couldn't help but shiver. Damn it, how many people has Priest Fan actually flayed alive? How can he be so terrifying? He wasn't frightened by the vengeful ghost. Instead, he was terrified by Fan Wu. The giant paper figure, swinging its twisted, massive arms in relentless attacks toward young Yixi, suddenly seemed to sense something approaching. Its raised, distorted arm paused slightly. The enormous baby head turned stiffly, its pair of vast, hollow black pupils fixing their gaze on Fan Wu. Fan Wu happened to look up at that very moment. Their gazes met midair. Brother Fan, be careful of this fiend. Young Yixi was just about to urgently warn him when he suddenly froze in astonishment, realizing Fan Wu was charging straight toward the giant paper effigy with such speed that his eyes couldn't even follow. The 7'2" demon slaying greatsword in Fan Wu's hand had already slashed out in the blink of an eye. The massive arm raised by the giant paper puppet shifted its target, smashing down toward Fan Wu. Whoosh! But clearly, Fan Wu's movements were even faster. The twisted arm of the paper puppet was severed with a single sword strike. Through the broken sections, it can be seen that the inside of this paper figure is completely hollow. Logically speaking, its weight should also be exceptionally light. By the same logic, its strength shouldn't be too great. Yet the small pits one after another on the county office's ground, and the shattered flagstones smashed to pieces, all indicate that the giant paper figure's strength has nothing to do with its own weight. Upon closer inspection, one can see that the hollow interior of the giant paper effigy is actually hung with pieces of dried meat. Moreover, each piece of hanging dried meat takes on the shape of an infant. Every piece of dried meat is pasted with a talisman. What kind of jerky is this? These are clearly the dried corpses of fetuses. The severed, twisted arm fell to the ground, and the agonized cries of the infant pierced the ears like a demonic chant. An ordinary person would likely suffer unbearable headaches from such disturbing sounds. Yet, Fan Wu seemed entirely unaffected. Nor did the rows of hanging fetal corpses evoke much sympathy in him. He raised his sword and swept it out again with another strike. One of the giant paper figure's slightly stubby legs was cleanly severed by him. It was as effortless as ever. Just like a hot knife through butter. This sword strike caused the giant paper effigy to emit an even more horrifying and piercing demonic screech that pierced through the ears. The abbot of Golden Dragon Temple and young Yixi, among others, hurriedly covered their ears, their faces contorted with unbearable agony. Clearly tormented by the deafening demonic sound, even these cultivators found it somewhat difficult to withstand. Yet Fan Wu remained completely unfazed. Not a trace of pain showed on his expression. Nor did he cover his ears. Perhaps it was the allocation of points to the strength attribute, which enhanced his entire body almost flawlessly, allowing him to completely ignore the sonic attacks of the giant paper figure. The paper figure's hollow mouth gaped impossibly wide, as if it could swallow two people whole. While emitting a piercing, demonic sound capable of rupturing an ordinary person's eardrums, it swung its other twisted hand down at Fan Wu with all its might. This strike landed with a solid thud. Bang! The violent collision between muscle and paper puppet produced a heart-wrenching dull thud. A circle of dust rose from the ground beneath Fan Wu's feet. Not good. Young Yizi nearby was startled. Although that paper effigy moved slowly, its strength is incredibly immense. If an ordinary person were struck by it, all their bones would shatter, hiss. Fellow Taoist fan, he actually caught it. Young Yizi stared ahead, dumbfounded. He watched helplessly as Fan Wu used a bent arm to block the giant paper figure's strike head-on, neither dodging nor avoiding it. The fabric at his arm seemed unable to contain the bulging muscles, already torn to shreds, revealing his sinewy forearm. Young Yizi could see it clearly. Fan Wu wasn't injured at all. Nothing happened at all. Young Yizi's throat bobbed up and down as he clicked his tongue in amazement. What kind of terrifying physique is this? To catch the paper figure's full force strike barehanded without a scratch, such astonishing physical prowess is no different from a demon's, isn't it? He felt that even in his youth, when his body was at its strongest, he couldn't have achieved such an exaggerated level. Is this even human anymore? You can't even hit properly. Apart from being loud, you're utterly useless. Fan Wu finally spoke. He single-handedly blocked the giant paper figure's strike, his tone steady, without any hint of exertion. The giant paper figure's two pitch-black, enormous eyes had always been fixed in Fan Wu's direction. Those hollow eyes seemed to flicker with a trace of confusion at that moment. This is the only thing it has shown so far, apart from agonized screams. The sole display resembling emotion. Suddenly, the giant paper figure trembled. A paper figure, roughly only a foot tall, swiftly separated from the giant paper's body. This 1 foot tall paper figure actually held a paper dagger in its hand. It moved its two short legs, running toward Fan Wu. Another skill of the giant paper figure. Split! Yet, in the very next moment, Fan Wu suddenly grabbed the giant paper figure's twisted hand with a reverse grip, his fingers instantly exerting force, piercing through the special paper layer covering the paper figure. With his fingers tightly gripping the giant paper figure's twisted hand, Fan Wu mobilized every muscle in his body, dragging the massive paper figure to the ground. The little paper figure that was trying to sneak up on Fan Wu with its short legs was directly crushed beneath the giant paper figure. Fan Wu pulled his hand out and gripped the sword with both hands. Without hesitation, he swung the sword down. The sword thrust straight for the paper figure's head. Zizi! A surge of energy gushed out from the paper figure's head. Sparks ignited out of nowhere on the paper figure's body, spreading in all directions along its surface. The giant paper figure seemed to begin enduring an unbearable agony, screaming like a wailing infant, its cries shaking the eardrums. Its pair of hollow, pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fan Wu, as if determined to sear Fan Wu's face into its memory. The scattered sparks had already burned away half of its body. As the flames spread to its head, two faint talismans with purple backgrounds and red characters flickered within its hollow eyes. The two talismans in its eyes instantly burst into flames. The paper figure's large mouth actually opened and closed, producing stiff and hoarse human speech, word by word from its gaping maw. You ruined my plans. I will remember you. Prison. Dragon. Temple. Fan. The voice suddenly cut off abruptly, as the rapidly spreading flames had already burned away its mouth. In just a few short breaths, the paper figure had already turned into a bamboo-woven frame. The talismans pasted on the dried-up fetal corpse inside also slowly turned to ashes. You have successfully killed the paper figure filled with 20 ghost infants. Congratulations on gaining 1.5 free attribute points. Whether it was due to the consecutive attribute allocations or some inherent violent tendencies in his personality, Fan Wu realized he actually felt a sense of dissatisfaction. It was as if not slashing the paper figure a few more times would leave his thoughts unsettled. Fan Wu felt no panic at the emergence of such emotions, because he knew that was just his nature. Why go against one's own nature? After the giant paper figure was destroyed by him, the two young Taoist disciples who had been entangled by the small paper figures were finally freed. Exhausted, they collapsed to the ground, sitting in stunned silence as they exchanged fearful glances. If Fan Wu hadn't destroyed the giant paper effigy in time, these two young Taoist disciples would probably have kicked the bucket tonight. The most severely injured in the entire scene were the two martial monks from Golden Dragon Temple. They had both shielded the abbot of Golden Dragon Temple from attacks by the white-clothed vengeful ghosts. Fortunately, their injuries weren't life-threatening. Resting for a month or two should be enough. Where is the mastermind behind controlling the vengeful spirits and paper effigies? Fan Wu turned to young Yizi and the abbot of Jinlong Temple, posing this question. As the paper effigy was being burned to ashes, it uttered those words, proving that the mastermind behind the scenes knew Fan Wu's identity. That tone was filled with resentment, hatred, and intense fury. It's obvious even to a sphincter that I've been targeted by the other party. Damn it! Fan Wu felt that these past few days, he and Qiulong County were just not meant to be. Previously, he had tried his best to avoid contact with the person behind the blue-faced water ghost. But after being invited by the magistrate of Qiulong County to exorcise ghosts this time, not only did he come into contact with that person again, but he also earned their hatred. So he wanted to know where the other party was located. Strike first to gain the upper hand, to prevent the other party from taking advantage of his momentary lapse in vigilance and suddenly launching a sneak attack. But perhaps Fan Wu's earlier fierce performance was too shocking. Whether it was young Yizi or the abbot of the Golden Dragon Temple, when they noticed Fan Wu looking their way, they actually didn't dare to meet his gaze. Faced with Fan Wu's question, for a moment, they were also at a loss for how to respond, or perhaps unsure of what tone to use in their reply. That would prevent Fan Wu from growing impatient. Finally, it was young Yizi who, steeling herself against that intangible oppressive feeling, explained to Fan Wu, those skilled in controlling ghosts and dark arts usually manipulate these sinister spirits from a great distance. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't risk staying too close to the malevolent beings they control. Such individuals are extremely suspicious and cautious. They would undoubtedly fear that the spirits they control might one day turn against them. If they get too close, there's a high chance they could be devoured by the very entities they command. So, you're saying the culprit isn't near the county office? Fan Wu asked. Young Yizi continued to reply, if he's cautious enough, he shouldn't be nearby. Understood. Fan Wu nodded slightly. He then picked up the scabbard, sheathed the sword, and prepared to leave the county office. Seeing this, young Yizi was taken aback. Brother Fan, are you leaving? Going to take care of some matters? By the way, inform the county magistrate about what happened in the Yeoman. Tell him all the ghosts and monsters in the Yeoman have been exterminated. Have him bring the promised items to the Prison Dragon Temple. I hope to see what I want when I return to the Prison Dragon Temple. That magistrate, he knows exactly what I'm asking for. Without turning back, Fan Wu walked straight away. Young Yizi was left somewhat puzzled after hearing this, but couldn't quite keep up. He had no choice but to keep Fan Wu's words in mind. Fan Wu walked out of the county government office. It was very quiet outside the county government office. Despite all the commotion earlier, no one had come back to watch the spectacle. One of the reasons was that they didn't dare. After all, almost everyone knows about the haunting at the county government office. And very few in Qiulong County are unaware that the magistrate has invited several enlightened masters to exorcise the ghosts. In other words, the commotion in the county government office must be the battle between the masters invited by the magistrate and the evil spirits. If they come here just to watch the spectacle, aren't they afraid of being taken away by evil spirits? Most ordinary people would still feel fear and dare not approach these demons and monsters, even avoiding mentioning them in daily life. Fan Wu recalled the various locations in Qiulong County from his memory, already mapping out the route in his mind. Heading in one direction. This direction was not the way back to Qiulong County. The path he was taking led toward the brothel. The blue-faced water ghost and the white-clothed resentful ghost. One was a brothel madam in life, the other a courtesan. Someone who could be called a courtesan must have had that profession, right? A madam, a prostitute, and those fetuses that hadn't fully developed into normal infants. Fan Wu glanced at the dim night and murmured, "Is there perhaps some connection between these three? I recall the county office isn't too far from the brothel." Tisk! Prison Dragon Temple. Fan Wu. A voice filled with venom and hatred echoed through the dim underground chamber. Cough, cough. The speaker suddenly coughed heavily a few times, actually coughing up some blood that looked quite different from that of an ordinary person. If one didn't look closely, they might mistake the color of the blood for black, as the hue of the blood he coughed up was unusually dark. Moreover, it carried a strange, foul stench. Just the smell of it was enough to make anyone feel extremely uncomfortable. This is an extremely emaciated old man, with only sparse grayish-white hair remaining on his head. His aged face, resembling the bark of an old tree, was covered with one sore after another. Pus was oozing from the sores. Faintly, one could see every sore on his face moving. It was as if something alive was inside the sores. Damn it! I have no grudge against the Prison Dragon Temple, so why does that junior from Prison Dragon County keep interfering with my plans? The old man staggered to his feet, and with his movements, the sores on his skin trembled even more violently. The pus oozed out even more. He reeked of a foul stench, as if he had just been pulled out of a cesspit. Suddenly, his withered, aged face twitched violently, and from the festering sores on his face, several plump, white maggots wriggled out. The worm crawled out and fell straight to the ground, splattering into a mess of worm paste. But he paid no attention to it, as if he had long grown accustomed to such things. The old man shuffled his unsteady steps and wobbled to the side. He took out a peculiar incense stick, lightly pinched the tip with 2 fingers, and the incense actually ignited. But what rose from this incense stick after burning wasn't smoke. It was in energy. The old man hastily brought his nose closer, greedily inhaling the thick in energy. His pale and sickly complexion gradually turned rosy, and the trembling sores covering his body slowly calmed down. When the incense had burned halfway, he seemed to remember something, snapping out of that greedy state entirely. The old man's face instantly turned fearful as he hurriedly cupped the half-burned incense in both hands. He bent his knees and bowed deeply before a deity statue enshrined on the altar table in the secret chamber, nodding and scraping like a servo dog with alarming frequency. It made one wonder if he might throw out his back from the effort. While continuing his frenzied worship, the old man chanted in a bizarre tone, both terrified and devout, "O great compassionate Savior of heaven and earth, reliever of suffering and distress." Disciple Xian Shizi did not intentionally lose the sacrificial offerings, nor did he deliberately fail to bring them back. It was merely due to unforeseen circumstances along the way. I humbly beseech the great compassionate Savior of heaven and earth to grant this disciple one chance. I vow to retrieve the offering on that very day. This disciple vows. May the great Savior bear witness. Great compassionate Savior, who relieves suffering. The words ceased. Xian Shizi reverently inserted the incense in his hand into the censer and once again bowed repeatedly to the idol as if in a frenzy. He kept muttering incessantly, However, the thing he was worshipping was less like a divine statue and more like an extremely abstract sculpture. Because it doesn't look the least bit human, nor the least bit divine. The statue isn't very large, standing only about 3 feet tall. According to the measurements of the Great Zhou dynasty, 3 feet is less than 1 meter in height. The statue is entirely cast in a dark bronze hue, its overall appearance resembling grotesque tumors piled one upon another. Upon those clustered tumors rests a head, and on that head, an eerily demonic human face. A swastika is carved between the eyebrows of the statue's head. It faintly carries a trace of eerie Buddhist essence. Yet, the base of the statue is a yin-yang bagua disc, with tiny talismanic inscriptions engraved along the edges. Translated, these inscriptions form a Taoist scripture. Truly an ultimate Frankenstein's monster of a creation. At this moment, Xian Shizi watched nervously as the incense stick continued to burn. Perhaps due to excessive tension, beads of cold sweat had already formed on his forehead. Until the incense slowly burned out. Xian Shizi immediately checked his own body, and upon finding that he seemed completely unharmed, he felt as if a great weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He let out a deep sigh of relief. Thank you, Great Venerable One, for granting this disciple another chance. Thank you, the Great Compassionate Venerable One, who saves all beings in heaven and earth. This disciple will surely bring back the offerings and also take the head of that junior named Fan Wu. I shall refine that bastard's soul into an offering. He was a Taoist priest from the prison dragon temple. If his soul is refined, it will surely be worth 10 ordinary ones. After tidying up some items in the secret chamber, Xian Shizi pulled a hidden mechanism inside. The heavy stone door of the chamber opened, revealing a dimly lit staircase before him. Step by step, he ascended. Only when he caught the familiar scent of various blended rouges did Xian Shizi finally relax completely. Only then did he realize that his back was soaked with cold sweat. It's all because of that Fan Wu. A trace of ruthlessness and gloom flashed in Xian Shi's eyes. That man destroyed 2 of my ghosts and even the paper effigy of a ghost infant I spent countless efforts refining. He even took the offering I was going to present to the Great Venerable One to the county office. This infuriates me. That brat deserves death. Will. He took several deep breaths to control his emotions, his sparse eyebrows furrowing deeper and deeper. This old man lost 2 ghosts and a paper effigy to him. It'll take some time to nurture a few new ghosts. Fortunately, in places like brothels, finding suitable candidates to turn into vengeful spirits is relatively easy. After all, such places are naturally gathering spots for yin energy. In brothels, it's common for a woman with deep resentment to die every so often. It seems I'll have to go find a few more ghosts. He muttered to himself as he walked out, but the further he went, the more he felt something was amiss. Although the haunting at the county office had caused quite a stir in Qiulong County. But for some ladybugs, what's a ghost compared to a beauty? And for those in the brothels, what's a ghost compared to making money? For the sake of all kinds of desires in their hearts, places like brothels would never close. Not even for a single day. But it's too quiet. Xian Shizi was horrified to realize that the entertainment district of Qiulong County was unusually silent today. It was normal for him not to hear any noise from outside while he was in the secret chamber, but now that he had come out, he still couldn't hear any commotion. That would be abnormal. Normally, even in the dead of night, the brothel would be filled with the winding, melodious voices of women, chirping and chattering like orioles and swallows. Amidst it all, the drunken shouts of patrons mingled with the lewd whispers of the prostitutes. But now, all the above sounds suddenly appeared. Eerily quiet. Xian Shizi immediately formed a hand seal and began chanting rapidly. Great compassionate Savior of heaven and earth, your disciple humbly borrows your supreme and boundless divine power. However, the incantation was not completed. A voice, like a death warrant, reached Xian Shizi's ears. Found you. Name, Fan Wu. Life, 89+. Strength, 9+. Skill, none. Free attribute points, 0. Fan Wu's personal panel changed once again, as he allocated all the free attribute points he had obtained during his journey to the Strength attribute. This means that all free attribute points he gained today have already been used up. The reason Fan Wu didn't save the attribute points to distribute them to needed areas at critical moments is because he currently requires a higher Strength attribute. This is to enhance his 5 senses acuity. Adding points to the Strength attribute in the cheat system doesn't just refer to physical power alone. It also includes reaction, agility, perception, and various other factors. The Strength attribute truly refers to Fan Wu's overall combat capability. So every time he allocates points, it's almost a comprehensive upgrade for his entire body. When the Strength attribute increased from 7.5 to 9, Fan Wu's sensory acuity had already reached an exaggerated level. Wanting to see if the mastermind was in the brothel was simple, just wield an exaggeratedly large sword and pair it with an overwhelmingly imposing presence. Then proceed to knock out all the thugs blocking the way in the brothel. It's enough to send a crowd fleeing in panic. Because Fan Wu's fierce stance and the dangerous aura emanating from him made him seem even more like a ruthless bandit than an actual bandit. Fan Wu simply watched with his eyes as people fled the brothel in panic, scrambling for any way out. In his eyes, the attributes of these people were completely exposed. But it wasn't until the brothel was completely deserted and became eerily quiet. Fan Wu also didn't notice any particularly special attribute information. However, in this silent environment, heard some unusual noises. He heard someone reciting strange prayers, and also heard his own name being mentioned. Then came the sound of mechanisms moving, followed by footsteps. So, he rushed straight toward the source of the sound. Indeed, he saw a person. It was the one he had been looking for. There was no helping it. The attribute information displayed above the other person's head was simply too eye-catching, making it impossible to ignore. Heretic Profound Corruptor Life, 252 Power, 5 Skills, Ghost Nurturing Soul Art, Paper Figurine Technique, Secret Method of the Great Compassionate Savior Descending from Heaven and Earth, Star Constellation Swordplay. The mere mention of the name at the beginning has already revealed this person's identity. The word Heretic Pact stood out glaringly in Fan Wu's eyes. However, this person's fate attribute is actually so high. Taller than the blue-faced water ghost. This guy's appearance was unusually aged, with festering sores covering his body. His frame looked extremely emaciated, as if he didn't have many days left to live. To possess such a high life attribute was truly somewhat unexpected for Fan Wu. Moreover, the opponent's strength attribute was also the highest Fan Wu had ever seen among living people. And that whole series of skills afterward was also something Fan Wu was seeing for the first time. If someone like that were to set their sights on you, Fan Wu feared that one day while he was asleep, some ghost might inexplicably slit his throat. Now, there was less than 10 paces between Fan Wu and Xian Shizi, allowing Fan Wu to see Xian Shizi's appearance with absolute clarity, and likewise, Xian Shizi could clearly make out Fan Wu's features. Xian Shizi's eyes widened instantly. He recognized Fan Wu. In the entire Chulong County, only Fan Wu from the Chulong Temple could have such a towering stature and build. Moreover, during the earlier magical duel, Xian Shizi had only vaguely seen Fan Wu's figure from a distance through the 2 talismans in the eyes of the giant paperman. Now, seeing Fan Wu up close, Xian Shizi was nearly shocked to the point of suffocation. Invoke the great compassionate venerable one of heaven and earth, savior of the suffering, to lend me your power. But the thought of his two nurtured ghosts and the painstakingly crafted paperman, all lost to Fan Wu, not to mention the sacrificial offerings he had prepared for the great venerable one, which Fan Wu had also taken, weighed heavy on his mind. A surge of fury erupted in Xian Shizi's chest. His eyes flickered with venomous cruelty. Killing intent was fully exposed. The hand seals he had formed remained unbroken as he chanted under his breath, borrowing strength through essence, proving the law with blood. By the urgent decree of the great venerable one, Ghost Infant, Yin Maiden, both appeared together. Stop him for this old man. Xian Shizi, who had just absorbed a considerable amount of incense offerings and regained a rosy complexion, instantly turned deathly pale again at this moment. It was as if the spiritual energy within his body had been excessively depleted. Without uttering any further threats, he immediately turned and fled, rushing frantically toward the underground chamber. It was hard to imagine how his emaciated body could unleash such speed. Fan Wu did not give chase, because ahead of him, a ghost was blocking his path. So many ghosts. Inside the brothel at this moment, eerie winds howled, causing the candle flames to flicker and nearly extinguish, while countless ghostly shadows emerged. An astonishing number of wandering spirits and wild ghosts formed a spectral wall, attempting to block Fan Wu. Fan Wu saw many toddling ghostly infants and numerous coquettish prostitute specters. Line after line of attribute information unfolds before my eyes. But without exception, they are all weak. Rather than calling them ghosts, it's more accurate to say they're just wandering spirits, far from reaching the level of vengeful spirits so weak that Fan Wu doesn't even need to draw his demon-slaying sword. He walked step by step toward the group of wandering spirits, placing a hand on the shoulder of one of the harlot specters. With a casual flick, the crowd of spirits blocking his path let out bone-chilling wails before collapsing in droves. A single stomp scattered several ghostly infant spirits, obliterating them on the spot. Fan Wu's overwhelming young energy and surging life force burned like a blazing furnace of molten steel. His casual punches and kicks were, to spirits of this level, absolutely deadly beyond measure. No less painful than being struck by a pitchwood sword can be called a human-shaped magical artifact. You have successfully killed Prostitute Wraith A. Congratulations on gaining 0.1 free attribute points. You have successfully killed Ghost Baby Wraith. Congratulations on gaining 0.05 free attribute points. You have successfully killed Turtle Slave Wraith. You have successfully killed unparalleled grass cutting. Nothing compares to this. The strength of these wandering spirits was far too weak. With just a few punches and kicks from Fan Wu, not a single spirit remained before him. As a result, he gained another 1 free attribute point. At this moment, a flight of stairs appeared before Fan Wu, with seemingly nothing at the very bottom. But he had just seen Xian Shizi frantically activate some mechanism, opening a stone door and slipping inside. Fan Wu followed the stairs. Step by step, he descended. With his heightened hearing from the attribute points, Fan Wu detected strange movements behind the stone door, along with a series of obscure and incomprehensible sounds. It seemed as though that Xian Shizi was chanting some bizarre secret incantation in a very peculiar tone. There were no more steps ahead for Fan Wu to continue descending. He came to a halt, every muscle in his body tensing with his movements, every inch of his sinews and bones slowly gathering strength. A fierce forward kick. The power briefly accumulated in muscles and sinews, at this moment, explodes instantaneously. Disciple beseeches the great compassionate Savior of heaven and earth for protection. Disciple beseeches the great compassionate Savior of heaven and earth. Disciple beseeches. Xian Shizi, hiding in the underground chamber, sat cross-legged with closed eyes at the very center of the room. In front of him, was an altar previously set up for the magical duel. On the altar were arranged various bizarre and grotesque objects, all items that would cause physical discomfort at a mere glance. Xian Shizhi held the heavy bronze statue tightly in his arms. He kept repeating a phrase like a madman. But as he did so, the candle flames in the entire underground chamber began to flicker unpredictably. Strange sounds, seemingly from nowhere, echoed continuously through the underground chamber. His expression was filled with a pilgrim-like sincerity, yet one could still detect the resentment mixed within. One could also see that thick, overwhelming killing intent. It's coming, the great venerable one, she is coming. Suddenly, Xian Shizhi opened his pair of eyes, where the whites had already been replaced by blackness. Both pupils were deep, abyssal black, reflecting no light whatsoever. She's coming. Coming. Xian Shizhi kept muttering in that insane, bizarre tone like a neurotic, his body beginning to tremble violently, as if he were a patient suffering from an epileptic seizure. Foam gushed from his mouth, sliding down his chin to his neck, soaking the clothes on his chest. The pitch-black pupils in his eye sockets were shaking irregularly up and down, while a foul stench emanated from between his legs. An eerie aura swirled around him, causing his robes to flutter without any wind. His sparse, graying hair danced wildly in disarray. The eerie sound coming from nowhere in the secret chamber grew louder and louder until it became deafening, causing Xian Shizhi's ears to bleed. But just at this moment, boom! A deafening roar erupted. It disrupted all rhythm within the underground chamber. The relatively thick stone door even developed fine cracks. The cracks grew larger and larger, and were rapidly spreading. With a crash, the stone gate collapsed. Thick clouds of dust swirled and filled the secret chamber as Fan Wu's tall and robust figure tore through the haze, his demon-slaying greatsword already drawn from its sheath. The demon-slaying greatsword exuded a unique aura, lending the cold, dimly lit chamber an extraordinary atmosphere. As Fan Wu stepped into the secret chamber, he immediately saw the figure of Xian Shizhi, holding a sculpture, sitting cross-legged. Heretic Xian Shizhi, empowered by the great venerable's evil force life, 562 strength, 9 skills, ghost nurturing soul technique, paper binding art, secret method of the great compassionate venerable who saves the suffering in heaven and earth, star constellation sword technique. Fan Wu was astonished to discover that Xian Shizhi's attribute information had undergone a dramatic transformation. The life attribute had soared to a full 562. The strength attribute has also reached 9. Moreover, next to Xian Shizhi's name information, there is a parenthesis containing characters Fan Wu couldn't possibly fail to recognize, especially when considering one of Xian Shizhi's skills. Fan Wu narrowed his eyes, forming a guess, something like a patriarch possessing the body. Although he didn't know any Taoist magic, he had watched quite a few supernatural movies in his previous life. Xian Shizhi's current state indeed resembled a movie scene where an ancestral master possesses someone. Audacious fool! Suddenly, Zuangshizhi, who had been sitting cross-legged, rose abruptly with a movement so bizarre it defied human anatomy. His words roared out, layered with echoing reverberations, upon witnessing the descent of the great compassionate Savior of heaven and earth. Why do you not kneel immediately? As soon as Zuangshizhi's voice fell, the skin on his left arm split open like petals of flesh, with numerous tumors rapidly proliferating and stacking upon it. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a massive tentacle. The tentacle was covered in disgusting, foul-smelling pus. A demonic aura, slightly different from that of ghosts, rapidly spread through the secret chamber. Kneel down at once. A grotesque face grew on the massive tentacle formed by clusters of tumors, identical to the face of the statue held by Xian Shizhi. That face was also speaking, repeating the last words Xian Shizi had uttered. Kneel down at once. Another face grew. Kneel down at once. The third one. The fourth one. In an instant, the entire tentacle was covered with those grotesque faces that induced physical discomfort, each one repeating the words spoken by Xian Shizi, while the walls of the secret chamber trembled faintly. Layer upon layer of voices, like mental pollution, poured into Fan Wu's ears, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. He didn't find Xian Shizi, who was possessed by the so-called Great Venerable One, particularly frightening. He just found the other party very noisy. That's all. All flesh and no substance. System. Add points. The one free attribute point obtained from killing a group of wandering spirits outside was allocated by Fan Wu to the Strength attribute. His Strength attribute went from 9. Directly reached 10. When the Strength attribute hit double digits, Fan Wu felt his entire body change, as if he was stepping beyond the realm of normal people. The previously overwhelming layered demonic voices now felt completely insignificant to him. Name, Fan Wu. Fate, 8-9加. Strength, 10加. Skill, none. Free attribute points, 0. Fan Wu held the demon-slaying sword with one hand, step by step advancing towards Xian Shizi. As he drew closer to his opponent, the layers upon layers of demonic whispers grew increasingly frantic. Those who disrespect the Great Venerable One, die! The piercing demonic sound abruptly ceased as a massive tentacle, constructed from a grotesque pile of tumors, violently lashed towards Fan Wu. Fan Wu's expression remained unchanged. With a single swing of his sword, the moment the demon-slaying great sword's blade touched the tumorous tentacle, Fan Wu couldn't even feel the resistance of cutting through an object. It was as if the sword had sliced through air. A large chunk of the tumor was cleanly severed from the tentacle, with the severed end furiously emitting a foul-smelling gas in a sizzling frenzy. Ah! Intense pain traveled through the tumorous tentacle, reaching Xian Shizi's body. Make him open his mouth and let out a hoarse, agonized scream. Fan Wu swiftly stepped forward, his eyes flashing with intensity, and without hesitation, he raised his sword and brought it down. Another strike of the sword followed. This single slash cleanly severed the entire tentacle at its root. The eerie paper-like faces on the tentacle contorted, some displaying rage, others pain, and still others seething with malice. However, without exception, every single eye on those grotesque faces was fixed on Fan Wu. Xian Shizi was still howling in a hoarse voice, the intense pain seemingly allowing a sliver of rationality to regain control. His pitch-black eyes revealed a hint of white. His eyes regained the human spark they once held. When he looked at Fan Wu, his aged, bark-like face was filled with disbelief. Xian Shizi's exclamation was laced with incredulity. This old man has already invoked the Great Venerable One to slay the enemy, so why is it still useless? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I once used this secret technique to kill someone from the Qingtian Sea. How could a mere wild Taoist from the prison dragon temple be stronger than someone from the Qingtian Sea? You wretch! You must have used some sinister sorcery. Yes. That must be it. Being called a heretic, speaking of using sinister and eerie methods. Wow! Fan Wu stepped on the fleshy tumor tentacle, directly crushing the grotesque face on its surface inward as he spoke. If this is what you call the Great Venerable One, then its purity is far too low. With a slight twist of his foot, the grotesque face beneath him burst apart. This made Xian Shizi widen his eyes in shock. You dare to step on the Great Venerable One's face. But the next moment, he couldn't utter a single word, because he saw the killing intent flashing in Fan Wu's eyes. The sensation of death approaching suddenly jolted Xian Shizi back to his senses. To kill a person, is hesitation necessary? If it were the first time taking action, Fan Wu might hesitate for a moment. But this wasn't the first time. Indeed, Fan Wu has killed someone. In his first year of crossing over to this mystical and eerie world, he had already killed someone. It happened when he was helping his deceitful master escort some valuable items and encountered bandits on the road. Those bandits probably weren't locals of Qiulong County, because the actual locals of Qiulong County had long been swindled into submission by his con artist of a master. And precisely because they were unaware of the fearsome reputation of Qiulong Temple, they dared to be so audacious as to attempt highway robbery. P.D. They encountered Fan Wu, who was born with divine strength, and before long, they became several corpses. That was the first time in both his lifetimes that Fan Wu had slain evildoers with his own hands. With such an experience under his belt, Fan Wu had no psychological burden when it came to killing again. Without any hesitation, Fan Wu did not use the broken demon hero sword in his hand. Under Xian Shizi's terrified gaze, Fan Wu's palm clamped down on Xian Shizi's neck like a vice. Before Fan Wu's palm, Xian Shizi's neck was as slender as a twig. Xian Shizi's face turned crimson from suffocation, the feeling of asphyxiation already overwhelming his mind. As Fan Wu's arm slowly rose, Xian Shizi's feet left the ground. His emaciated feet swayed unconsciously, while his too thin, withered hands hastily grasped Fan Wu's forearm, as if trying to pry it open. Yet Fan Wu's arm remained as immovable as welded steel, unwavering. Xian Shizi's eyes were wide open as he was being strangled and lifted off the ground. With a dull thud from the back of his head, Xian Shizi felt as if the back of his head had collided with the wall of the secret chamber. To his utter horror, he realized that Fan Wu in front of him was continuously exerting force toward the wall. Under that tremendous force, Xian Shizi felt as though his head was about to merge with the wall. His entire skull throbbed with a splitting headache. Crack! It was the sound of the secret chamber's wall cracking, with a few fragments of stone falling onto Xian Shizi's back before dropping to the ground. The secret chamber wall behind Xian Shizi's head had already developed fine, dense cracks and was slightly concave inward. Thud! The sudden sound resembled a watermelon bursting. Xian Shizi's unconsciously swaying legs suddenly jerked at this moment. Then they went limp, dangling 3 feet above the ground. His head was now a bloody mess, his twisted face frozen in terror and despair. Xian Shizi's entire head was embedded firmly into the solid wall. At first glance, it looked like a human-shaped artwork nailed to the secret chamber's wall. Fan Wu stared at the artwork before him, shaking off the bloodstains from his palm. He no longer needed to finish the job, because the system had sent a notification. You have successfully slain heretic profound corruptor empowered by great evil force. Congratulations on obtaining 4 free attribute points. You have dropped a skill with 95% compatibility Star Constellation Sword Art LV1010. Star Constellation Sword Technique. You will master this skill with unparalleled proficiency. After upgrading the skill to LV2, you can activate its effect permanently, increasing your strength attribute by 20%. Can killing someone also drop attribute points? Or is it that after being possessed by that so-called Great Venerable One, this guy has transcended the human category and belongs to demons and ghosts, which is why he can drop attribute points? It even dropped a skill? Star Constellation Sword Technique. I remember seeing this in Xian Shizi's attribute info before. It's just that this Xian Shizi didn't get the chance to fight me with a sword. Fan Wu's murmuring voice carried a hint of astonishment. Unlocking a skill was definitely a huge win. His technique attribute would finally no longer bear the word none. Just at that moment, a flood of information about the Star Constellation Sword Art began pouring into his mind. He didn't even need to memorize this sword technique, he mastered it instantly. Wow! So convenient. Name: Fan Wu. Life 8-9加 Strength 10加 Skill Star Constellation Sword Technique LV1010 Free Attribute Points Sword. Fan Wu glanced at his personal attribute panel and noticed that the skill attribute now included the Star Constellation Sword Technique. As for the LV1 following Star Constellation Sword Technique and the experience bar-like indicator in parentheses, Fan Wu wasn't particularly curious about them. Because when he first activated the system, he had already learned about these features. LV1 refers to the skill level. The parentheses indeed represent the experience bar. Once the experience bar is filled, the skill will level up to LV2. Increasing experience is quite simple, just use free attribute points to add to it. Currently, I only have 4 free attribute points, which isn't enough to level it up to LV2. For now, there's no way to obtain that 20% boost to the strength attribute. Moreover, his base, strength, attribute is so low that even spending 10 free attribute points to upgrade the skill would only grant him a mere 2-point increase in strength. In other words, when the strength attribute is too low, prioritizing skill upgrades is inadvisable. Wait until the strength attribute is a bit higher, with the 20% increase at LV2, to maximize its effect. For now, just take a look. Fan Wu turned around. Look behind you. The massive tentacle formed by the accumulation of fleshy tumors has now dissolved into a pool of foul-smelling pus. A grotesque statue, still lying on the ground. This statue was just held in Xian Shixi's arms. It must be the great venerable one, he mentioned. What kind of stitched-up monstrosity is this? After giving the statue a once-over, Fan Wu offered this assessment. Disdainfully kicking it aside with one foot, Fan Wu began searching around the underground chamber. That Xian Shixi managed to construct an underground chamber in a brothel district and even imprison so many wandering spirits and malevolent ghosts related to brothels. To say he isn't the mastermind behind the brothel, hardly anyone would believe it. The other party must have taken control of this brothel, a place teeming with heavy in energy and resentment, engaging in some unknown shady dealings, controlling the brothels of an entire county. No matter how indifferent one is to money, it's impossible to not have a single coin in their pocket. Fan Wu had already begun rummaging through drawers and cabinets. He was looking for valuables. After all, who wouldn't loot the corpse after slaying a monster? Looking around, Fan Wu found a pile of strange talismans, some oddly shaped items that appeared to be magical artifacts, and a very heavy locked box. Talismans and magical artifacts, these were things Fan Wu didn't understand well. He also had no idea how to use them. He was more focused on that box. Fan Wu's hand was tightly gripping the iron lock on the box at that moment. In the next instant, his palm suddenly exerted force. The terrifying grip strength made the iron lock emit the twisting sound of metal fatigue. Snap! The iron lock on the box was actually twisted off barehanded by him. Open the box. Fan Wu couldn't take his eyes off it. Silver! Gold! Before him, the chest was neatly stacked with gold and silver ingots. Silver ingots made up the majority. Gold ingots were fewer in number. This must be the treasure Xian Shizi has accumulated, right? There are at least 2,000 taels of silver inside, and quite a bit of gold too. If the gold is also converted to silver, the total would probably exceed 4,000 taels. This number sounds familiar. Fan Wu's expression turned slightly odd as he remembered that the amount of silver left to him by his deceitful master was roughly the same number, with little difference between the two. So, the over 4,000 taels of silver consumed by the true martial emperor had been indirectly retrieved by him here, through Xian Shizi. Fan Wu did not take the magical instruments and talismans from the secret chamber. If he carried such items with him, he feared they might serve as some kind of tracking device. Xian Shizi is clearly devoted to some bizarre entity. Since that thing has followers, it definitely means there's more than just Xian Shizi as a believer. Damn it! Then it's even more reason not to carry these cursed items around. Who knows if it might attract a whole crowd of them. Even though the commotion at the brothel in Chulong County was quite significant, not a single constable has come to investigate the situation. As a result, Fan Wu encountered no obstacles as he carried away a chest of gold and silver. He didn't go to the county office, but headed straight for the prison dragon temple. As for how to clean up the mess at the brothel, that wasn't his concern to worry about. Let that magistrate of Dragon's prison county fret over it slowly. After all, that fellow Hikaishong had embezzled who knows how much gold, silver, and jewelry during his years as the magistrate of Dragon's prison county. It was about time he did something for Dragon's prison county. When Fan Wu carried a chest of gold and silver back to the Qiulong temple, it was already the third watch of the night. Perhaps it was because there was a statue of the true martial emperor on the mountain. Even though it was late at night and all was quiet, the mountain path didn't feel particularly eerie. Since Fan Wu deliberately slowed his pace on the way back, this return to Qiulong temple still took some time. When he left the county office, he had informed Yang Yici and the abbot of Jinlong temple to relay a message to the magistrate of Qiulong county, instructing him to have someone deliver the silver. His late return naturally gave the magistrate of Qiulong county some time to prepare. Fan Wu believed that, given the remaining prestige of his con artist master and his own image in the eyes of the people of Qiulong county, the other party would dare to play tricks in this matter. Sure enough, when Fan Wu opened the temple gate, what he was about to see lay quietly behind the door. Even though the moonlight was dim tonight, the neatly arranged rows of silver ingots and several land deeds firmly weighed down by the silver still stood out conspicuously. There were roughly over 600 taels of silver here, and among them were several land deeds for fertile fields well suited for farming. To be honest, these land deeds weren't particularly useful to Fan Wu, because he had no intention of staying in Qiulong County for long. After all, if there were more believers of the Great Venerable besides Xian Shizi, and he had killed Xian Shizi, it was highly likely to attract even more followers of the Great Venerable. What if the other party doesn't play by the rules, and instead of other Great Venerable's followers, it's the Great Venerable themselves who shows up? Fan Wu feels he might be done for on the spot. Although his current strength isn't weak, when facing such a bizarre existence, it's best to stay cautious and vigilant. In summary, don't get carried away. The travel expenses for fleeing are already secured, and I have no friends or any lingering attachments in Qiulong County. It's time to leave this eerie place where strange incidents keep happening. Fan Wu muttered to himself, planning to leave Qiulong County tonight. Yes. He didn't want to wait until tomorrow. Previously, he had risked staying an extra day in this place just to wait for the so-called reward promised by the magistrate of Qiulong County. Just because of this short span of a single day, he encountered so many incidents. If he hadn't activated a cheat earlier, he might have been doomed right here. So, now is the time to make a move. What better time than now? To escape Qiulong County, Fan Wu had made quite a few preparations well in advance. He had previously sought out a carpenter in Qiulong County to custom make a wooden crate that could not only be carried on his back but also loaded onto oxen or horses. The weight of the crate didn't matter. The most important thing is that it must be very sturdy, capable of carrying heavy items. Fan Wuding had the wooden crate custom made initially to transport the silver hidden inside the statue of the Emperor Zhenwu. But who would have thought the silver inside couldn't be retrieved? He thought the crate was made in vain, but now it seems it might still come in handy. Fan Wu dug out that custom-made wooden box, placed the gold ingots, silver ingots, and some spare clothes neatly inside the wooden chest. Then lift the extremely heavy wooden chest. For an ordinary person, even with all their might, they might not be able to carry such a weight. But for the current Fan Wu, it's nothing at all. Can't feel any weight at all. He can lift it with just one hand. Before leaving Cheong County, Fan Wu still properly offered several sticks of incense to the true martial emperor in the main hall of the Taoist temple, quietly waiting until those sticks of incense had completely burned away. Then, using a fairly sturdy container that wouldn't break if dropped, he poured out all the incense ashes from the incense burner. These incense ashes are all good stuff. They shouldn't be wasted. After all, the true martial emperor had already given him that demon-slaying broken sword. Getting a little more incense ash from the burner probably wouldn't mean much to the true martial emperor. Anyway, that's what Fan Wu thought. He did just that. Afterwards, he went to the back mountain of the Qianglong temple and lit 3 sticks of incense for his cheap swindler of a master. It was a way to pay his respects. Finally, Fan Wu did not forget to bring along the letter his deceitful master had given him before passing away. No matter how one might describe his deceitful master, the man had still raised him for several years. Fan Wu intended to help deliver the letter to his master's daughter. However, the prefectural office of Nan Commandery was still quite a distance from Cheolong County. Moo! Suddenly, a loud cow call came through, and Fan Wu turned his head to look. In the open space at the corner of the Taoist temple, a sturdy, strong-looking black ox was tied up, clearly capable of carrying heavy loads. This was a black ox raised by his con artist master. Fan Wu remembered that when his deceitful master was still alive, he would often sit on the back of the black ox, pretending to be a profound sage in a mystical manner. Speaking of which, this is also an old ox. TSK, if you can carry this wooden crate, then I'll take you with me. If you can't, I'll have to tie you up near some random farmer's house in Cheolong County. After all, I can't just tie you up inside the Taoist temple. If you end up eating all the grass there, you'd starve to death. Fan Wu didn't care whether the old ox could understand or not. He walked over and placed the heavy wooden box on the sturdy back of the old ox. Moo! The old green ox seemed a bit uncomfortable, but it didn't appear to be struggling at all, even pacing back and forth a few times. The heavy wooden crate seemed like nothing to it. All right. Then I'll take you along for the journey. Just don't complain about the distance, Fan Wu said with a laugh. He untied the rope that was securing the old green ox. Use this sturdy ox rope to secure the wooden crate and keep it firmly in place on the old black ox's back. The next day, noon, the magistrate of Qianglong County finally gathered the courage to step into the county office. He was ordering a group of yeoman runners to remove the damaged items inside while directing another group to clean up the floor. As the county magistrate, He Kaisheng himself sat on an expensive, grand chair, leisurely sipping tea with utter ease. For some reason, he suddenly felt the tea in his hand had lost its fragrance. That Taoist fan is too impatient. Couldn't he have waited a few more days? If he had agreed to delay, I could have easily reduced the silver by at least half. What a shame. No, this won't do. Losing over 600 taels of silver, along with several fertile land deeds, this loss is too great for me to bear. He Kaisheng muttered to himself, I need to exaggerate the extent of the damage to the county office so the court will allocate more funds. That way, I can recoup my losses. Just at that moment, Constable Lu rushed over in a panic, bringing shocking news. Gasping for breath, he said, Yes, sir. I went to Xiong Temple this morning to visit Taoist Master Fan, but I found that he's gone. And in the crack of the temple door, I found what seems to be a note left by Taoist Master Fan. It says he's gone on a journey to travel the world. He Kaisheng was so startled that his hand trembled. The tea spilled out. But he didn't care, instead widening his eyes and exclaiming incredulously, "What?" Taoist Fan laughed. "He is." After seeing Constable Lu nod, he Kaisheng gasped, "Without Taoist Fan, what if the county office is haunted again?" At this thought, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva secretly. Although it was still broad daylight, and the sun overhead was scorching, he Kaicheng still felt a chill running through his entire body. The guardian deity had left. He was afraid. Fan Wu, who left the Qing temple, was still dressed in Taoist robes. He didn't care much about what he wore, and besides, he had no other clothes. Apart from the inner garments he wore underneath, all his clothes were Taoist robes, so he simply traveled in them. After all, by all accounts, he was still a Taoist priest. Although he couldn't even recite a single proper Taoist scripture by heart, he still technically came from a Taoist temple. Since he came from a Taoist temple, what else could he be if not a Taoist priest? Wearing Taoist robes while traveling is completely reasonable. It seems the county of the imprisoned dragon truly clashes with my destiny, Fan Wu sighed with such a lament. He left Qianglong County late last night. In this mystical and eerie world, traveling at night is extremely dangerous, as one can easily encounter unclean and sinister entities. But Fan Wu encountered nothing last night. This brought him great relief. Fan Wu was followed by a large, old blue ox, and the pair walked from late night until noon the next day. Fan Wu wasn't tired. However, when he glanced back at the old blue ox, he decided to stop and rest. After all, if they continued, the ox might just drop dead from exhaustion. At this moment, he was standing on a dirt road overgrown with weeds. This dirt road didn't seem to be frequented by many people. However, there were faint traces of wheel ruts among the weeds on the path. They were already very far from Qianglong County. Fan Wu's single stride covered the distance of 2 steps for an ordinary person. Without stopping for even a moment all night, he had traveled a full 100 li. Just as Fan Wugong took out some dry rations and hadn't taken more than a few bites, his movements suddenly paused. He turned his head to look at the other side of the dirt road. His keen hearing allowed him to detect the distant sound of hoofs striking the ground, along with the noise of wheels crushing weeds and rolling over the road surface. Someone was coming. However, Fan Wu didn't pay much attention to it. Encountering passing carriages and horses on such roads was nothing unusual. He took a bite of bean cake, then a bite of dried meat. In no time at all, he had already eaten half of the provisions he had brought along. My appetite has grown bigger, Fan Wu sighed. If I keep adding points to the strength attribute, I'm afraid even devouring a whole sheep in one meal, bones and all, wouldn't be enough to fill my stomach. Fan Wu gave himself a mental thumbs up for bringing extra travel money. Although the way he obtained this money was a bit troublesome, at least it would prevent him from starving halfway. After Fan Wu gulped down a few mouthfuls of water, the sound of a carriage approaching from afar became audible even to an ordinary person. Nian! A convoy of carriages came driving this way. Stay alert! Don't think you're safe just because the night has passed. While you might encounter demons and monsters at night, running into highway robbers during the day can be just as dangerous. Many in the caravan were armed. Some carried long knives on their backs, while others had longbows hanging by their saddles. A few also wore swords at their waists. The middle-aged man leading the group rode a tall horse. Holding the reins, he turned to the people behind him and warned, "At most 2 more days of travel, and we'll reach Baihe County. The goods we're transporting this time are special. Absolutely no mistakes are allowed. Although we have officials from the Celestial Observatory accompanying us on this journey, we must not relax in the slightest. If anything goes wrong, the reputation of our Tiger Might Escort Agency will be ruined." His words immediately made all the escorts of Tiger Might Escort Agency snap to full attention. Especially those 3 words Celestial Observatory. They simply couldn't ignore them. See you later. Seeing the escorts behind him become serious, the middle-aged man at the lead nodded in satisfaction. Then, he tucked the reins to steer his horse toward a carriage and respectfully addressed the compartment. My lord, we'll reach Baja County in at most 2 more days. Please rest assured. Our Tiger Might Escort Agency has collaborated with the Imperial Astronomical Bureau for many years without a single mishap. The curtain on one side of the carriage was drawn open from within, revealing half of a profile face. The person seated inside the carriage parted their lips slightly. He responded softly, I hope it turns out just as Chief Escort Lin said. The sweet, gentle tone nearly made Chief Escort Lin lose control of his tall steed, sending a shiver down his spine. He secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. Just as he was about to say something, other escorts in the convoy suddenly shouted urgently, Chief! Chief! There's a cow by the roadside ahead. No, a person. What's this about an ox and a person? Captain Lin was jolted awake by the shout. He peered ahead with displeasure, then froze in surprise. There really is an ox and a person. Ha! Wait! Halt! Everyone stop! That person is armed. Captain Lin immediately grew wary. There's a high chance they're a bandit looking to rob us. The reason for Captain Lin's tension was the sight of a large tree by the roadside ahead, beside which stood a green ox carrying a peculiar wooden crate. A person leaned against the tree, and beside them rested an exaggeratedly long sword. The length of that long sword alone made Chief Escort Lin feel it was a foot taller than himself. As his words fell, the convoy immediately came to a halt. One by one, the escorts either drew the blades from their backs or took up the bows hanging by their saddles. They all looked tense and full of vigilance. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on a person by the roadside ahead. Under their gaze, that person stood up. The opponent's burly physique and towering height like a pine tree made even the seasoned escort Lin take a sharp breath. He finally understood why the sword leaning beside the man was so long. With such astonishing height, using an ordinary sword would make it look no different from wielding a dagger. Who are you? Escort Lin didn't provoke but instead cautiously shouted a probing question. Then, he realized the burly man before him had completely ignored his call. The other party led that green ox away without a second glance. Chief Escort, are you sure this is a highway robber? A guard behind him timidly spoke up. He doesn't seem interested in us at all. And the clothes he's wearing, they look like a Taoist robe. A Taoist robe? Chief Lin was stunned. Staring at the retreating figure, he muttered in disbelief. He's actually a Taoist. So was this just a clever misunderstanding? What's wrong? What happened ahead? Do you need me to step in? From inside the carriage came a voice that Lin Bilto found quite pleasant. Lin Bilto hurriedly replied, reporting to you, sir. There was a Taoist priest ahead just now. I initially thought he might be a highway robber, but it seems that's not the case. Of course, it could still be a trap. A Taoist priest? The tone of the person inside the carriage carried a hint of surprise. Is he traveling the same way as us? From what I can see now, it appears so, Lin Bilto answered promptly. A Taoist priest? Let's follow and see. Ah! Captain Lin was taken aback, hesitating as he said, Sir, if this is a trap, let's follow and see. Yes, sir. Taoist priest. The Taoist priest ahead. Priest, please stop. The convoy of escorts behind caught up, and the leader, Lin Bilto, spoke in a relatively polite tone, shouting after Fan Wu, that Taoist priest over there, please stop. Fan Wu halted his steps, turning around to look. Then, from the convoy, the leading escort cupped his hands and spoke, "My surname is Lin, and I am the head escort of the Tiger Might Escort Agency." "Something the matter?" Fan Wu's response was indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Escort Lin felt a bit awkward. The burly-looking Taoist before him seemed to have an air of keeping strangers at a distance. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Just at that moment, the curtain of the carriage was drawn aside once more, and a rather pleasant voice leisurely sounded, "The vast aura of vitality emanating from you, fellow Taoist, is truly astonishing. I never expected to encounter a cultivator in such a place. I am a junior officer of the Xinjiang Division, raised by them since childhood, so one could say my teachings come from the Xinjiang Division. My focus lies in the arts of slaying ghosts and exorcising demons." The speaker blurted out some personal information about himself as if he had no guard up against strangers. In fact, there was no need for the other party to introduce themselves. Fan Wu could already discern their identity. He also knew some details about the other person. Xinjiang Division Junior Banner Officer Life, 299 Power, 7.7 Skills, Divine Pet 100 Kill Technique, Demon Suppressing 7 Seals, Xinjiang Division 16th Edition Basic Talisman Compendium. The other party did not lie, they were indeed a Xinjiang Division Junior Banner Officer and truly possessed methods for slaying ghosts and eliminating demons. Moreover, this person's attribute values were exceptionally high. Among the living people Fan Wu had encountered, these individuals' life and power attributes were second only to Xian Shixi, who had been possessed by the Great Venerable. Just an ordinary Taoist priest, trained by the old celestial master of Qiulongguang. Fan Wu used his deceitful master as a shield. That swindler master of his, who had kicked the bucket days ago. Probably only good for this much. Qiulongguang. The other party clearly hadn't heard of the name Qiulongguang Prison Dragon Temple. After all, Qiulongguang was at best only famous within Qiulong County. Outside, it was just an obscure, third-rate Taoist temple. And in reality, it truly was a third-rate temple. There wasn't a single genuine Taoist priest in the entire place. "Fellow Taoist, you must be heading to Baihe County, right?" the other person asked again. Fan Wu nodded slightly. "Ha! What a coincidence. We're heading the same way." The person spoke in a pleasant voice, uttering words that made Fan Wu's lips twitch. Fan Wu didn't want to get entangled with people from the Xinjiang Division for too long. From his rather superficial understanding of the Xinjiang Division, the people there were somewhat similar to a special group of constables. Or perhaps, more like the role of the embroidered uniform guard in the history of a past life. Getting involved with such people would undoubtedly bring endless trouble. Moreover, speaking with a man whose voice sounds so much like a nagging woman, Fan Wu always found it quite bizarre. Especially, he noticed that this minor officer from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau seemed to be sizing him up with a curious gaze. This made Fan Wu feel extremely uncomfortable. Damn it! Fan Wu remembered that the magistrate of Qiulong County had previously explained to him the Imperial Astronomical Bureau was full of all sorts of peculiar individuals. Now he was truly gaining some insight. At the very least, the guy before him seemed very strange in Fan Wu's eyes. He didn't continue the conversation with this fellow, nor did he bother to ask what the other was transporting. After turning around, Fan Wu led the old black ox and walked on without another thought. The junior officer from the Xinjiang Sea seemed unfazed, as if he was accustomed to being treated this way. After pulling down the carriage curtain, he fell silent. The convoy began to move. "Chief Escort, why is that Taoist ignoring the official from the Xinjiang Sea?" A young escort beside Chief Lin lowered his voice and whispered, "Doesn't he know what the Xinjiang Sea represents? And the official doesn't he seem to mind the Taoist ignoring him either. What is going on? Chief Lin glanced at him and said, You're asking me? Who should I ask? Perhaps that Taoist has some real skill, giving him the confidence to act this way even in the presence of a Qingtiangxi official. Don't overthink it, kid. The fact that the officials from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau treated him with such respect means that Taoist priest is anything but ordinary. When we're out here escorting caravans, besides needing good skills and nerves of steel, we've also got to be sharp at reading people. The sky soon darkened. The escort team from the Tiger Prestige Escort Agency had been traveling non-stop for most of the day. Even though they had been riding on horseback without having to walk themselves, the constant jolting had thoroughly exhausted them. Even an experienced veteran like head escort Lin felt somewhat fatigued after years of escorting. But unfortunately, there wasn't a suitable resting spot nearby. They had no choice but to light torches and prepare to continue their journey in the dark. Head escort Lin watched Fan Wu leading the ox ahead and couldn't help marveling inwardly. This rather peculiar Taoist has been walking on foot for half a day. Doesn't he feel tired at all? The most outrageous thing was that Fan Wu walked on 2 legs and still managed to keep up with the speed of the convoy. This left Chief Lin even more astonished. Could this man be made of iron? Time passed minute by minute. Nightfall crept in silently. A group of weary escorts marched on with torches in hand, their expressions visibly more tense than during the day. They all instinctively moved closer to the carriage of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau's junior officer. It seemed that only by staying near the capable official from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, who could slay ghosts and subdue demons, could they feel a slight sense of security. After all, in this mystical and eerie world, traveling through desolate wilderness at night was extremely perilous. If we encounter any demons or monsters, we're totally screwed. Moo! In this tense situation, the old black ox's cry gave the escorts a huge fright. Before they could even calm their pounding hearts, they noticed a faint light not far ahead. Chief Escort, there seems to be a shop ahead. A guard hurriedly said. We can rest there for a while. Wait a moment, something's not right. Chief Escort Lin frowned deeply and said, How could there be a shop in this place? This wasn't his first time traveling this road. As an experienced escort chief, why would he risk taking an unfamiliar path? I escorted goods along this route just a few months ago, and there wasn't a single shop back then. Chief Escort Lin said warily. Besides, not many merchants travel this road. Who would open a shop here? That would be a pure loss. His words jolted everyone awake. Right. Who would open a shop in such a godforsaken place? In a place like this, you might not even get 10 passers-by in an entire day. Who would be foolish enough to choose this place to open a shop? Something's very wrong. Head Escort Lin hesitated, turning back to speak to the Imperial Astronomical Bureau's junior officer inside the carriage. Sir, there's something unusual ahead. Should we? At that moment, Head Escort Lin's eyes widened in shock. His gaze swept past the carriage, past the escort guards, past the transported goods, and looked toward the rear. Escort leader Lin swallowed hard. A chilling cold crept up his spine, freezing him to the core. Sir, the path we came from has disappeared. Head Escort Lin exclaimed in shock. Head Escort Lin's voice startled the group of escorts present, causing them to turn around in alarm. As they turned, their reactions were almost identical to Chief Lin's. Gasp! A guard broke out in a cold sweat. The path behind us is really gone. They saw. The path they had come from had vanished without them noticing when. Instead, there was a vast expanse of densely packed thorny bushes. Thorny bushes, covered in sharp spikes, blocked the way behind. Looking around, not a single trace of a path could be seen. In an instant, everyone's hair stood on end because they all realized they had encountered something supernatural this time. An inexplicable sense of panic began to spread among the escort guards. Fortunately, they were a group of guards with relatively strong mental resilience. If they had been ordinary civilians, they would likely have been scared out of their wits, desperately trying to flee this eerie place. After all, those who take up escort work must have nerves of steel compared to the average person. In this world of gods and demons, who would dare to escort goods if they were timid? Sir, what should we do now? Head escort Lin quickly decided to consult a professional. He believed the junior officer from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau inside the carriage was the most professional person present. What made Chief Lin widen his eyes even more was the response from the junior officer of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. I don't know. Ah! Chief Lin was dumbfounded. Sir, this is hardly the time for jokes, don't you think? Truly, I don't know, replied the officer as the carriage's curtain was put aside. The junior officer from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau glanced casually at the surroundings before speaking. Our current speculation is that we've stumbled into an illusionary formation akin to a ghostly veil. Typically, in such cases, turning back isn't an option. Ghost covering the eyes? Captain Lin touched the hilt of the treasured sword at his waist, as if this could make him feel slightly less nervous. He quickly asked, then, how can we make it work? The junior officer from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau stepped down from the carriage and said straightforwardly, just kill the one who set up the formation. Then, does the officer know where the person who set up the formation is? Captain Lin asked curiously. I don't know. The Chi-Tianxi junior officer answered quite honestly. Head escort Lin. He was starting to regret taking this escort job. In the past, when helping Chi-Tianxi with escort missions, things had always gone smoothly and normally. Why did this trip turn out like this? The clueless responses from this junior officer of the Astronomical Bureau made Chief Escort Lin feel increasingly unreliable. Let's go check out that shop up ahead, said the junior officer of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. In a place like this, to come across a shop and then encounter such an incident, the only way to figure out what's going on is to go take a look. Look, that fellow Taoist from the prison dragon temple is almost at that shop already. Fan Wu knew all too well that whenever he got involved with people from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, nothing good ever came of it. Although strictly speaking, he had no real connection with this junior officer, they weren't even friends. But, as it happens, both parties were heading in the same direction. And now, as expected, trouble has arisen. Those escorts are still utterly baffled, unaware of what exactly happened. That's because their ordinary human eyes couldn't perceive much beyond the obvious. As for Fan Wu, after multiple attribute enhancements, his eyes had long since become extraordinary. In his eyes, the surroundings were already enveloped in layers of sinister energy. The dense sinister energy was like a layer of white mist. Faintly, one could still see the blurry silhouettes of ghosts. In such a situation, there are only three possibilities. First, it was just sheer bad luck stumbling into a place I shouldn't have entered, purely a coincidence. Second, dragged down by the people behind me. Third, his previous act of eliminating Xian Shizi in Chuan County might have been discovered by others who worship the Great Venerable One. The current situation could very well be targeting him. Whatever the reason, Fan Wu had no intention of remaining passive. So, he directly led the old green ox and arrived at the front, entering the shop where the firelight was shining. Fan Wu raised his eyes to look at a plaque above the building. The plaque bore only the two characters in, making anyone who glanced at it instinctively feel this was a shady establishment. At this moment, Chief Lin and his men cautiously followed along. There were about a dozen of these escorts, each with bulging muscles and armed to the teeth, every one of them capable of taking on several opponents at once. But even the best fighters would feel a chill in their hearts when faced with such eerie happenings. "Sir, are we really going in?" Even Chief Lin, a seasoned veteran of the martial world, was nervous. He had encountered ghosts and monsters before, but never one capable of creating such a grand spectacle. The junior officer from the Xinjiang division nodded. Then he turned his gaze to Fan Wu and asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist, have you noticed anything unusual about this place?" "The most unusual thing is you, with a man's body but speaking in a high-pitched glee voice." Fan Wu replied calmly, "No." Fan Wu couldn't even be bothered to turn around and look at the guy, because he couldn't bear to face someone with a little mustache speaking in such a soft, sugary voice. "Oh, that's right." The junior officer suddenly remembered something and continued, "I haven't even told you my name yet. I'm actually not the least bit interested. My surname is Xia, and my given name is Jiui." This fellow seemed quite familiar from the start. Back then, there were over 100 beggar children like me taken in by the Imperial Astrology Bureau, and I happened to be the 91st. So, the centurion who taught me the arts of slaying ghosts and subduing demons gave me this name. I wonder, fellow Taoist. Fan Wu. Fan Wu casually replied before pushing open the tightly shut inn door and striding straight in. The moment the inn door swung open, an even denser wave of sinister energy rushed straight at them. Feeling the overwhelmingly dense in energy, Xiao Jiu's smile faded slightly. His expression turned somewhat serious and stern. He said to the escorts behind him, "You don't have to go in. Just gather around and protect that item. If anything appears, soak the black dog blood powder I gave you earlier with water. Any kind of water will do. Then, apply it to your weapons. Remember, no matter what, don't let the cargo be damaged." Xiao Jiu said gloomily, "Otherwise, when the investigation comes, you'll die." "I will die too." Such a tone made head escort Lin feel uneasy, but at this point, what else could be done? "Go all out." Head escort Lin gritted his teeth and said, "Brothers, no matter what, we must deliver this consignment from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau to Baiha County. If anyone falls in battle today, their family compensation will be tripled. Those who survive will also receive triple the usual share for this escort mission." Head escort Lin had a good grasp of the desires of those escorts. In these times, risking their lives day and night for escort missions. Isn't it all for a few measly taels of silver? Xiao Jiu said, "If the goods can be delivered intact to Baiha County, the Xinjiang office will not treat you poorly." With that, he formed a hand seal, and the overwhelming energy in the inn seemed to be blocked by a thin membrane, unable to corrode his body. Xiao Jiu also walked inside. The next instant, bang! The inn door that Fan Wu had pushed open slammed shut with a bang. Inside the inn, candlelight flickered. The aroma of wine and meat wafted through the air. Though no sound could be heard from outside, inside it was strangely bustling with voices. One by one, the patrons drank and feasted within the inn. Some clinked cups, others exchanged toasts, or just spouting nonsense. Fan Wu felt it was truly difficult for him to stay low-key, because within just a few breaths of stepping into the inn, all eyes in the room turned and focused on him. Fan Wu glanced around the interior of the inn and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. There are so many. Why think that way? Because the diners in the inn look exactly like humans, and at first glance, one might think they are real people. But who could have expected that Fan Wu could see their respective attribute information? They cannot hide from Fan Wu's sight. Those attribute details are densely packed together. It gives Fan Wu the feeling of playing a browser-based game. Confused starving ghost life, 136 strength, 4 skill, corrosive saliva. Schadenfreude Hand Ghost HP 222 power, 5.9 skills, self-hanging rope, in energy infusion. Headless Ghost HP 76 power, 3 skills, none. Sudden Death Ghost HP 178. Looking around, no living souls in sight. Fan Wu even began to wonder if the ghostly officials in the underworld of the supernatural realm were all slacking off and idling away their days. Did they think that holding an iron rice bowl meant they didn't have to work? Inside the vast inn, there were at least 30 or 40 ghosts, each with different ways of death and varying levels of strength. Entities like the blue-faced water ghost or the white-clothed vengeful spirit beings of that caliber. There were actually quite a few of them inside this inn. This was practically stumbling into a nest of supernatural creatures. That was rash. A familiar voice came from behind Fan Wu. Xiaojiu, who had also stepped into the inn, spoke with a complicated tone upon seeing the scene inside. Just now, when I saw you, fellow Taoist, enter without hesitation, I thought this place might not be as dangerous as imagined. But now it seems it's quite different from what I expected. Fellow Taoist fan, your courage is truly extraordinary. Knowing the path ahead is more perilous than a tiger's den, yet you still stepped in. There was no trace of fear in Xiaojiu's voice. Perhaps this was just how those from the Qingtian division were. After all, no matter how you put it, he is a staff member of the relevant department specializing in dealing with all kinds of demons and monsters. However, his tone remained relatively grave. It was clear from his voice that Xiaojiu was now adopting a stance as if facing a formidable enemy. His eyes were fixed intently on the guests inside the inn. No more words were spoken. Now, within this inn, all the people had fallen silent. The guests sat motionless in their seats, yet their heads all turned toward Fan Wu. In the inn, the heads of those guests who had their backs turned to Fan Wu were even twisted 180 degrees. Their eyes stared straight ahead, unblinking. The temperature instantly dropped to an icy chill, as if stepping into a freezing cellar. Xiaojiu's eyebrows frosted over, and his breath came out in visible puffs of white. All the doors and windows were tightly shut, yet eerie gusts of wind howled through the air. The candlelight flickered even more violently. Suddenly, the fiery red glow of the candles transformed into a ghostly green. A terrifying, hoarse voice, as if coming from all directions or perhaps from the deepest recesses of the mind, slowly whispered, "Leave the item, you may go." As the eerie voice faded, the sinister wind inside the inn grew even fiercer, whipping Fan Wu's Taoist robe and hair into wild disarray. The patches of shadow on the ground slowly began to coalesce. Transforming into a monstrous silhouette 10 feet tall, it loomed at the center. Suddenly, countless enormous eyes snapped open across the black, grotesque figure. Countless eyes densely covered its entire body, each one exuding an ominous aura. Those eerie pupils were all fixed on Xiaojiu at this very moment, locking onto Xiaojiu's entire being. When his eyes met the gaze of those monstrous shadows, a spine-chilling sense of deja vu washed over him. It feels like as if my soul is about to be sucked in. Of course, that was Xiaojiu's feeling. Fan Wu beside him, however, didn't feel much. At the moment, he was focused on the attribute information of this strange shadow. Special supernatural entity formed from the resentment of the dead in a mass grave life. 788 strength, 13.5 skills, commanding 100 ghosts, illusionary barrier formation, devouring souls, possession of objects. The exaggerated attribute information was astonishing. A life attribute of 788 points was undoubtedly the highest Fan Wu had ever seen. The opponent's strength attribute was also the highest Fan Wu had encountered, far surpassing even Xian Shizi, who had been possessed by the Great Venerable. The technique attribute is also dazzlingly diverse. The moment Fan Wu saw these attribute details, only one word popped into his mind. Elite boss. This aura is the power of incense offerings. Suddenly, Xiaojiu's voice rang out, carrying a hint of astonishment, followed by an unprecedented gravity. Then, he immediately spoke in a high-pitched, exaggeratedly feminine voice, angrily shouting, "How dare you? What kind of wild, evil spirit dares to masquerade as a deity without official ordination from the court, deceiving the people of Great Shou into worshipping you? Such audacity, to even lay hands on items transported by the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Wait! How did you know the Bureau would be transporting this and that it would pass through here?" Fan Wu turned his head, glanced down at Xiaojiu, then looked back at the shadowy figure. It seemed the ghosts in the inn weren't after him. It was aimed at the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Damn! Indeed, getting too close to the people from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau isn't a good idea. He didn't do anything, yet still got dragged into this mess. Especially since this thing clearly doesn't look like an easy opponent to deal with. Not to mention, there are other ghosts inside the inn. Even if it's not as exaggerated as the commanding 100 ghosts described in the Strange Shadows, still, there are still 30 or 40 ghosts here. Leave the things behind. You can go. Whether the eerie shadow couldn't understand human speech or for some other reason, it kept repeating the same sentence. And its voice grew louder and more grating. It became even hoarser. Leave the item, you may go. The eerie voice gradually lost all pauses, growing increasingly rapid and clamorous. Fan Wu glanced at Xiaojiu. This was the first sentence he had spoken since entering this inn. "I think you should consider it." He didn't want to get involved in this mess. If Xiaojiu handed over whatever it was, perhaps he could leave this place. However, just as his words fell, on the side of the eerie shadow, an unusual movement was heard. Densely packed, spine-chilling eyeballs on the eerie shadow began to spin chaotically, until one of them fixed its gaze squarely on Fan Wu. The other wildly rolling eyeballs suddenly stopped and swiftly turned to look in the same direction, all locked onto Fan Wu. Fan Wu clearly saw that the moment those eerie eyes fixed on him, crimson blood vessels began spreading across the whites of their eyes, as if they had encountered some sworn enemy. Instantly, a piercing, hoarse shriek erupted. "Blasphemous fool, who dares insult the great venerable one? Fan Wu!" The eerie shadow let out a furious roar, piercing the eardrums like a thunderclap. Inside the inn, several ghosts that were relatively close to the shadow seemed to be struck by an invisible force, their spectral faces twisted in agony and despair. Fan Wu watched helplessly as those unfortunate ghosts were instantly shattered into nothingness by an unseen power, their souls scattered and destroyed. Of course, Fan Wu wasn't worried about those few unlucky ghosts. The only thing on his mind now was the three words uttered by the shadowy figure, "Great Venerable One." How could this be connected? Fan Wu was utterly dumbfounded. The shadowy figure before him actually had ties to that so-called Great Venerable One. Doesn't that mean? Is it in cahoots with Xian Shizi? If the strange shadow recognized me, doesn't that mean the Great Venerable One has set his sights on me? Could it be that all those who worship the Great Venerable One have received some kind of kill order? The primary target on the kill order, could it be him, Fan Wu? Fuck! Blasphemy against the Great Venerable One, death. Leave the item behind. Stay, human. The eerie shriek of the phantom stirred up restless agitation among the ghosts inside the inn. Horrifying grins twisted across countless spectral faces. Their mouths literally split open from ear to ear, revealing rows of jagged fangs. The endless hostility and malice from the other side are now concentrated solely on me. Even if Fan Wu thought with the most sensitive skin, he knew that if he didn't slaughter this place empty tonight, He feared he wouldn't be able to leave this place alive. Who would have thought that a bizarre encounter along the way, a strange object stumbled upon, could actually be connected to the Great Venerable One? What terrible luck! As for Xiaojiu behind Fan Wu, he was completely clueless about the situation. All he knew was that the Fan fellow in front of him had provoked the other party into a furious rage with just a casual remark. Xiaojiu, a minor officer of the Qingtian division, was also unaware of the Great Venerable One mentioned by the strange shadow. However, Xiaojiu knew that fellow Fan was now on the same side as him. Fellow Taoist Fan, the two of us. Xiaojiu had barely spoken half his sentence when the remaining words were choked in his throat, because he suddenly realized that the aura emanating from Fan Wu had drastically changed in that instant. A terrifying, beast-like presence radiated outward from Fan Wu's body. The closest to Fan Wu was Xiaojiu. His breath nearly stopped for a moment. Xiaojiu's eyes widened instantly as he stared at Fan Wu's exaggeratedly tall and burly figure. Only then did he realize. This fellow Taoist Fan from an unknown Taoist temple is even more powerful than he had imagined. Even though that imposing aura wasn't directed at Xiaojiu, he still felt a shiver of fear running down his spine. Fan Wu didn't care about Xiaojiu's thoughts at all. The broken demon sword in his hand, illuminated by the eerie green candlelight, emitted a chilling gleam that would strike fear into both men and ghosts alike. The cumbersome Taoist robe draped over his body had already been removed by Fan Wu. Only a slightly thin yet well-fitted undergarment remained. That undergarment vividly outlined each of his bulging muscles. A pair of calm eyes stared straight ahead at the dozens of ghosts before them. Not a trace of fear could be seen in their heart. A torrent of blood energy burned like fire, and the overwhelming yang energy far surpassing that of ordinary people blazed like the sun, freezing the terrifying grins of the restless evil spirits on their ghostly faces. They actually showed a hint of hesitation. Blasphemy against the Great Venerable One. Death! The eerie shadow continued to repeat those words, but its voice echoed in layers like a demonic chant. An indescribable force descended upon all the evil spirits within the inn. The faint trace of fear that had just appeared on the faces of the evil spirits instantly dissipated, replaced by a madness that seemed to have lost all reason. Dozens of evil spirits acted as if they couldn't see the chilling gleam of the demon-slaying sword, nor the overwhelming bloodlust emanating from Fan Wu's body. One by one, they all rushed forward like madmen, wanting to tear Fan Wu to pieces. Round hand ghost life, 110 strength, 3.2 skill, death news. This was the nearest evil ghost to Fan Wu, and it was the first to charge at him. Under the eerie green glow of candlelight, this scene appeared even more chilling, and even more terrifying. The next second, a flash of sword light. The hand ghost charging towards Fan Wu didn't even get a chance to step within one pace of him before the demon-slaying sword cleaved it in two with a cunning angle. The hand ghost's life attribute was instantly emptied in the blink of an eye. It didn't even have time to let out a single wail before dissolving into scattered wisps of ghostly light, vanishing between heaven and earth. Utterly annihilated. You have successfully killed the wrong hand ghost. Congratulations on gaining 0.23 attribute points. Fan Wu felt that this sword strike was exceptionally effortless, and the speed of his swing was much faster than before. This definitely wasn't due to the allocated attribute points, because the 4 attribute points obtained from killing Xian Shizi were still untouched in the panel, unused by Fan Wu. The reason he wielded the sword more skillfully than ever before. It was because a skill called Star Constellation Sword Art had previously dropped from Xian Shizi. Grant him unparalleled swordsmanship. Fan Wu stepped forward with peculiar footwork, actively confronting the surging demons. In his eyes, these demons were all attribute points. Since this trouble couldn't be avoided this time, Fan Wu decided to slash through them all. His muscular arms, gripping an exaggeratedly long demon-slaying sword, made him resemble a harvesting machine. In the blink of an eye, several more demons were cleaved in half. All this happened in just 2 breaths. 4 or 5 weaker demons had already fallen to Fan Wu's blade. Such overwhelming strength left Xiaojui, watching from behind, utterly astounded. He realized he had still underestimated Fan Wu. With just a few swift moves, he could slay several evil spirits without suffering a single injury. What a profound level of cultivation! Prison Dragon Temple. A Taoist temple capable of producing such a powerful Taoist priest. Why have I never heard of it before? Is it some hidden Taoist temple? Countless thoughts flashed through Xiaojui's mind, but he wasn't merely standing by as a spectator. At some point, he had already drawn out 2 talismans with red characters on yellow paper. Holding one in each hand, he then pressed his palms together in a seal gesture, crumpling both talismans into a ball with the movement of his fingers. Clearly, Xiaojui's cultivation was not shallow. Unlike Yang Yizi, he didn't need to recite lengthy incantations to channel his inner spiritual energy. He merely uttered in a deep voice, "The Supreme Lord Lozi commands me to slay demons." The next instant, the 2 talismans crumpled in his hand erupted with a blinding golden light. A beam of golden radiance shot forth like an arrow released from its bowstring, piercing through the 2 malevolent spirits in the blink of an eye. The 2 spirits let out simultaneous, blood-curdling shrieks as the golden beam pinned them firmly against the in's wall. They could only struggle feebly, their movements utterly futile. Turned into a wisp of smoke, vanished without a trace. Xiaojui's ghost-slaying prowess is not to be underestimated. After all, he was still a junior officer in the Qingtian Bureau, and as such, he was already considered a grassroots-level official within the organization. As for why this junior officer didn't bring his subordinates along on the trip, perhaps because what the Imperial Astronomical Bureau needed to transport was quite special. It required keeping things under wraps. They needed to maintain a low profile. What a pity! This seems useless. Xiaojui encountered a robbery once again. However, this time, it wasn't a human who robbed him, but a ghostly creature. Moreover, the number of ghostly creatures, so much it made his scalp tingle. Too many. Xiaojui let out a breath. He had already gone all out, taking down several formidable evil spirits in a short time, but the efficiency was still too low. Moreover, as he continuously depleted his inner magic power, the cold sweat on his forehead kept increasing. His stamina was also rapidly depleting. I wonder how fellow Taoist Fan is doing. He is. Xiaojui had just gathered his spiritual energy to palm strike a charging evil spirit away when he took a moment to glance at Fan Wu's situation. But this single glance made him gasp in shock, eyes wide open. Is he really human? Xiaojui was utterly stunned, his mind nearly shutting down from the shock. A ferocious and sinister ghost clung to Fan Wu's shoulder, its gaping mouth filled with razor-sharp fangs poised to devour his entire head. Its ferocious eyes held no trace of rationality, only a primal desire to tear Fan Wu to pieces. Yet, just as it was about to strike, a broad, fan-like hand clamped down on its head. The massive skull of the malevolent ghost seemed no larger than a toy in the grip of that hand. Despite being nothing more than a flesh and blood limb devoid of any magical power, yet it could firmly clamp onto the demon's head, preventing the gaping-mouthed demon from advancing even an inch further. Fan Wu's arm muscles tensed with exertion, veins coiling like serpents around his limbs. A flicker of agony even surfaced on the demon's ferocious expression. As Fan Wu's palm continued to exert force, his 5 fingers violently pierced through the malevolent ghost's spectral body. The first joints of all 5 fingers sank deep into the ghost's head. Just like that, Fan Wu tore it off his shoulder with sheer brute force. His arm exerted strength once more. Squelch! The evil spirit's head deflated like a punctured ball, and it let out an unbearable, agonizing wail. The next moment, Fan Wu casually tossed it aside, sending the entire ghost crashing into the inn's wall. Its spectral form nearly dissipated on impact. Fan Wu's other hand wasn't idle either. With a single thrust of his sword, he pierced straight through another evil spirit's body. In an instant, he reduced it to scattered ashes. Fan Wu switched to a two-handed sword stance and stepped forward with a slash, cleaving several demons in half at the waist. One of the demons seemed to have thicker blood, so Fan Wu swiftly delivered another strike before it could hit the ground from midair, sending it straight to oblivion. Seizing the perfect moment, Fan Wu hurled his demon-slaying sword like a trump card. The blade pierced through 5 demons in an instant, reducing them all to ashes. Without the demon-slaying sword in hand, he was by no means an easy target, still a formidable force to be reckoned with. Fan Wu grabbed one shoulder of the evil spirit with one hand and seized the other shoulder with his other hand. The muscles in his arms bulged intensely, already tearing through his inner garment and bursting it apart. Shreds of clothing flew everywhere, revealing the exaggerated muscles of his upper body. Looking at the demon struggling in his grasp, Fan Wu didn't mind being bare-chested at all. He grinned with a friendly smile and suddenly exerted force with both arms, pulling outward. The demon let out a shrill, agonized scream. It was torn in half directly. Is he really human? This was the jaw-dropping scene Xiao Jui witnessed in that brief moment. He had never seen anyone chase down and slaughter a horde of ferocious evil spirits as effortlessly as chopping melons and vegetables. Nor had he ever witnessed someone tear a malevolent ghost in half with bare hands. Just what kind of terrifying, monstrous strength would that require? Is this fellow Taoist Fan from the prison dragon temple truly not a demon wearing human skin? In Xiao Jui's impression, only man-eating demons could possess such terrifying power, right? Humans. Can they really achieve such purity? Moreover, the bulging muscles on Fan Wu's body, resembling sculpted works, were something Xiao Jui had never seen before. Those muscles looked more like masterpieces carefully carved by a great artist. They didn't seem like something a human could train to achieve. Too brutal. Stunned into silence for quite a while, Xiao Jui found himself at a loss for words despite the countless thoughts swirling in his mind. In the end, only these 4 words could be forced out. Xiao Jui was even more shocked to discover that the vast ghost inn was now left with only a few malevolent spirits. He hadn't counted carefully before just how many malevolent spirits were in the inn, but roughly estimating, there should be at least several dozen, right? Several dozen evil spirits, just like that, are about to be wiped out. And Xiao Jui among them seems to have contributed almost nothing. Or perhaps, he simply didn't have the chance to contribute. Oh, this. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fan Wu felt every tendon and muscle in his body had loosened up. He could sense the blood within him boiling fiercely. That violent energy permeated every inch of his skin, even every drop of blood. A faint white mist rose from his entire body, distorting his figure within the haze, making his posture more terrifying than that of a demon. Fan Wu had already pulled the demon-slaying sword from the wall and casually swatted away a fearless ghost that dared to challenge death once more. Resting the demon-slaying sword on his shoulder, his eyes fixed intently on the dark, monstrous shadow ahead. He had just been fighting against the evil spirits moments ago. This guy seemed to have remained motionless the whole time and didn't attempt any sneak attacks from the shadows. Could it be that these supernatural beings have more martial virtue than humans? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the few remaining surviving evil spirits in the inn all trembled simultaneously. The surviving few demons quickly shed the frenzied and violent expressions on their faces. In their place emerged unmistakable terror and panic. They were so frightened that they tried to flee in all directions, but the doors and windows of the inn seemed to be tightly locked by an unseen force. The few malevolent spirits could only shriek and scurry about like headless flies. This stark contrast made Fan Wu ponder deeply. He clearly remembered how fearless these creatures had been earlier. Suddenly, a sense of crisis struck. Fan Wu dodged sideways as a shadowy spike brushed past his skin. Even though it missed by mere inches, Fan Wu still felt as if someone had placed a block of ice against his skin. That indicates the chilling, sinister aura emanating from the other party is as piercingly cold as ice. The shadowy figure has made its move. Fan Wu understood. So that's how it is. The ability to control these evil spirits must have some limitations. For example, perhaps it can't attack while controlling them. Or maybe it can't move. That's why it didn't ambush me. Now, the reason those last few evil spirits have become so timid must be because they've broken free from its control. Fan Wu swung his sword in a slash, but the eerie shadow seemed to know the blade in his hand was special and instantly recoiled. He swung his sword but missed. Be careful, fellow Taoist fan. This sinister creature possesses the power of worship. It must have been masquerading as a local deity, deceiving the common people into making offerings and sacrifices to it. Such a creature is no longer a mere sinister being, it should be considered a malevolent mountain spirit. Xiao Jiu hurriedly reminded, some extremely young and rigid magical artifacts or spells are ineffective against such supernatural beings that possess the power of worship. These beings can even move about during the day. To deal with such fierce and cunning creatures, we have no choice but... Before Xiao Jiu could finish his words, he suddenly noticed that Fan Wu before him was undergoing a dramatic transformation in his entire aura. This dramatic change made even Xiao Jiu feel waves of palpitations. What's happening again? Could it be that fellow Taoist Fan was holding back before? No, that can't be, right? But the scene unfolding before his eyes couldn't deceive him. He could clearly sense the imposing aura emanating from Fan Wu, as well as the energy field swirling around him. It was even more terrifying than before. Xiao Jiu felt in his heart that he was now staring at the back of a human-shaped demon. His name, Fan Wu. Fate, 89加. Strength, 10加. Skill, Star Constellation Sword Technique LV1010. Free Attribute Points, 10. These many free attribute points are the loot dropped by Fan Wu after slaying so many ghosts and monsters. Among them, 4 attribute points were obtained by killing Xian Shizi. The remaining 6 free attribute points were dropped by the evil spirits in the inn. Fan Wu's current strength is completely different from when he first encountered ghosts and monsters. He found that the stronger his own strength became, the fewer the weak demons he could slay. The fewer free attribute points he could gain. Moreover, there were still several demons in the inn whose kills were stolen by Xiao Jiu. So, the total attribute points revealed add up to 6. That's already quite good. And now, Fan Wu directly allocated all 6 attribute points to the strength attribute. This is precisely why his entire aura was undergoing such a dramatic transformation. The boiling blood within him surged like a volcanic eruption. Fan Wu felt as if every muscle in his body was brimming with power that had been accumulating for 100 years. The veins beneath the skin writhed like coiling pythons, throbbing incessantly. His heart was pounding like a drum. With each beat of Fan Wu's heart, the accumulated strength in his muscles intensified. Every tendon and bone seemed to be shattering and splitting. Yet they were rapidly healing. His internal organs also trembled faintly. His 5 senses became sharper and clearer than ever before, so acute that he could even distinctly hear the pulse of Xiao Jiu not far away. He could also hear the intensely nervous heartbeats of those escorts outside the inn. He could even smell the faint, decaying odor emanating from the goods those escorts were protecting outside. Moreover, He could see a blood vessel in one of the strange shadow's eyes, finer than a strand of hair. Now, Fan Wu's mind was crystal clear. Every cell in his body was transmitting an extremely pleasurable signal to him. Each cell was savoring a unique pleasure more intoxicating than the forbidden fruit between man and woman. His muscles did not grow any larger, but it has become even more compact. Like steel tempered through countless trials. Name, Fan Wu. Fate, 89加. Strength, 20加. Skill, Star Constellation Sword Technique LV1010. Free Attribute Points, 0. The purity is too high. Fan Wu tensed all his muscles, feeling the waves of unusual changes coursing through his body. Slowly, his lips curled into a green one that was even more terrifying than that of a malevolent ghost. He stared directly at the eerie shadow ahead and spoke. Right now, you're no match for me. Although it was unclear whether the shadowy figure could understand human speech, it seemed to sense Fan Wu's transformation. Each of the eyeballs on the shadowy figure's body revealed a solemn gaze. It clearly realized that something was very wrong with the Fan Wu before it. At this very moment, the eerie shadow suddenly launches another attack. Its 10-foot-tall body instantly sprouted dozens of black tentacles, each tipped with a gaping maw lined with fangs. With lightning speed, the dozens of tentacles shot toward Fan Wu simultaneously, like dozens of arrows loosed at once. Facing the sudden attack of the eerie shadow once again, Fan Wu neither dodged nor avoided it. He stood firm and unshaken. He didn't even draw his sword. Bang! 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 The incessant, utterly bewildering sound of hard objects colliding filled the air as pitch-black tentacles relentlessly pounded Fan Wu's upper body, striking nearly every inch of his skin. But what truly shocked Xiaojiu was those tentacles that seemed capable of tearing apart solid boulders could only dent Fan Wu's muscles by less than an inch upon impact. The sharp fangs lining the tentacles attempted to pierce Fan Wu's skin, but they proved utterly useless. These simply couldn't break through his defense at all. Xiaojiu was utterly dumbfounded. Fan Wu before them was like a solid and unshakable copper wall, standing firm without retreating a single step despite the storm-like attacks from the shadowy figure. Suddenly, Fan Wu moved. With one hand, he precisely grabbed a rapidly shooting tentacle. The tentacle seemed to sense something and tried to retract, but found it couldn't pull back even an inch. Two sharp spikes instantly extended from either side of the tentacle, thrusting straight toward Fan Wu's eyeballs without hesitation. Fan Wu closed his eyes. The two spikes were firmly clamped between his upper and lower eyelids. With just a slight tilt of his head, the sharp spikes snapped cleanly in half. His eyes opened. The spike fell to the ground. The broken demon sword in the other hand slashed out in an instant, severing one of the shadow creature's tentacles. The broken demon sword remained incredibly effective, encountering little resistance as it sliced through the tentacle. With one tentacle severed, the shadow creature's body seemed to tremble slightly. The dense web of eyes grew even more bloodshot, as if transforming into countless crimson pupils. It was in pain and enraged. Countless tiny black threads radiated from the shadowy figure's body. In the blink of an eye, the myriad fine threads vanished into the inn's floor, beams, tables, and chairs. At first glance, the entire inn seemed to be covered with black threads, like a giant spider web. Suddenly, countless black threads instantly tightened, and every corner of the inn creaked under the unbearable strain. Witnessing this, Xiaojiu seemed to realize what was about to happen, his expression suddenly changing drastically. He immediately took out a stack of talismans of varying sizes. Then, he mobilized all the magical power in his body, gripping the talismans tightly with both hands. While forming hand seals, he urgently shouted, "Fellow Taoist fan, this beast intends to use the entire inn as its weapon. I'll use the most dangerous spell of the Divine Path 100 kill technique to blast open an exit, and we'll escape through it. Xiaozhou's words came out at a terrifying speed as he rapidly chanted incantations. Less than half a breath later, a flash of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. His right foot stomped violently on the ground as he bit down hard on his own tongue, spewing a mouthful of blood forward in a frenzied burst. The blood soaked into the talisman in his hand. In an instant, the talisman, crumpled and twisted in his hand, seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, instantly flying onto the wall. One after another, visibly wrinkled talismans were pasted onto the inn's walls. Then they were detonated without hesitation. Boom! A large hole was blown directly through one wall of the inn, and Xiaozhou, having overexerted himself, staggered and nearly collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, as a junior officer of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau after all, Xiaozhou's physical skills were not weak. After forcibly steadying himself, he immediately leaped toward the large hole. At the same time, he did not forget to remind Fan Wu once more, "Brother Fan, follow me quickly." Xiaozhou successfully made it outside. He rode like a donkey to dissipate the force. Then he turned his head toward the group of nervous escorts outside the inn and shouted, "Quick! Take that cargo and get away from the inn." "Ha! Wait!" He suddenly realized something and looked back toward the inn with urgency on his face. Why didn't fellow Taoist Fan come out? The next instant, a louder explosion sounded. The entire inn seemed to be squeezed by some eerie force. The inn's 4 surrounding walls, the tile-covered roof, and the stone-paved ground all began collapsing inward, crashing and sinking. The massive ghost inn collapsed into a pile of ruins right before everyone's eyes. Thick clouds of dust rose several feet high, and seeing the flying wooden debris, the escort hurriedly ducked in fear. A wooden plank whizzed past escort leader Lin's head. It startled him so much that beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Had he raised his head just a bit higher moments ago, half his skull would likely have been sliced off. Watching the massive chunk of the inn's ruins crashing down ahead, Chief Escort Lin swallowed hard in silence. He had witnessed all sorts of scenes in his life, but a spectacle of this magnitude was a first for him. This left him muttering in shock. If I had led a group of brothers inside, we'd probably be reduced to a pile of minced meat by now, wouldn't we? He couldn't help but shiver. The eerie creature encountered tonight was far too ferocious. No matter how skilled a martial artist might be, they probably couldn't withstand it either. It's over. At that moment, Xiaozhou, not far from Chief Escort Lin, wore an expression of gritted teeth and deep regret. Never did I imagine that I, a proud junior officer of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, would be of so little help when facing such a monstrous entity. He took a deep breath and immediately shouted at Chief Lin, "Don't just stand there. Get your men to move the goods, I'll cover the rear. That cursed thing will definitely come out, and when it does..." Before he could finish, a piercing shriek filled with malevolence and chaos echoed through the sky, leaving Xiaozhou's remaining words trapped in his throat. Just then, a massive shadowy figure emerged from the ruins of the inn. Countless crimson eyes covered its entire body, casting an ominous and deathly aura that weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Thick inn energy overflowed and spread from the monstrous shadow. Even from a distance of over a dozen steps, it still felt as if one had fallen into an icy abyss. The Tiger Might Escort Agency's guards all gasped in unison. It was their first time encountering such a terrifying monstrosity, and at such close range. Some of the younger escorts were seeing a supernatural creature for the first time. This kind of monster, are we really capable of dealing with it by human strength? One escort's voice trembled as he spoke, gripping his white wax spear so tightly that his palms turned pale from the excessive force. "Chief Escort, what should we do?" Another escort looked toward Chief Escort Lin, believing that his wealth of experience would surely provide a solution to handle this situation. Chief Escort Lin was at a loss for words. He also very much wanted to follow the orders of Lord Xiaojiu from the Qingtian Sea and quickly flee with the goods. But now, they were trapped in the illusion array of the sinister entity. How would he know how to escape? As for his own companions, they were asking him what to do now. In his entire life, he had encountered no more than 5 ghosts and monsters, and even then, he had merely seen them, never once had he actually fought them. How could he possibly know how to deal with such a situation? From the anxious expression of the official from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, it was clear, even this esteemed person was likely struggling to handle that terrifying supernatural entity. Could it be that today is the day I meet my end here? In Lin Bilto's heart, a wave of pessimism. Suddenly, an anomaly suddenly occurs. The grotesque shadow creature, its entire body covered with densely packed crimson eyes and possessing an extremely massive form, seemed as if it was suddenly yanked by some invisible force. It was actually being lifted off the ground. The next moment, the shadowy monstrosity was flung aside like a ragged sack, crashing violently into the forest and snapping a thick tree clean in half. Amid the dust-filled ruins of the inn, the burly and towering figure loomed faintly in the haze. His figure stood like a pagoda, towering there. The dust and smoke from the ruined inn were scattered by gusts of eerie wind. Only then, under the moonlight, did the crowd realize that the self-proclaimed Taoist Fan Wu from the prison dragon temple, standing perfectly intact atop the ruins of the inn. It's that Taoist priest! A guard exclaimed in utter shock. Was he inside the inn just now? But how does he look completely unharmed? Guard Captain Lin smacked him on the head and hissed in a low, tense voice, "Stop yelling like a damn fool. If you attract that cursed thing over here, are you going to deal with it?" Guard Captain Lin also turned his gaze toward Fan Wu amidst the ruins. With years of experience in the martial world, he could see far more than the others. He sensed a beast-like aura emanating from Fan Wu. That aura made his heart race with fear. This Taoist priest is so robust. Is he really a cultivator? Even the fiercest generals in the army don't have such an exaggerated physique, do they? Lin, the head of the escort, stared at Fan Wu's iron-cast muscles, sculpted like a master-ass carving, and muttered in shock, "If he were to punch me, he'd probably smash my head into pieces, wouldn't he?" Lin Bilto shivered with fear. The eerie creature was truly terrifying. But this priest Fan is also terrifying. Nearby, Xiaojiu's expression was not much different from Chief Escort Lin's. He hadn't expected Fan Wu to still be alive. To his surprise, Fan Wu didn't have a single wound on his entire body. Xiaojiu, as a junior officer of the Qingtian Division, had encountered many individuals with extraordinary abilities within the organization, but he had never seen anyone like Fan Wu, a being whose physique was as monstrous as a demon's. In the common perception of most people, the human body has its limits. Even if one refines their physique through certain cultivation techniques, there is still a limit to what can be achieved. But where exactly is the physical limit of this fellow Taoist Fan? That strange shadowy creature flew out inexplicably just now. Could it have been thrown out by fellow Taoist Fan? The moment Xiaojiu thought of this possibility, his eyes widened even further. What kind of monstrous strength is this? On the other side, Fan Wu pulled the demon-slaying sword from the ruins, its blade as pristine and gleaming as ever, the chilling aura undiminished. If anything, it felt even more piercing. The entire inn had just collapsed and compressed around him, a sight more exaggerated than anything Fan Wu had ever witnessed. But the power seemed just so-so. He only felt as if he had been forced into a full body massage. Not a single inch of his skin ached, nor did any muscle feel the slightest discomfort. Fan Wu gripped the demon-slaying sword, with one step forward, a vigorous posture like a coiling dragon descending the mountain. The previously flung away shadowy creature also climbed back up, seemingly unaware of the vast difference in strength between the two sides, and as if it completely lacked any sense of fear or retreat. The shadowy creature spread its massive body like a black curtain studded with crimson eyes, attempting to envelop Fan Wu entirely within it. Yet, when Fan Wu was just 5 steps away from it, he stopped. Fan Wu stared directly at the monstrous shadow, shrieking as it pounced toward him. The muscles in his arms were already trembling violently. The broken demon sword in his hand seemed to tremble with excitement as well, emitting faint, almost imperceptible hums. The muscles in his arms swelled to nearly twice their size, veins bulging like twisted tree roots, a terrifying sight. At this moment, every muscle in his body was fully engaged. His feet had long since settled into a ready stance. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. His foot pivoted sharply. This movement engaged the muscles and sinews of his thighs, engaged the muscles and sinews of his waist, engaged the muscles and sinews of his arms. A single sword strike, slashing through the air. The blade tore through the air with a sharp, explosive shriek. Although Fan Wu's strike was aimed at empty space, he felt an unprecedented resistance, as if something was preventing his sword from descending. However, clearly, his strength still prevailed. The demon-slaying greatsword's blade arced downward in a crescent moon trajectory, unleashing a terrifying wind pressure that plunged forward. To the naked eye, only a crescent-shaped shockwave could be seen, flashing past in the blink of an eye. Boom! The crescent-shaped shockwave, distorting the air ahead into rippling waves, struck the shadowy figure's body directly. Part of the shadowy figure's body seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, and its charging momentum came to an abrupt halt. A massive hole had been torn right through its center. This hole occupied a full third of its body. Every crimson eye on the shadowy figure's form trembled violently, as if enduring inhuman agony. Torrents of dark energy poured from its body. The ground was covered with a thin layer of frost. Ah! Layer upon layer of agonized screams, like the wails of 100 malevolent spirits in unison, were enough to terrify even the bravest souls with their eerie and piercing intensity. The deafening shrieks seemed to create a shockwave, lifting a ring of dust from the ground. A group of nearby escorts immediately winced in pain, feeling as if their eardrums had been pierced by needles. A Dart Master let out a particularly agonized scream. 2 streams of blood slowly trickled from his ears. Cover your ears. Don't be afraid. The more fear you harbor in your hearts, the greater the pain you'll endure. Steady your minds. Steady your minds. The experienced Xiaojie immediately shouted to warn them. But his voice was completely drowned out by the ghostly wails, leaving him utterly helpless. His voice was naturally this soft, it's not like he could find a megaphone to shout with, right? Meanwhile, Xiaojie silently recited a passage from the Divine Path 100 Slaughter Technique, a required text for the Qingtian division, using it to counteract the negative effects brought by the ghostly figure's piercing wails. At the same time, he had clearly witnessed Fan Wu swinging his sword to slay the specter from a distance. It was precisely because of this that Xiaojie's face wore an expression of utter astonishment. He didn't detect any fluctuations of magical power from Fan Wu's sword strike at all. All he saw was the inhuman, tremendous force contained within that strike. It was a majestic power strong enough to split monuments and shatter rocks, like that of a dragon or an elephant. Moreover, Xiaojie could tell this strike wasn't purely reliant on brute force from Fan Wu. He could see that this sword strike was delivered by Fan Wu using an extremely refined swordsmanship technique to generate its force. This was the pinnacle combination of strength and skill, enough to shake one's soul. Perhaps being struck by the demon-slaying greatsword truly is excruciatingly painful. Fan Wu suddenly realized that not a single monstrous creature struck by the demon-slaying greatsword could endure the pain without letting out a scream. Watching the monstrous shadow trembling violently all over, Fan Wu could already tell it was severely crippled. A special monstrous creature born from the resentment of the dead in the mass grave's life, 247 strength, 6.5 skills, commanding 100 ghosts, illusionary barrier, devouring souls, possessing objects. Its life attribute plummeted from 788 points directly to 247. The strength attribute dropped even more drastically, from 13.5 to 6.5. This indicates that the shadow creature has fallen into an extremely negative state. This negative condition caused both attributes to plummet sharply. It is also the moment when it is at its weakest. Given some time, it might have been able to recover, but how could Fan Wu, whose killing intent had nearly solidified into substance, make such a foolish mistake? The starry swordplay was wielded by Fan Wu with such mastery that in the blink of an eye, he slashed 5 times from various tricky angles, cleaving the shadowy figure into fragments of darkness. The eerie eyes on the shadowy figure's body seemed unable to endure such agony. One by one, they burst open in unison, releasing a massive surge of yin energy. The monstrous shadow had shattered into several fragments, many of which were now completely immobile. However, one of the fragments still seemed capable of movement. Moreover, it appeared unwilling to give up, attempting to stealthily inch closer to Fan Wu. But Fan Wu stomped him to the ground with one foot, instantly rendered immobile. The not-so-solid ground was even dented by this stomp, leaving a shallow pit. Absolutely terrifying. 27. This number represents the life attribute data of the eerie shadow in Fan Wu's eyes. It must be said that the Golden Finger's ability to discern attribute information is quite impressive. Fan Wu could clearly determine whether the supernatural entity was genuinely weakened or merely feigning weakness. He could also discern whether the supernatural entity was truly dead or just pretending to be. Very useful. The demon-slaying greatsword was held in reverse grip by Fan Wu, its razor-sharp tip mere inches away from one of the massive eyeballs of the shadowy creature beneath his feet. Fan Wu detected not a trace of fear in its gaze. All he could see was its agony. It was enduring excruciating, tearing pain. It seems this damn thing is indeed somewhat different from normal evil spirits. It isn't exactly a ghost, but rather a creation formed from the convergence of various resentments. It's a very peculiar type of supernatural entity. As for why such an entity would be connected to the Great Venerable One, Fan Wu didn't know. Nor did he want to know. A sword thrust down. Health bar emptied. The eerie shadow vanished into ashes in an instant, unable to utter even a single scream of agony. You have successfully slain the special aberration formed from the resentment of the dead in the mass grave. Congratulations on obtaining 8.2 free attribute points. Name, Fan Wu. Fate, 89加. Strength, 20加. Skill, Story About Sword Art LV 1010. Free attribute points, 8.2. Casually glancing at his personal attributes, the 8.2 free attribute points dropped from slaying the shadow creature had already appeared on the panel. This time, though dragged into trouble by the Qingtian division, it wasn't without gains, at least not a total loss. If you get involved without gaining any attribute points, it would truly be a complete waste of effort. Fortunately, there are plenty of ghosts and monsters in the inn. Moreover, this shadowy creature counts as a boss, capable of providing Fan Wu with quite a few attribute points. This made him feel much more balanced inside. At this moment, as the eerie shadowy creature was struck by Fan Wu's sword and reduced to ashes, the surrounding scenery began to change dramatically. The pervasive, bone-chilling yin energy gradually dissipated into the world, and the surroundings no longer appeared so sinister. The ruins of the inn were strewn with rubble and weeds, as if no one had passed through for hundreds of years. The occasional night breeze finally no longer felt as piercingly cold as before. This put the group of escort guards at ease. It should be considered over, right? Escort leader Lin had witnessed Fan Wu's astonishing performance from start to finish, and he was so shocked that his scalp was tingling. So much so that his voice trembled slightly as he spoke. That Taoist priest must have killed the supernatural creature, right? He did indeed kill it. Standing next to escort leader Lin was Xiaojui, a minor officer from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. His tone was incredibly complex as he murmured, "This is a cursed object imbued with the power of incense offerings." Xiaojui understood far better than head escort Lin just how terrifying that monstrous shadowy cursed entity, which had been wreaking havoc moments ago, truly was. Precisely because of this, witnessing Fan Wu's ability to slay the cursed entity with his own eyes, the shock he felt was incomparably greater than that experienced by head escort Lin and the others. Young fellow Taoist Fan looked so youthful. Just what kind of profoundly skilled reclusive elder could have taught such a disciple? Xiaojui even felt that, had he chosen not to intervene earlier in the inn, fellow Taoist Fan could have easily resolved all the trouble himself. Good heavens! That's even more terrifying. Moo, the old green ox's call finally snapped everyone out of their stunned state. A Biaoshi couldn't help but take a deep breath as he watched Fan Wu's retreating figure. Suppressing his fear, he whispered, "No wonder that official from the Qingtian division treated him with such respect from the start. When I first saw him, I actually mistook him for a highway robber." At this point, a worrying thought occurred to him, and he swallowed hard. Could this Taoist priest possibly hold a grudge against me for that misunderstanding? At this moment, he felt a chill run down his neck. He was terrified that Taoist Fan might also give his neck a slash. If a Taoist who kills ghosts as easily as slaughtering chickens were to strike him with a sword, he probably wouldn't even get the chance to become a vengeful spirit, right? Or perhaps, he might not even get the chance to reincarnate in the underworld. Don't worry. With such remarkable skills, how could that Taoist priest possibly be a petty person? An old escort beside him patted his shoulder and spoke words of comfort. I wonder if that Taoist priest accepts disciples. If I could learn even a move or two, perhaps I might earn the title of master someday. With that pathetic look of yours, you still want to become a disciple. Even brothels wouldn't take you. Hey, looking down on people, aren't you? TSK, since you're so confident, why don't you go and try to become his disciple? Cough cough. The escorts whispered among themselves. Their voices kept extremely low, as if afraid of disturbing Fan Wu. Little did they know that every word they said was heard by Fan Wu. With Fan Wu's current level of heightened acute hearing, even if their heartbeats quickened slightly, Fan Wu could detect it. Fan Wu could discern the faint trace of fear in the tone of the escort guards' discussions. This trace of fear didn't seem to stem from ghosts or monsters, but rather from facing Fan Wu directly now. In other words, in the eyes of these escorts, perhaps Fan Wu was even more terrifying than a ghost. Forget it. Faced with the fearful whispers of these escorts, Fan Wu let them go in one ear and out the other. He paid no attention to them at all. Can't be bothered to argue. At this moment, he had already picked up the scabbard of the severing demon hero sword. After gently wiping the blade, he sheathed the sword. Then, he came to the old green ox and took out a brand new undergarment and a Taoist robe from the baggage it carried. He put them on. Soon after, Fan Wu noticed that Xiaojui, the minor banner officer of the Qingtian division, was walking toward him. He had no intention of initiating a conversation with Xiaojui, as he had always believed that people from the Qingtian division were nothing but trouble. But Xiaojui was the first to speak. The man spoke in a tone that was both wistful and envious, saying, "Fellow Taoist fan, your current cultivation must be nearing the refining qi into spirit stage, right?" "Fan Wu? What's this refining qi into spirit?" "My apologies. Not familiar." Hearing Xiaojiu use a term that seemed to belong to Taoism, Fan Wu was completely clueless about it. All the scriptures his con artist master had him study were entirely made-up nonsense. How could Fan Wu possibly know anything about the specialized terminology of these Taoist practitioners? Seeing Fan Wu's expressionless face and lack of response, Xiaojiu thought he might have said something wrong. Recalling Fan Wu's fierce actions earlier, tearing apart evil spirits and shattering monstrous shadows, Xiaojiu's heart skipped a beat. He immediately forced an awkward smile and said, "It was presumptuous of me to ask such a private matter. I shouldn't have inquired." Sir." Head escort Lin also mustered up the courage to step forward and cautiously asked in a low voice, "Shouldn't we leave this place and find somewhere to stay?" Although the eerie creatures in this area seemed to have been dealt with by this burly Taoist priest, staying in such a place still made head escort Lin feel extremely unsafe, afraid that a few more evil spirits might pop out from somewhere. So much so that he still hasn't relaxed, remaining somewhat tense. After all, for him, assisting the Imperial Astronomical Bureau in escorting the convoy must not have any mishaps. If there were any mishaps, he could forget about ever becoming a convoy leader in this lifetime. It's hard to say if he could even qualify as an ordinary escort. Escort Lin's question also gave Xiaojiu a slight sense of relief, providing him with an opportunity to change the subject. He turned to Escort Lin and replied, "Indeed, this is not a place to linger. Let's continue on our way." "Yes, sir." Escort Lin nodded in agreement. Then, head escort Lin, unable to contain his curiosity, scratched the back of his head somewhat sheepishly and timidly asked, "Sir, what did you mean earlier by refining qi into spirit?" Head escort Lin was quite intrigued by such matters. If he could learn a bit about the ways of cultivators, he'd have plenty of bragging rights in the future. Xiaojiu casually replied, "You could say it's a realm of cultivation. Refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit to return to emptiness, and refining emptiness to unite with the Tao. These four realms represent different levels of power." He laughed and said, "Someone like me, a minor officer in the Qintian division, might sound impressive, but I'm only at the level of refining essence into qi. And even within that, I'd say I'm just average." Gasp! Captain Lin drew in a sharp breath. In his eyes, Xiaojiu, this minor officer of the Qintian division, was already a big shot and a powerful one at that. Yet this very official straightforwardly admitted that his strength was only at a very basic, middling level. In that case, what kind of level would those more powerful cultivators be at? A thought flashed through his mind. Involuntarily, Chief Lin turned his gaze toward Fan Wu ahead. This Taoist priest must be even more formidable than Lord Xiaojiu, right? Chief Lin realized that as he drew closer to Fan Wu's side. Dared not even raise my head to meet his gaze. No way around it. The pressure Fan Wu exuded was overwhelming. Fan Wu here completely ignored head escort Lin, because at this moment, Fan Wu keenly caught a piece of information revealed in Xiaojiu's words that he hadn't known before: the realm of cultivation. Refining essence into qi. Refining qi into spirit. Refining spirit to return to void. Refining the void to unite with the Tao. Is this a realm universally acknowledged by those who cultivate the Tao in this world of gods and demons? Xiaojiu's methods of slaying ghosts were witnessed by Fan Wu. Compared to the abbot of the Golden Dragon Temple in Chuang County, or the white-bearded Taoist Yang Yizhi, or the sinister Taoist Xian Shizi, Xiaojiu is clearly more formidable than them. is a mere banner officer of the Qing Tianxi, only at the stage of refining essence into qi. It seems the waters of this mystical and eerie world are unfathomably deep. Shook his head. Dispelling the distracting thoughts from his mind one by one, Fan Wu patted the old ox's neck, signaling that they would travel through the night. He clearly had no intention of staying here for long. Lest after a while, a few more of that great venerable one's people would appear. The old green ox was quite intelligent, and even the frequent eerie occurrences earlier hadn't startled it into running wild. After letting out a moo, the old green ox, carrying the luggage, followed Fan Wu along the weed-covered dirt road, continuing their journey. Seeing this, the group of Tiger Might escort agency's escorts, though intimidated by Fan Wu's formidable combat prowess, were equally afraid of encountering the eerie creature from earlier. Thus, they hastily urged their horses forward, trying to keep up with Fan Wu. There was no other choice in their eyes. Fan Wu was undeniably a powerhouse. Following behind a powerhouse seemed like the safest bet. At least it's safer. 2 days later, Fan Wu looked at the slightly low city wall ahead and knew he had arrived at Baihe County. This was a county town he needed to pass through on his way to the Nanjing prefecture, and he also needed to replenish his supplies here. Baihe County was clearly much livelier than Chulong County. Outside the county town, many street vendors were loudly hawking their wares. There were also some people dressed like constables maintaining order outside. However, the moment Fan Wu stood there, the scene gradually quieted down. Compared to those around him, his stature was far too imposing. Coupled with the unintentionally exuded aura, akin to that of a ferocious beast, it made others tremble with fear at just a glance, inspiring awe and dread. Even though he was now dressed in a Taoist robe, at first glance, he looked more like a bloodthirsty murderer. The kind who kills without batting an eye. The constables of Baihe County, intimidated by his overwhelming presence, they all secretly swallowed their saliva. Finally, it was a young constable with a bandaged ear and injuries who mustered his courage and shouted, "Halt! Where are you from? And what do you want in our Baihe County?" Fan Wu slightly turned his head, glanced at him, his gaze calm and unruffled. "He is." The constable who was glanced at by Fan Wu couldn't help but sharply inhale a cold breath. He felt all the hairs on his body stand on end, his scalp tingling with numbness. Terrified, he hastily took 2 steps backward, as if afraid that retreating even a moment later would result in having their head crushed barehanded. Fan Wu did not respond to his questioning, seemingly pausing to think for a moment. Then, leading the old ox by the reins, he took a step forward. Advancing step by step, the towering and burly figure seemed capable of blocking out the distant morning light, casting the young constable who had just spoken into a shadow. An overwhelming sense of pressure instantly surged forward, frightening the young constable so much that his legs turned as weak as noodles. The young constable was so terrified that he hastily stumbled backward. He even forgot to draw the saber at his waist, until his back was pressed against the city wall. Only then was there truly no retreat left. What do you think you're doing? This is Baihe County, and my brothers are all here. Don't you dare act recklessly. Please don't do anything rash." The trembling voice of the yeoman runner was almost choked with sobs. He was talking about how his brothers were all here. The problem was, the remaining constables from Baihe County didn't dare to approach at all. "Didn't you want to ask why I came here?" Fan Wu slightly lowered his head, looking down at the constable whose height didn't even reach his chest, and asked in a calm tone. "No. No more questions. No more questions." The constable's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he forced a smile. I could tell at first glance that you, sir, must be a first-rate good man. I just now, only wanted to greet you, that's all. No more questions. Fan Wu frowned. He had approached because he noticed the constable's ear was bandaged, clearly injured. He thought if he answered from a distance, this fellow might not hear him. It might lead to some misunderstandings or cause trouble at that time. So, he thought of approaching a bit closer to explain his purpose. After all, there was nothing inappropriate about Fan Wu's intentions. He just happened to be passing by and planned to go in to buy some things, take a short break, and replenish his supplies. As a result, this young constable, for some unknown reason, was so terrified that he stumbled backward repeatedly, almost to the point of pissing himself in fear. While Fan Wu found it utterly exasperating, he had no choice but to follow step by step. But now, you're saying you won't ask anymore? Utterly baffling. Fan Wu dropped these 4 words, then led the old black ox and walked into Baiha County on his own. As Fan Wu's figure gradually disappeared from sight, the young constable, who had been pressing his back tightly against the city wall as if trying to merge his body into it, finally collapsed onto the ground like a deflated balloon. He was utterly terrified. Meanwhile, the other constables outside Baiha County finally mustered their courage. They all trotted over in a hurry. Among them, an old constable let out a slow sigh of relief upon seeing everyone unharmed, then said earnestly, "You've got quite the nerve, kid. How dare you provoke such a fierce fellow? You only earn half a tael of silver a month, what are you risking your life for?" Just as the young constable trembled, about to say something, the sound of dense hoofbeats came from not far away. There it was. A convoy of armed escorts bearing the banner of Tiger Might Escort Agency was transporting a line of horse-drawn carts towards White Crane County. Each of these escorts, armed with weapons and sharp-eyed, looked like they were not to be trifled with. A group of weary and travel-worn escorts, upon seeing Baiha County right before their eyes, all let out a sigh of relief as if a great weight had been lifted off their shoulders. Finally, we've arrived. Escort leader Ling reacted the same way. His nerves had been stretched taut over the past 2 days, fearing they might encounter some eerie incident again. If they were to come across any malevolent spirits on the road again, he felt his fragile heart might not be able to handle the shock. Fortunately, the past 2 days had passed without incident. "Sir, we've arrived at Baiha County, but we haven't seen that Taoist Master Fan. He might have entered ahead of us." Ling, the head of the escort, spoke respectfully to Xiaojiu inside the carriage. Xiaojiu's voice came from within. "Just deliver the items to the local branch of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau in Baiha County." "Yes, sir." Ling, the head of the escort, nodded in acknowledgement. Their group entered Baiha County without encountering any obstacles. Because the reputation of the Tiger Might Escort Agency in Baiha County is somewhat well known. At the same time, within Baiha County, Fan Wu, leading an old green ox along the road, undoubtedly drew the gazes of many passers-by. He had long grown accustomed to this. Back in Qiulong County, he had also been the kind of person who would draw everyone's attention the moment he stepped outside. As for the shocked or fearful gazes around him, he simply ignored them all. After walking through Baiha County for quite a while, he finally spotted an inn. It must be said, Baiha County was undoubtedly far wealthier than Qiulong County. The size and scale of this inn were the largest Fan Wu had seen in this world, much larger than the ghost inn they had stayed in the previous 2 nights. A waiter at the inn's entrance noticed Fan Wu approaching and was about to greet him with a welcoming smile. But, as Fan Wu drew closer, the inn attendant's head involuntarily lifted higher and higher, until he had to crane his neck to look up. "Gee, guest sir, would you like me to lead this ox to the back of the inn?" The attendant struggled against an inexplicable sense of oppression, his smile stiff and unnatural, as he weakly whispered the question. Fan Wu spoke up, Take it to the back of the inn and just give it some grass to eat. No need to tie it up, it understands human nature and won't run away. Yes, yes. The waiter nodded eagerly like a pecking chick, scurrying off to lead the old ox. Fan Wu withdrew his gaze. He walked into the inn. The inn was quite crowded with guests, but fortunately they were all living humans, no strange creatures or great venerables among them. Otherwise, Fan Wu had a feeling that this time, he might have to slash his way through everything again. However, in the inn, a person's attribute information above their head caught Fan Wu's attention. Chief Banner Officer of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, Life, 329 strength, 8.5 skills, Dragon Elephant Protection Technique, Divine Path 100 Kill Technique, 7 Seals of Demon Suppression. 16th Edition Basic Talisman Compendium of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Chen Jua felt that she had been living in distress every day recently. A few months ago, a bizarre incident occurred in Baiha County. The impact of that eerie incident was immense. At that time, the entire Baiha County was in a state of panic, and the disturbance even spread to other counties within Inhao Prefecture, eventually alarming the commandery government itself. The Great Zhou dynasty is divided into 5 major commanderies: East, South, West, North, and Central. Among them, the Southern Commandery consists of 3 prefectures, and Inhao Prefecture is one of the 3 in the Southern Commandery. Within Inhao Prefecture, there are over a dozen county towns of varying sizes. Qiulong County, Baihe County, are all among them. One can imagine the immense impact of that bizarre incident several months ago, which was able to shake the prefecture and even alarm the commandery. And that highly influential bizarre incident was assigned to Shen Jua, the chief banner of the Qingtianxi, to investigate. The outcome was self-evident. Nothing could be found. Shen Jua, with a bitter expression, grabbed a bowl of wine and tilted her head back to take a gulp. On the table before her, 2 empty wine jugs were already placed, yet her face showed no trace of drunkenness. In her other hand, she was clutching a piece of paper. The paper recorded all the small clues she and her subordinates had painstakingly gathered during this period. Sigh. None of them are related to that matter. After a quick glance, Chen Zhuo crumpled it into a ball. Just then, she suddenly noticed something off about the atmosphere inside the inn. It's gotten a bit too quiet. It was quite lively just a moment ago. Chen Zhuo narrowed her eyes. Her gaze shifted elsewhere, noticing that everyone in the surrounding inn seemed to be looking toward the main entrance. Moreover, the gazes of these people all carried a look of astonishment. This puzzled Shen Zhuo greatly. She turned around and looked toward the inn's entrance behind her. At this glance, she froze. Chen Zhuo considered herself quite tall. Although she was a woman, due to her naturally large bone structure, in Baiha County, no one taller than her had yet been born. Whether she was going out or on duty at the Qingtian office, she could always see the tops of people's heads at a glance. But now she suddenly saw someone even taller appear before her. It was a man. A burly man. Shen Jua had lived this long, yet it was her first time seeing such a towering man. She felt that this person was almost half a head taller than her. Not only was he tall, but he was also incredibly robust. It wasn't just ordinary robustness, it was the kind that made it seem like he could crush a person's skull with one hand. But this person, Shen Jue couldn't help but frown. He carries an overwhelmingly dense aura of ferocity. No wonder the people in the inn suddenly fell silent. Such intense ferocious aura is potent enough to affect the people around. That overwhelmingly savage and formidable presence, even Chen Jue was startled by it. She felt that when she looked at this person, it was like staring at a wild beast. A very ferocious beast. He's not simple. Chen Jue made this judgment, which immediately put her on alert. Her professional habit as a member of the Xinjiang division made her eager to go over and interrogate him. But she held back. Under Shunjiu's leave no trace observation. She watched as the man found an empty table in the inn and sat down on the bench beside it with an imposing air. Waiter, 5 pounds of cooked beef, 2 pounds of cooked mutton without the gamey taste, 2 pounds of cooked pork, and some random greens. Then bring a basin of rice. Remember, a basin, not a bowl. Fan Wu's voice rang out in the inn. In such a quiet atmosphere, his voice was particularly noticeable. The inn's waiter, looking at the tall figure of Fan Wu sitting up, couldn't help but secretly marvel. But he still timidly reminded, "Sir, the amount you've ordered could feed a whole table." All right, I'll go tell the chef to prepare it right away." The inn attendant ultimately couldn't withstand the immense pressure, especially when Fan Wu turned his head and locked eyes with him. The attendant felt as if his heart was being squeezed tight. He chose to follow his instincts. Watching the attendant scurry nervously to the kitchen, Fan Wu slowly withdrew his gaze. He wasn't particularly keen on eating at this inn, because he knew there was a chief banner officer from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau inside. But having just arrived in Baiha County, he couldn't find another inn right away. And Baiha County was so large that by the time he found another inn, it had been an unknown length of time since then. Considering it was still broad daylight, even if there was a chief banner officer from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau nearby, he probably wouldn't encounter anything eerie. So, Fan Wu decided to stay. He had long noticed that the chief banner officer from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau was secretly keeping an eye on him. The other party seemed to think their attention was well concealed, unaware that Fan Wu had already noticed it. As for this, Fan Wu simply ignored it. Whether it was because the inn's chef was highly efficient or because Fan Wu had exerted too much pressure on the establishment, he had only waited a short while in the inn before the waiter brought out the dishes. 5 pounds of beef, 2 pounds of mutton, 2 pounds of pork, a few plates of green vegetables, a large pot of rice. The total amount of food, nearly 20 jin, would likely overwhelm an ordinary person. They'd probably be starved to death before finishing even half. But for Fan Wu, it was just right. He devoured all kinds of meat like a whirlwind. When you get a little tired of eating meat, just shovel in a few big mouthfuls of plain rice and some large bites of greens. The sight left everyone in the inn dumbfounded. They couldn't fathom how one person's stomach could hold so much food, even though Fan Wu looked tall and burly. But it still feels incredibly exaggerated. Shen Jiu was also dumbfounded. She thought she was already quite the glutton, but who would have imagined someone could out-eat her? This made her expression turn serious. This person must have mastered a special body forging secret technique, and to an extremely profound level. Just then, a few more people entered the inn. The originally quiet inn became slightly noisy because of these two arrivals. That was close. Luckily, I was quick-witted and ran fast just now, so my dad didn't catch me. If he found out I wasn't studying hard but instead spent the whole night at the brothel, wouldn't he break my legs? One of them complained loudly. And you guys, were you just about to ditch me and run off by yourselves earlier? Ha! No! How could that be? Ha 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 ha! His companion laughed nervously, making excuses to brush it off. At the time, we were just scared by your dad's fierce look. Ah! Forget about it, let's eat. This one's on me. Alright, since Brother Huan is treating, I won't stand on ceremony. By the way, Brother Huan, I recall there's a decent pleasure house in Chulong County. Take us there for some fun when you have time, won't you? Ha ha ha! No problem at all. Several young men, all dressed in luxurious attire, noisily entered the inn together. However, they quickly noticed that the atmosphere inside the inn was quite unusual, because they realized that after all this shouting, it seemed like inside the inn, only their voices were the ones making all the noise. Quiet. Too quiet. That's not right. Weren't there quite a few people in the inn? Why is everyone so quiet while eating? They looked around the inn with suspicion and puzzlement. Suddenly, one of them suddenly widened his eyes, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. Brother Huang, what's wrong? The man addressed as Brother Huang vigorously rubbed his eyes, then swallowed hard. With a stunned expression, he spoke. I think I just saw a master from Qiulong County. Ha! Fang. Taoist Fang, is that you? When he heard these words coming through, Fan Wu knew he had been recognized. Although Baihe County and Qiulong County both fall under the jurisdiction of Yinhou Prefecture, it's normal for the two counties to have interactions. But since his arrival here, barely half an hour had passed, and he was already recognized. That's a bit too unbelievable. But he couldn't help it. He couldn't possibly gouge out the eyeballs of everyone who recognized him, could he? He wasn't that crazy. Helpless. He nodded slightly. Gasped. The wealthy young master from Qiulong County immediately drew a sharp breath upon seeing this. The frivolity on his face quickly dissipated, replaced by an expression of respect. Taoist fan, you may not recognize me, but you must know my father. My father is Huang Dasheng of the Huang Family Bank in Qiulong County. I am his son. You can call me by my name Huang Ruizi. Huang Dasheng. Fan Wu heard a somewhat familiar name and remembered that this guy was one of the victims deceived by his con artist master. Back when the Dragon Prison Temple was first built, this Huang Dasheng donated a full 1,000 taels of silver. As far as Fan Wu knew, his con artist master had used only half of that 1,000 taels to build the temple, while the other half ended up lining his own pockets. All the scammer master had to offer were a few useless talismans. That poor sucker probably held onto those worthless pieces of paper he bought for 1,000 taels, grinning foolishly for who knows how many years. Wow! So, this Huang Ruizi before me is the son of that poor sucker. Fan Wu wiped the traces of oil from the corner of his mouth, maintaining the aloof expression of a master on his face. Regarding Huang Ruizi's self-introduction, he merely responded with indifference. So you're the son of Squire Huang. I am aware of Squire Huang. He. Huang Ruizi chuckled foolishly and scratched his head. When facing Fan Wu, he showed not the slightest hint of arrogance or domineering behavior. Despite being roughly the same age, the demeanor of each made Fan Wu seem almost like an elder. Huang Ruizi, on the other hand, behaved like a junior. The few young masters from Baihe County beside Huang Ruizi were completely bewildered at the moment. Following Huang Ruizi's gaze, they saw an extremely burly man sitting there. The unique aura emanating from him nearly took their breath away. Someone nearby quietly nudged Huang Ruizi and whispered curiously, "Brother Huang, who is this person?" Upon hearing this, Huang Ruizi straightened his back and puffed out his chest. He proudly introduced, "Brother Hu, Brother Bai, Brother Li. This is Taoist fan from our Qiulong County. You may not have heard of his name, but he is truly an extraordinary figure. Even the county magistrate of Qiulong County holds Taoist fan in great respect." He is. Several young masters from Baihe County gasped in realization, their expressions lighting up with sudden understanding. For these young masters, a county magistrate, such a local official, was absolutely a very important figure. If even such an important figure showed respect, wouldn't that mean an even greater personage? However, they quietly sized up Fan Wu, feeling a bit puzzled in their hearts. Why does this Taoist priest not look like one at first glance? Shouldn't Taoist priests all have an air of celestial grace and wisdom? This priest Fan, doesn't he seem a bit too muscular? Those strong arms. They're thicker than their thighs. Taoist Master Fan, what brings you to Baiha County? After proudly introducing their esteemed Taoist Master Fan from Chulong County to his dubious friends, Wang Ruizi couldn't contain his curiosity and asked. Fan Wu merely intended to rest in Baiha County for a day before continuing his journey to Nan Commandery. He didn't want to make himself widely known in Baiha County. He wished that no one in Baiha County would know his identity. The result? This guy named Huang Ruizi exposed his reputation. Fan Wu really wanted to twist his head off. Countless words in my mind ultimately turned into nothing but a stiff smile on my face. Fan Wu forced himself to put on the demeanor of an enlightened immortal master and replied with feigned patience. Before my revered teacher passed away, he entrusted me with a letter to deliver to his relatives in the mortal world. This journey of mine is to fulfill his final wish. The thought of fleeing to the southern commandery's capital to seek refuge with that never-before-met sworn sister and living a life of luxury in the future. Such inner thoughts were definitely not something to voice in this situation. Fan Wu had no choice but to go against his conscience and utter the nauseatingly false words, to fulfill my revered teacher's final wish. Strictly speaking, it's not entirely false. After all, if he's going to seek refuge with his sworn sister, this letter should be delivered to her as well. It could be considered a half-hearted fulfillment of that deceitful master's dying wish. So that's how it is. Huang Ruizi believed it and even showed an expression of sudden realization. After sighing, he actually turned around to try comforting Fan Wu. Taoist Master Fan, please accept my condolences. I met the old heavenly master of Chulong Temple. When I was a child, he even patted my head back then. Nonsense. Your father, that sucker, gave him 1,000 taels of silver. Not to mention patting your head, that scammer master probably wished he could adopt you as his godson on the spot and pluck your little needle every day. Fan Wu rolled his eyes inwardly. The old heavenly master of Chulong Temple. Suddenly, a clear and cool voice interjected, fellow Taoist, could you be a disciple of the old heavenly master from Chulong Temple? The person speaking now. It's Chen Jiu. Fan Wu? Huang Ruizi recognizing his identity is one thing. After all, Huang Ruizi is also from Chulong County. But you, a chief banner officer of the White Crane County's Qintian Division, why would you know about the old celestial master of Chulong Temple? Although both counties belong to the same prefecture, they are very far apart. It's been several days of non-stop travel. That Xiaozhui we met earlier was also from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, and even a minor officer, yet he didn't know about the Prison Dragon Temple. So how come this senior officer from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau just happens to know about the Prison Dragon Temple? And even knows about his con artist master? Oh, this. Just now, when I saw you enter the inn, I instinctively felt that you were no ordinary person. Now, unexpectedly learning of your identity, I never imagined you would be a disciple of the revered Heavenly Master. It seemed that upon learning Fan Wu's identity, Chen Jiu's weariness faded, and the vigilance in her heart relaxed. She cupped her hands toward Fan Wu and said, I am Chen Jiu, a chief banner of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, greeting you, fellow Taoist. Just now, I overheard your conversation with those young nobles. That person mentioned that the Heavenly Master has already passed away. Is this true? The corner of Fan Wu's mouth twitched slightly. Who would have thought his fraudulent master had such a formidable reputation? What earth-shattering things has that fraudulent master actually done? Fan Wu had no choice but to reply, it's true. Shen Jiu was momentarily stunned, her expression revealing a hint of complexity. She took a deep breath and sighed, never thought, Even a heavenly master of such vast supernatural powers couldn't escape the ravages of time. Although I've never met that old heavenly master in person, I've heard some of his deeds. Many officials in Chulong County held him in high regard. Hearing this, Fan Wu understood. Turns out, the county magistrate of Chulong County and his officials had been bragging and exaggerating about the swindler master's deeds to the outside world. When spreading the word, they might have even added some artistic embellishments. Damn! Too real! One was Taoist Master Fan from the Dragon Prison Temple, and the other claimed to be the chief banner of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. The conversation between these two left those young noblemen too intimidated to even interrupt. Because they just had some spare money at home, at best they held a bit of local influence. But now, whether it was Fan Wu or Chen Jue, both possessed extraordinary skills and held considerable status. How dare these young masters speak up? Even when Chen Jue, the chief banner officer of the Qingtiangxi, called them prophetess to their faces, they dared not utter a word in rebuttal, nor did they even dare to harbor the slightest resentment in their hearts. In this world of gods and anomalies, those who possess extraordinary arts, status is indeed lofty. Suddenly, another person arrived at the inn, exuding a sharp and formidable aura. As soon as the newcomer entered, their gaze and attention were immediately drawn to Fan Wu. He was stunned for a moment. Yet, they forcibly shifted their focus away and turned towards Chen Jue, clasping their hands respectfully and saying earnestly, "Commander Chen, I have urgent matters to report. May we speak in private?" "Just say it here." Chen Jue waved her hand dismissively and casually replied, "What is it?" "Ha! But sir, this is..." "Say it right here." "Yes, sir." The visitor was clearly also from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. He saw that Chen Jue was unwilling to move and, with deliberate pauses, reminded him a second time. He had no choice but to brace himself and take a few steps closer to Chen Jue. Then, lowering his voice, he reported, "Sir, someone claiming to be a junior officer from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau has arrived here. He says he has brought a special item we urgently need." "Is his name Xiaojui?" Chen Jue thought for a moment before asking. "Yes. I understand. I'll go back to see him. As for this wine, help me take it along." Chen Jue nodded. She picked up an unopened jar of wine from the table and casually tossed it to the person from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, who fumbled to catch it. Just as Chen Jue was about to fumble for the money pouch on her person, her movements suddenly froze. She looked at her subordinate. The subordinate immediately fell silent. Soon, with a proficiency that was heartbreaking, he said, "My lord, I'll pay for you." Chen Jue showed no embarrassment as she picked up something beside her and stood up. Only then did the inn's patrons notice that there was actually a weapon by Chen Jue's feet, a massive, weighty-looking Xianhua axe. Faintly visible on the axe's surface were densely carved talismanic inscriptions. The blade was covered in mottled red stains, making it highly suspect that they were large patches of dried blood. The diners in the inn were almost stunned. They just came out for a meal. How could the people they encountered in the inn be more outrageous than the last? Two were from the legendary Imperial Astrology Bureau, and one was a terrifying Taoist priest. Chen Jue paid no attention to the strange looks from those around her. Now standing, her height undoubtedly surpassed that of every man present except for Fan Wu. "Brother Fan, I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave today. I hope we can meet again another day." Chen Jue cupped his hands in farewell. "Goodbye, my ass." Fan Wu didn't want to say anything more to her, so he could only force out an awkward yet polite stiff smile. After watching Chen Jue and another Qingtiangxi member leave, Fan Wu immediately suppressed his smile. He didn't harbor any dislike for Chen Jia and the other person, he simply didn't want to have too much interaction with the Qingtian division. After all, departments like the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, which frequently deal with supernatural affairs. In daily life, there are undoubtedly countless troubles to deal with. For example, a few days ago, I encountered Xia Jiui, that junior officer from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, who took the initiative to strike up a conversation with me. And then, that very night, I ran into supernatural trouble. If Fan Wu hadn't been strong enough himself, he probably wouldn't have made it through that night. One could only say, stay away from the Qingtian Sea. You will become unhappy. Night soon arrived. During the day, Fan Wu had already purchased all the necessary items. These included spare clothes for changing and dry rations for the journey, among other things. Moreover, he had specifically taken the old ox to get its hooves shod during the day, essentially fitting it with 4 iron shoes similar to horseshoes. After all, if the old ox were to accompany him on long journeys, trekking over mountains and through rivers day and night, its hooves would inevitably suffer significant wear and tear. The horseshoeing took quite a while, and by the time the old master finished, it was almost evening. Fan Wu decided to stay overnight in Baiha County after all. Consider it a good rest. To avoid running into the people from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau again, Fan Wu specifically changed to a different inn. At this moment, while gazing at the night scene outside the window, he idly played with a silver ingot. The hard silver ingot in his palm seemed as malleable as a piece of rubber, easily molded into various shapes at will. Silver really doesn't last long. It's indeed necessary to prepare some travel expenses in advance. After playing with the silver ingot for a long time, Fan Wu sighed with such a sentiment. He had only stayed in Baiha County for less than a day and had already spent over 10 taels of silver. If it weren't for the chest of gold and silver from Xian Shizi, with the dozen or so taels of silver he had obtained earlier from Constable Liu of Qiulong County, plus the dozen or so taels of private savings he had stashed away over the years. Before even reaching the Nanjun prefecture, they might have already turned to banditry out of sheer poverty. Suddenly, Fan Wu seemed to notice something unusual, his eyes narrowing instantly. The pitch-black night seemed unable to block his gaze. He could clearly see into the distance. Chief Banner Officer of the Celestial Observatory Life, 310 strength, 8.5 skills, Dragon Elephant Protection Technique, Divine Path 100 Killing Art, 7 Seals of Demon Suppression, Celestial Observatory 16th Edition Basic Talisman Compendium. Although they were separated by a great distance, with Fan Wu's astonishing eyesight, he could still vaguely make out the tiny, mite-sized text. This is the Familiar Properties panel. It's the Chief Banner Officer from the Qingtian Bureau. Her life attribute has dropped quite a bit compared to during the day. I remember her life attribute was 329 in the daytime, but now it's only 310. Was she injured? Fan Wu raised an eyebrow. Having previously witnessed Xia Jiu's abilities, he could roughly gauge the level of this commander's strength. In Baiha County, someone actually managed to injure the Chief Banner Officer of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Moreover, the attribute information of that Zongqi officer only flashed briefly in the distance before disappearing. It seems as if the other party was chasing something. Fan Wu withdrew his gaze, showing no curiosity and no intention of interfering in the matter. Rashly meddling in the affairs of the Qingtian Sea would be nothing but trouble for oneself. Offending one Great Venerable is already enough. If a few more beings similar to the Great Venerable were to appear, Fan Wu felt, he would have to find a remote mountain forest to lay low for a while. However, just as Fan Wu was about to close the window and get a good night's sleep, his movements suddenly paused. The next moment, a terrified scream, trembling with fear, rose from the first floor of the inn where he was staying. "There's a ghost! A ghost! A ghost! Fan Wu, am manager. There's a ghost! A ghost!" In the lobby on the first floor of the inn, a waiter, his face full of panic, cried out in a trembling voice, "Manager, what should we do? How the hell should I know?" The innkeeper was about to close for the night when this sudden incident sent chills down his spine. Both men's legs trembled violently, as limp as noodles. It wasn't that they didn't want to run, they simply couldn't move their legs or flee. They stared in terror at the entrance of the inn ahead. There lay an eerie coffin plastered with numerous talismanic papers, which had somehow appeared at the inn's entrance. The talismans on the coffin were tattered, as if torn apart by some mysterious force, or perhaps ripped by bare hands. The temperature inside the entire inn seemed to have dropped. Although the innkeeper and the waiter didn't witness the ghost with their own eyes, in this eerie and supernatural world, encountering such bizarre events, it was absolutely certain they had run into a ghost late at night. After all, who would dare to play such a prank by moving a coffin out late at night? Aren't they afraid of being haunted by spirits? Suddenly, the coffin trembled slightly and actually moved a few inches toward the inn. It actually moved! The innkeeper was so frightened that he sharply inhaled a cold breath. His face instantly turned deathly pale, his eyes rolling straight upward. He collapsed weakly. The shop assistant standing nearby was dumbfounded. If the innkeeper had fainted, wouldn't he be left alone facing the ghost? Fear had already overwhelmed his entire being. And the temperature inside the inn continued to drop. Flickering candle flames swayed incessantly as eerie gusts of wind swept through the hall. The drafts made the tables and chairs tremble slightly. "Gee, ghost grandpa! Ghost grandma! I, Hong Gooden, have never done anything wicked in my life. The most guilt-ridden thing I've ever done was just a few days ago when I secretly accepted a piece of broken silver as a tip from a wealthy customer without telling the innkeeper." The waiter was already paralyzed with fear on the ground. His crotch was completely soaked, but he didn't feel a thing. He was so terrified that he didn't even notice he had wet himself. However, his desperate pleas for mercy were useless. The coffin not only failed to stop but even continued to move a short distance further into the inn. This time, it moved several steps closer. The waiter was utterly terrified. The distance was now close enough for him to feel the icy aura emanating from the coffin. It felt as if a block of eternal ice was creeping toward him. As the coffin drew nearer, the shop assistant was already overwhelmed with despair. With a woeful expression, he pinched his uncooperative thigh hard. But it was still useless. His legs wouldn't obey him. The next second, the waiter suddenly felt as if the collar of his clothes was being grabbed by some monster. He watched helplessly as his disobedient feet slowly lifted more than 2 feet off the ground. "Make way!" 2 words abruptly sounded from behind him. Before the waiter could turn his head, he found himself being flung backward. After falling to the ground with a moderate thud, the waiter quickly looked up. Instantly, he saw a towering figure from behind, as majestic as a mountain. "What is this?" the innkeeper recalled. The man before him seemed to be an unusual person who had arrived at the inn that evening, asking to stay for the night. The reason he thought the man was unusual was that, in all his years, the innkeeper had never seen someone so tall. "The first time we met." It left him utterly shocked. And now, still shocking, Fan Wu didn't care what the waiter was thinking in his head. He glanced down at the unconscious innkeeper, lightly flicking the sheathed demon-slaying sword on the ground. The innkeeper was treated like trash, casually brushed aside by Fan Wu. Then, his gaze fell upon a blood-red coffin before him. The coffin was a rectangular prism, appearing rather sizable. Most of the talismans pasted on it were already damaged, and it seemed they had been ruined quite recently. There also appeared to be ink lines, as if from an ink marker, tightly binding the coffin. But most of those ink lines had also snapped. Talisman paper, ink line, coffin. These three factors combined would lead anyone with even a slight imagination and ability to piece things together to guess that inside this coffin, there must absolutely be something sinister. The coffin continued to inch forward, its base scraping against the inn's floor, emitting a series of grating sounds. Be brave, brave warrior, that's a ghost. The innkeeper was deeply moved by Fan Wu's rescue and felt he couldn't betray his conscience. So, mastering his courage, he offered a trembling warning. Fan Wu seemed as if he couldn't hear a thing. He stared at the coffin drawing ever closer, neither retreating nor dodging. Instead, he lifted his foot and stepped forward. Under the stunned gaze of the shop assistant, Fan Wu directly stepped onto the coffin. Gasp! The shop assistant inhaled sharply. Gee, gasped, please be careful. This is... His words trailed off there. It came to an abrupt halt, because he saw with his own eyes that Fan Wu, with just a slight push from the leg braced against the coffin, sent the obviously heavy solid wood coffin sliding sideways with a single kick. The coffin emitted a sharp, grating sound as it scraped against the ground, forced to move straight toward the outside of the inn. The waiter was dumbfounded once again. Isn't this a bit too fierce? Is this guest truly unafraid of ghosts and gods? How dare he kick the coffin out? Moreover, what kind of strength is this? This coffin looks like it must weigh at least 300 or 400 pounds, right? He could kick it that far. And it didn't seem like he used much strength. Oh, this. Ha! Wait. The shop assistant, who had barely regained his composure, now noticed that Fan Wu's attire was quite unusual. He recognized this style of clothing wasn't this what Taoist priests wore. The waiter widened his eyes and suddenly realized. Could this be a Taoist priest? No wonder he wasn't afraid of ghosts and even dared to kick the coffin open. So he was a cultivator. Deist. It's coming again. Before the inn attendant could even catch his breath, he suddenly saw the coffin that Fan Wu had kicked out of the inn charging straight back inside. And this time, it was even faster. If its speed earlier was like a tortoise, now it was like a raging bull. Watching the coffin charge recklessly toward them, Fan Wu's expression remained as calm as ever, showing no trace of anxiety. He rested one hand on the hilt of his sword. The demon-slaying hero sword was slowly drawn, its sharp double-edged blades reflecting a chilling gleam under the flickering candlelight. His entire demeanor underwent a sudden transformation. Killing intent permeates and spreads. The overwhelming, beast-like aura emanating from him actually dispersed the energy overflowing from the coffin. Even the waiter behind Fan Wu could clearly feel a suffocating pressure closing in. At this moment, something unexpected happened. A coffin charging straight ahead seemed to sense something, just as it was about to enter within 5 steps of Fan Wu. It suddenly came to an abrupt halt and stopped. Fellow Taoist fan, please wait a moment. It was precisely at this moment that an urgent shout grew louder as it approached. Spare the coffin with your sword. The familiar, pinched voice made Fan Wu's lips twitch. He didn't even need to turn his head to know. The one urgently shouting for him to spare the coffin with his sword was that minor official from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Xiajiui. Fan Wu had thought that by changing to another inn for the night, he could avoid seeing the people from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau again. But he realized he had been naive. He was too hasty. Just then, that scoundrel Xiaojiui came leaping over roofs and walls like a hero from a martial arts film. But he look the least bit dashing. Fan Wu could tell he was in a sorry state, with a faint scent of blood clinging to him, likely injured. What's going on tonight? First a chief banner of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, now a junior banner, both wounded. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Fan Wu's sword, poised to strike down, ultimately did not land on the coffin. Seeing this, Xiao Jiuyi, who had rushed over in haste, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that his forehead was covered in a cold sweat from the shock. Because, just now, when Fan Wu raised his long sword and was about to strike, Xiao Jiu, watching from a distance, was so tense that his heart nearly leaped out of his throat at the sight. Thank goodness! Thank goodness fellow Taoist Fan stopped in time. Otherwise, there would have been no way to explain this. Xiao Jiu knew exactly how formidable Fan Wu was. If that sword strike had landed, the coffin would have been done for. Xiao is here to thank fellow Taoist Fan for sparing the coffin with your sword. Xiao Jiu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice filled with lingering fear and immense gratitude, speaking with heartfelt appreciation. Then, he pulled out a large stack of talismans and flung them toward the coffin. Each talisman landed precisely on the coffin. As if bound by an invisible force, they stuck firmly to the coffin's surface. Every talisman bore intricate, flowing script. Xiao Jiu formed hand seals with one hand, murmuring incantations under his breath as he channeled the magical energy within him. A unique and mysterious force field enveloped his entire body. The talismanic script on the paper flickered with a golden light. The coffin trembled violently for a moment. Then it fell still, finally ceasing its movements and no longer leaking any energy. Everything returned to calm. Fan Wu felt that the smooth and effortless series of actions performed by Xiao Jiu before him were likely aimed at resealing this coffin. It seemed that this coffin must be hiding some kind of secret. But he didn't want to know. Nor do I wish to know. However, Xiao Jiu, filled with relief, took the initiative to speak at this moment. I don't know what's going on, but this heaven's secret coffin has been quite restless lately. Encountering eerie creatures trying to snatch it on the road was one thing, but after arriving in Baiha County, it even attempted to flee on its own. Thankfully, fellow Taoist Fan helped restrain it. Fan Wu, he had no desire whatsoever to learn about the so-called heavenly secrets coffin. Yet, Xiao Jiu was now revealing some of the secrets of this very coffin. Perhaps, in Xiao Jiu's eyes, the contents of these words didn't count as secrets. Or perhaps Xiao Jiu truly trusted Fan Wu. Damn it! Fan Wu truly hoped it was the former. Seeing Fan Wu's silence, Xiao Jiu thought he had guessed Fan Wu's thoughts and went on to explain on his own. Brother Fan might be curious why I'm in such a sorry state. Fan Wu? Which eye of yours saw me being curious? Xiao Jiu continued to explain. Tonight, we from the Qingtian division were preparing to use the heavenly coffin to uncover the truth behind a bizarre case. To our surprise, the coffin took advantage of our carelessness and forcefully broke through the seals on it. We were caught off guard at the time and accidentally got injured by it. But they were just superficial wounds, and a couple of days of rest will be enough to recover. Fellow Taoist Fan, there's no need to worry. Worry my ass. Fan Wu wondered if he had some connection with the Imperial Astronomical Bureau of the Great Shou Dynasty in his past life. Why was it that no matter where he went, he would always run into people from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau? And the members of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau were as sticky as molasses. Fan Wu didn't want to get involved with them, but they would always come up to him and strike up a conversation. He's freaking out. At this moment, Fan Wu noticed movements elsewhere, as if someone else was rushing towards them. With his extremely sharp senses, he could immediately tell that the newcomers were still from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. It was the same female commander he had encountered during the day. Indeed, another familiar figure appeared. it's Chen Jue. As soon as Chen Jue saw the temporarily sealed heavenly coffin inside the inn, her reaction was identical to Xia Zhu's. He let out a sigh of relief. Then, Chen Jue noticed a familiar face right in front of her. Fellow Taoist fan, what are you doing here? Chen Jue asked with surprise in her voice. One member of the Xintian Bureau wasn't enough now, another one had arrived. Fan Wu did not respond to Chen Jue's curious question. He silently sheathed the demon-slaying sword. Commander, it was fellow Taoist Fan who intervened in time to help us restrain the fleeing heavenly coffin, Xiao Jiu explained on Fan Wu's behalf. Chen Jue suddenly understood. She looked at Fan Wu with a face full of gratitude. Thank you, fellow Taoist Fan, for your timely assistance. The Qingtianxi is deeply grateful. Chen Jue sighed in admiration. Truly worthy of being the disciple of the old celestial master, fellow Taoist Fan carries a heart full of righteousness. At this moment, Xiao Jiu frowned in thought before suddenly speaking up. Commander, to use the heavenly coffin, we must temporarily lift its seal. But the heavenly coffin is unruly. If we remove its seal, it may attempt to escape again. If it weren't for fellow Taoist Fan coincidentally encountering it earlier, it might have escaped Baihe County by now. By then, we probably wouldn't have been able to find it at all, and we'd likely be held accountable and punished by our superiors. Chen Jue looked at him and replied, if you have something to say, just say it directly. There's no need to beat around the bush with every word. Xiao Jiu took a deep breath. I think that with just our group, we might struggle to keep it under control while using the heavenly coffin. But if fellow Taoist Fan were also present, that might not be the case. I have witnessed fellow Taoist Fan engage with the eerie creatures. Without exaggeration, fellow Taoist Fan alone could single-handedly overthrow the Qingtian Division branch in Baihe County. Coincidentally, the heavenly coffin is here. Fellow Taoist Fan is here. I am here, and you, Commander Chen, are also here. With the three of us joining forces to guard the heavenly coffin, even if its seal were to be undone, it would find it impossible to escape. Therefore, my idea is we should utilize the heavenly coffin right here. As Xiao Jiu voiced his thoughts, Chen Jue fell into deep contemplation, while Fan Wu was left with a head full of question marks. Brother Fan, we didn't mean to trouble you, but we never expected the heavenly coffin to look like this. Xiao Jiu pondered for a moment before saying to Fan Wu, if Brother Fan is willing to help guard this coffin, the Imperial Astrology Bureau can offer you. Not interested. Before he could finish, Fan Wu bluntly uttered these four words. Although Xiao Jiu wasn't engaging in moral coercion, his request was merely transactional in nature. However, Fan Wu still didn't want to get too involved in matters related to the Qingtianxi. The reason he interrupted so quickly was that Fan Wu feared he might not be able to resist the temptation. After all, the prestigious Qingtianxi, the promised reward would likely be hard to refuse. To prevent himself from wavering, Fan Wu decisively interrupted the spellcasting with a single move. This left Xiao Jiu momentarily stunned. Xiao Jiu scratched his head. Fellow Taoist, I haven't had the chance to tell you what the Qingtian Bureau can offer you yet. As soon as the words were spoken, suddenly, the heavenly mystery coffin, which had been temporarily sealed by Xiao Jiu, trembled once again. But this tremor was different from the previous ones. Inside this heavenly mystery coffin, there seemed to be some strange movements as well. Fan Wu's hearing was remarkably sharp. He heard the sound of mechanical gears turning inside the Tianji coffin. At the same time, he even faintly caught the sound of a pen tip scratching across paper. He also noticed that when the heavenly coffin exhibited such unusual movements, the two individuals from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, Chen Jue and Xiao Jiu, both wore expressions of shock as if they had seen a ghost. Chen Jue's eyes widened. In stunned disbelief, she murmured, "The heavenly coffin, it's operating. Is the celestial coffin operating?" This statement made Fan Wu involuntarily frown. Could this thing actually operate on its own? In this mystical and bizarre world, there really are all sorts of strange and peculiar things. Chengju's tone of shock didn't seem faint, as if the operation of the celestial coffin was some major event. She saw Chengju immediately turn her head to look at Xiaojue beside her. "You didn't completely seal it." Xiaojue looked utterly bewildered. He didn't understand the current situation either. That shouldn't be the case. None of my talismans are damaged, and I didn't mispronounce a single word in the sealing incantation. With my level of power, it should have been enough to seal it for 5 hours. On the way to Baiha County, I sealed it every 5 hours without fail. This time, there shouldn't have been any mishaps, right? And even if the seal had failed, why wouldn't it choose to escape again? Instead, it's operating autonomously. It seems that even their Qingtian division isn't particularly familiar with the celestial mechanism coffin. They were likely just following standard procedures, attempting to use this celestial mechanism coffin through some fixed protocols. Now, the celestial mechanism coffin has malfunctioned. Neither Chengju nor Xiaojue knew how to handle the situation. Should we seal the heavenly coffin again? But what if something goes wrong and we accidentally damage it? After all, no one has ever tried to seal the heavenly coffin while it was in operation. The heavenly coffin can divine mysterious events and answer people's doubts. It also possesses a certain level of consciousness. Its current autonomous operation might be trying to tell us something. It was Chengju who remained calm first. She had already placed her hand on the Xinyuan axe hanging at her waist. Such a heavy axe, heaven knows how that belt around her waist manages to hold it up. Chengju paused for a moment before continuing. "Let's first see what it actually wants to say. If any danger arises, then there's no need to worry about its value or uniqueness, just chop it into scrap. Then report the truth to the higher-ups and await their punishment." Xiaojue nodded helplessly. In a situation like this, which he had no idea how to resolve, there was nothing else he could do. At this moment, the sound of mechanisms inside the Tenji coffin grew even clearer. A crisp click echoed. A drawer unexpectedly slid out from the side of the Tenji coffin, revealing a piece of parchment lying quietly inside. The parchment carried a dense aura of yin energy. The dense yin energy had materialized, enveloping the entire parchment in a mist of ghostly white vapor. It was filled with an ominous aura. If an ordinary person without cultivation dared to touch something shrouded in such sinister energy, at best, they'd suffer from a severe illness for years. At worst, they'd be lying in a coffin by next month. Chengju took a deep breath. With one hand gripping the Xinyuan axe tightly and the other completely unguarded, she reached out directly to retrieve that piece of parchment. After obtaining the parchment, she felt as if she were holding a piece of ice, but she paid no attention to such details, focusing her gaze on the parchment instead. She froze in shock. "Commander, what does it say? What is the celestial coffin trying to tell us?" Xiaojue asked nervously from the side. Chengju slightly turned the parchment with writing on it toward Xiaojue, revealing a glimpse. Xiaojue leaned in to look. He was also stunned. The parchment bore only 4 words, written in an unknown scarlet pigment that looked bloodstained, utterly eerie, and shockingly vivid. Although Fan Wu had no interest in the celestial coffin, given his height, a mere glance downward forced him to see those 4 words. "Take me away quickly." What does this mean? Is the celestial coffin trying to convey some message to us? Take me away quickly. Who does the me inside refer to? Xiaojue was completely baffled. Although he had brought the celestial coffin all the way to Baiha County, he also knew the proper procedures for using it. He was merely a junior officer of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. The higher-ups had assigned him to transport the celestial coffin precisely because he wouldn't draw much attention. No one would suspect that such a special item was being transported by a mere junior officer of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Faced with this sudden and unusual situation, Xiaojie could scratch his head bald, yet still not come up with a solution. The word "I" in this context might possibly refer to the heavenly mystery coffin itself. Shunju tentatively voiced a conjecture. The two of them instantly fell into a heavy silence. If "I" truly refers to the Tenji coffin itself, then doesn't that mean the Tenji coffin is calling for help? But why would it need help? Surely no one would want to harm it, right? Strictly speaking, the Tenji coffin is a special type of supernatural artifact. Who would harm a supernatural object? The heavenly mystery coffin is basically sealed every day, so how could it have any conflict of interest with anyone? It doesn't make sense. Wait a minute. A flash of insight seemed to flicker through his mind. Chunju and Xiaojie suddenly jolted awake, exchanging a glance as if they had simultaneously arrived at the same thought. I remember you mentioned earlier that before you and the Tiger Might Escort Agency's guards transported the Tenji coffin to Baiha County, you encountered a powerful supernatural entity on the way. That formidable entity specifically demanded the Tenji coffin by name, didn't it? Chunju asked. She was asking Xiaojie. Xiaojie nodded with a grave expression, took a deep breath, and replied, Indeed, as I mentioned to you, sir, that eerie creature is extremely powerful. With my strength alone, there's no way I could be its match. At that time, if fellow Taoist Fan hadn't been present, I might not have had the chance to reach Baiha County. Perhaps I would have already been a corpse on the roadside halfway there. Sir, what do you mean? Chunju gritted her teeth and said, That eerie creature you encountered on the way most likely has accomplices. The heavenly coffin itself sensed danger, so it's sending us a warning and a cry for help. Earlier, the heavenly coffin must have vaguely sensed a threat gradually closing in on it. That's why it tried to flee. I don't think its encounter with fellow Taoist Fan was a coincidence. It sought him out deliberately. Chunju's expression turned unusually grave. She glanced at the heavenly coffin lying on the ground and said solemnly, Perhaps it's indirectly telling us the approaching danger is terrifying. The strength of the White Crane County branch of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau is insufficient to ensure its safety. In the eyes of the heavenly coffin, only fellow Taoist Fan in the entire White Crane County can protect it. It didn't encounter fellow Taoist Fan by accident, nor was it trying to attack him just now. It came to seek fellow Taoist Fan's protection. As Chunju's words fell, the flickering candlelight in the inn extinguished simultaneously. The entire inn was plunged into complete darkness. The atmosphere grew eerily unsettling. Not good. The expressions of the two officials from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau changed abruptly. They rushed out of the inn together, only to be shocked to find that the outside had completely transformed. Xiaojie was startled and hurriedly looked up at the sky. He remembered that earlier, while chasing the celestial coffin, the night sky had been dotted with stars, and the moon had been quite bright. But the problem was, now the night sky was pitch black, with nothing visible at all. The surroundings were eerily quiet. No cicadas chirping. No dogs barking. Nor could the conversations from neighboring homes be heard. The entire inn seemed as if it were isolated, with the night resembling a vast ocean. And this inn was the only small boat adrift in that boundless sea. This scene held no beauty whatsoever. It was nothing but spine-chilling. Every hair on his body stood on end. An ominous premonition weighed heavily on his heart. Xiaojie had already pulled out every weapon and tool he carried on him. His expression was grave and grim. This pursuit of the heavenly coffin was far too rushed and hasty. I didn't bring enough talismans or magical tools, what a blunder. Though he had spotted the enemy yet and had detected much movement, Xiaojiu was still drenched in nervous sweat. His palms were slightly damp with sweat. The few talismans he was holding in his hand were slightly moistened. Beside him, Chengjiu had her eyes closed, sensing something. Soon, she opened her eyes. Her complexion wasn't much better than Xiaojiu's. Chengjiu gripped the Xianhua axe tightly, her vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings of Will Lane as she spoke. It feels like we've been forcibly dragged into some peculiar ghostly formation. Inside here, we can't communicate with the outside world. For now, I have no way to summon the others from the Qingtian Bureau. In the shadows, that unknown enemy, their target this time is most likely the Celestial Mechanism Coffin. The Celestial Mechanism Coffin must not be compromised. Both of us must fight with everything we have, even if it costs our lives. Xiaojiu nodded. He wasn't afraid of death after all. He was just an orphan adopted by the Qingtian Bureau. Even if he were asked to repay the Astronomical Bureau with his life on the spot, he would have crushed his own throat without hesitation. Just as he was about to see something, an anomaly suddenly occurs. The candlelight, which had inexplicably gone out earlier, suddenly reignited. However, the revived flame was no longer the warm orange-yellow hue, but a somewhat festive bright red. A sudden eerie wind began to blow out of nowhere, causing Xiaojiu, whose cultivation was relatively weaker, to stagger unsteadily on his feet. Xiaojiu hurriedly steadied himself, as if sensing something, and turned his gaze toward one side of Will Lane. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. A jubilant wedding procession, dressed in festive attire, had inexplicably appeared at one end of Will Lane at some unknown moment. Pale-faced figures, their complexions as white as paper, each held a long vertical pole, atop which hung large red lanterns. On these red lanterns, the figures had pasted paper-cut characters for double happiness. Several palanquin bearers carried a grand, entirely red 8-man sedan chair, humming a chilling tune in unison. What sent shivers down the spine was that the palanquin bearers were actually carrying a coffin eerily resembling a sedan chair. The coffin was draped with a very festive red embroidered cloth, just like a real wedding procession. They weren't walking with steps, but rather floating slowly towards the inn. Eerily inexplicable. He is extremely ominous. Xiaojiu gasped sharply, then immediately thought of something and was about to turn around to look. However, the motion of turning was interrupted by the voice of Chengjiu beside him. No need to look back. There's something on the other side too. Over here is the bride being welcomed, or rather, Chengjiu said gravely, over here is the ghost bride being welcomed. Chengjiu was looking in a direction where a group of people with extremely pale faces stood. They were positioned on both sides of Will Lane. In the middle was a large red bridal sedan. The sedan's curtain was drawn shut, but faintly visible inside was a flickering figure, exuding an eerie, chilling aura. Chilling. Terrifying. The wedding procession seemed to stir into motion upon seeing the arrival of the bridal party. Pale-faced figures on both sides lifted the bright red bridal sedan chair and moved forward to meet the wedding procession. The inn behind Xiaojiu and Chengjiu happened to be right at the spot where the two groups were about to converge. I am Chengjiu, banner commander of the Imperial Celestial Bureau. Chengjiu brushed aside the distractions in her mind, her gaze now sharp as a blade. Gripping her Swanyo axe tightly, she shouted sternly, "The celestial coffin belongs to the Imperial Celestial Bureau. Anyone who dares lay a finger on it will face utter annihilation." Her warning seemed to have no effect. The intersections on both sides of Will Lane were completely blocked, as two groups of malevolent spirits with dense energy surged forward. Their purpose was clear. They showed no fear of the warning. Damn it! Seeing that invoking the name of the Imperial Astrology Bureau still had no effect, Chen Jue turned to Xia Jiuyi beside her and said gravely, "You handle the ghost groom, I'll take care of the ghost bride." Understood. Although Xia Jiuyi knew the odds were against them tonight, he had no choice but to brace himself and step forward. Since the enemy was aware of the Imperial Astrology Bureau's reputation yet showed no intention of retreating, it meant tonight's battle was inevitable. Seeing a horde of evil spirits about to attack, Xia Jiuyi didn't hesitate for a second and struck first without any courtesy. When at a disadvantage, if one doesn't seize the initiative, they might never get another chance to act. Xia Jiuyi had already clenched a stack of talismans in his hand, swiftly forming a seal with both hands. As he moved, the crisp sound of bells rang out distinctly in the quiet darkness of the night. That's because on the little finger of his right hand, there was an ancient bronze bell tied. Whenever his finger moved, the bell would make a sound. As soon as the bell rang, Xia Jiuyi's state of mind became even clearer than before. The magical energy within his body also became more active. A faint ripple of magical energy had already begun to swirl around his fingertips. This is unmistakably a magical artifact. Taishan Laojun teaches me to slay ghosts. Xia Jiu murmured incantations under his breath, with only this one phrase shouted aloud. The next moment, the stack of talismans in his hand burst into flames, simultaneously unleashing a dazzling golden light. The golden radiance seemed to carry an overwhelming force, charging straight toward the group of malevolent spirits. The silently approaching ghosts finally reacted with other movements. Several of the ghostly figures carrying large red lanterns immediately flew to the front of the 8-man sedan chair. Together, they raised the large red lanterns in their hands. In the blink of an eye, the red lanterns ignited with an eerie green candlelight, and billowing in energy condensed into a thick mist wall, like a giant shield, blocking the path in front of the 8-man sedan chair. The golden light struck the in-energy mist wall. Instantly, that wall of in-energy mist melted away rapidly with a sizzling sound, as if being washed away by a stream of heat. The golden light also quickly dimmed. Just as the golden light finally broke through the in-energy mist and was about to strike the 8-man sedan chair. "Disperse!" A voice so chilling it made one's hair stand on end sounded. With just the utterance of a single word, the already dim golden light instantly dissipated. Seeing this, Xia Jiuyi immediately bit his newly healed tongue tip, spitting out a mouthful of young energy-infused blood from the tip of his tongue. Both his index and middle fingers were stained with the tongue-tip blood. Using his own tongue-tip blood as ink, Xia Jiuyi swiftly traced intricate symbols in the air with flamboyant strokes. His hands swiftly formed a seal as he chanted, "Divine Path 100 Slaughter" as the decree commands. Decree! While Xia Jiuyi was desperately battling the evil spirits, Shen Jue, on the other side, also decisively took action. In such a critical moment, one naturally had to give it their all. The slightest mistake could cost them their lives. Chen Jue held a heavy Xianhua axe in her right hand, while her left hand casually flicked out 3 talismans. The talismans adhered firmly to the blade of the Xianhua axe, emitting a faint golden glow. She charged toward the evil spirit on her own initiative. Under the gaze of the numerous evil spirits, Chen Jue tightly gripped the axe handle with both hands. Suddenly, she leaped up with a mighty jump. "Evil spirit! Die now!" With a fierce shout, she effortlessly leaped over 10 feet into the air, then brought her axe down with both hands in a powerful strike. The Xianhua axe, emitting a faint golden glow, traced a golden arc through the darkness of the night. The malevolent spirit she targeted first clearly didn't expect a woman to be so fierce, charging forward boldly with a giant axe in hand. And Shen Jue moved swiftly. Before the malevolent spirit could react or make any additional moves, the axe blade came down. Whoosh! The demon was split in half by Chen Jue's axe strike, the Xianhua axe smashing violently onto the ground, shattering the blue stone pavement. Utterly brutal. Chen Jua suddenly turned around, exerting force with both hands. The heavy Xianhua axe in her grasp felt as light as cotton. She raised the axe and swung it toward another demon. This demon managed to react in time, dodging to one side, but still had a hand severed by the blow. The intense pain made the demon scream in agony. A pallid face was etched with agony. Seizing the moment, Chen Jua stepped forward, swinging her crescent axe horizontally, smashing the demon's head to pulp. Alone, she charged into the horde of ghosts, axe in hand. It was nothing short of a massacre. These ordinary evil spirits are no match for Chen Jua. After all, she is the chief banner officer of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Her strength is undoubtedly formidable. After slaying several evil spirits in succession, Chen Ju's expression showed no joy, only an increasingly grave demeanor. There are too many evil spirits. Killing a few now means nothing to her. Moreover, the ghost bride in the big red bridal sedan never made a move from start to finish. This put Chen Jua on high alert. A subconscious thought in her mind told her that the ghost bride inside that big red bridal sedan was absolutely formidable. The opponent is an extremely malevolent ghost. She felt that she shouldn't be any weaker than the ghost bride, but the troublesome evil spirits weren't limited to just the ghost bride. The opponent had many more helpers. This was the real thorny problem. Moreover, how did so many evil spirits manage to sneak into Baihe County without making a sound? Chen Jua was utterly perplexed. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something, and then heard a scream. It was Xia Jui's voice. The voice was far too distinctive for Chen Jua to fail to recognize it. In that hurried moment, she turned her head to look. She saw Xia Ju spitting blood wildly from his mouth and nose, like a kite with its string cut, sent flying sideways. The entire person slammed hard into a wall. The wall was dented with a large crater, and fine cracks spread across its surface. Finally, he fell to the ground in a sorry state. Ahem! Xia Ju coughed heavily a few times, and the talisman in his hand turned to ashes. He murmured with lingering fear, "If I hadn't used the bodyguard Vajra talisman in time, I might have been done for." He struggled to his feet, looking quite terrifying, but thanks to the protective talisman, his injuries weren't actually severe. Xia Ju swiftly dodged to the side, as a malevolent ghost sought to take advantage of his weakened state to claim his life. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to evade just in time. A fierce glint flashed in Xia Ju's eyes. He bit his fingertip, rapidly recited an incantation, formed a sword finger gesture, and thrust directly at the oncoming evil spirit. The evil spirit let out a piercing scream. Soul and spirit scattered in terror. Seeing that Xia Ju was temporarily out of mortal danger, Chen Jua shifted his gaze away from him and onto the terrifying ghostly figure beside the 8-man bridal sedan. Just moments ago, it must have been this very ghost that sent Xia Ju flying. This was the ghostly bridegroom from the wedding procession. Chen Jua realized she was staring at the ghost bridegroom, and he was staring back at her. Her expression was far from pleasant. If it were just those ordinary evil spirits, Xia Ju's skills would be more than enough to handle them. But with that extremely malevolent ghost bridegroom added to the mix, Xia Ju probably won't be able to hold out. Dealing with so many evil spirits, plus a ghost bride who hasn't even made her move yet, and Xia Ju not being much help. The combination of various factors made Chen Jua feel exceptionally challenged. Moreover, it was just her and Xia Ju, only the two of them. She could hold off a few malevolent spirits, even a dozen or so, but more than that, she simply couldn't stop them all. Chen Jua swiftly swung her axe sideways, smacking away a malevolent spirit charging toward the inn. Yet many more evil spirits still slipped past her, rushing straight for the inn. This filled her with anxiety. But there was nothing she could do. The ghostly bride inside the grand red sedan chair remained eerily still, filling her with deep dread. Behind her, the ghostly groom watched with predatory intent, his moment to strike unknown. Chenju realized she was trapped with no way out. All she could do was watch helplessly as hordes of malevolent spirits surged toward the inn. Not good. Chenju was frantic with anxiety. They most likely don't want to engage in a prolonged fight with me, they just want to stall me while they take the celestial coffin. She clearly saw several malevolent spirits swiftly float into the inn. This made her grit her teeth in fury. Since becoming the chief banner officer of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, she had never felt such helplessness. There was absolutely nothing she could do. However, the next instant, several sudden, agonizing screams came from inside the inn. Chenju couldn't help but freeze in place. Soon, as if she had seen something truly astonishing, the anger on her face turned into shock, her eyes widening in disbelief. Behold! The malevolent spirits that had just drifted into the inn were now emitting agonizingly shrill screams, fleeing back out of the inn at an even faster speed. No! It wasn't that they charged out of the inn themselves, but rather that they were forced to fly backward. The wailing ghosts, flung backward, crashed heavily against the building opposite the inn. Their spectral forms seemed to have suffered some severe blow, lasting less than the span of a single breath. They just collapsed in defeat. The Tianji coffin was inside the inn. Whether it was the malevolent spirits trying to seize it or Chenju and Xiaojui, who sought to protect it, all were drawn to the commotion over there. Then, both sides saw a towering, burly figure slowly stepping out from within the inn. That figure was holding an exaggeratedly long and unique greatsword in one hand. In the other hand, he was holding a struggling demon. Bang! A sound resembling something bursting was heard, and Chenju's eyes widened even more. She saw that the struggling demon's head was directly crushed. The demon stopped struggling, because it has already turned to ashes. Fan! Fellow Taoist Fan! Chenju recognized who that figure wasn't that Taoist Fan Wu from Qiulong County. He made his move. But I didn't sense the slightest trace of magical energy from fellow Taoist Fan just now. Chenju's face was filled with shock as she murmured in a low voice. He had just used the sheer strength of his physical body to crush a malevolent ghost's head barehanded. Relying solely on the formidable blood and chi energy carried by his powerful physique, and an overwhelming yang energy as intense as a furnace, he utterly annihilated that malevolent ghost until it was reduced to ashes. It wasn't that Chenju hadn't heard from Xiaojui about some of Fan Wu's past feats, but hearing others say it and seeing it for oneself are completely two different experiences. It was her first time seeing someone who could crush a ghost to nothingness with bare hands. Isn't that just a bit too exaggerated? How vast is the chi and blood within fellow Taoist Fan? How scorching is the yang energy emanating from him? This could practically be considered a human-shaped magical artifact. He is. Under the gaze of two people and a group of ghosts, Fan Wu showed not the slightest hint of fear. He raised his head to glance at the pitch-black night sky. Then he expressionlessly turned his gaze toward the group of evil spirits. The attributes of each evil spirit were all displayed before his eyes. With a single glance, he saw through all the evil spirits. As for those ordinary evil spirits that were like mere minions, Fan Wu basically ignored them because their attributes were too low. They are too weak. It's not worth Fan Wu's excessive attention. However, the ghostly groom beside the 8-man sedan chair and the ghostly bride inside the red bridal sedan, their attributes are noteworthy enough to make Fan Wu glance at them briefly. Century-old ghostly groom life, 658 strength, 11.9 skills, dual soul possession, ghostly possession, dark veil barrier, in energy corrosion. Century-old ghostly bride life, 610 strength, 10.2 skills, dual soul possession, dark veil barrier, soul summoning, femme fatale allure. The attributes of the ghost groom and ghost bride are exceptionally high, at least much higher than those of ordinary malevolent spirits. Meanwhile, they are also slightly higher than those of Chengjue and Xiaojue, the two Qin Tianxi members. This is precisely why the two of them are treating the situation as a formidable enemy. He even pessimistically thought that even if he had to die in battle here, he couldn't let the heavenly coffin fall into the hands of the sinister creatures. The ghost groom and ghost bride were still quite formidable. If possible, Fan Wu would have preferred not to engage too much with these evil spirits, but who would have thought that the few ghosts who broke into the inn seemed to regard him as an accomplice of the Imperial Astrology Bureau. Then, instead of rushing to seize the heavenly coffin first, they actually thought of eliminating Fan Wu in the inn before anything else. And then, they paid a terribly painful price for their reckless act. Meanwhile, Fan Wu was also dragged into it. This left Fan Wu in a very foul mood. His mood turned foul, and the violent killing intent within him spread out unreservedly at this moment. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold and fierce. That aura, more terrifying than a demon, made even Chengjue feel waves of palpitations, leaving Chengjue utterly astonished. How many monsters has he killed? Or how many living people? To cultivate such an extremely violent killing intent? Chengjue felt her mouth go dry. She hadn't understood before why Xiaojue treated Fan Wu with such deference, almost to the point of groveling. Now, she understood. Facing a man like this, who resembles a ferocious beast, indeed, one should adopt a more humble attitude. Otherwise, it's even more despairing than facing a demon. Chengjue knew she shouldn't speculate about someone like this. But the terrifying aura surrounding Fan Wu truly makes it impossible not to overthink. Xiaojue, having witnessed Fan Wu's skills long before, appeared slightly calmer compared to Chengjue. However, Xiaojue still couldn't help but secretly swallow his saliva, clicking his tongue in amazement. Brother Fan seems even more terrifying than a few days ago. Perhaps it was just an illusion. But he felt that Fan Wu had grown even stronger than a few days ago. Xiaojue was startled by his own speculation. This shouldn't be possible, right? It's only been a few days. How could fellow Taoist Fan have grown stronger again so quickly? This might just be my imagination. Yes, imagination. Taking advantage of this moment, Chengjue and Xiaojue quickly gathered together. Judging by their heights, Chengjue stood a full head taller than Xiaojue, making the difference strikingly obvious. Something's not right. Chengjue struggled to tear her shocked gaze away from Fan Wu, scanning the horde of malevolent spirits in the well-lined alley, especially the ghostly bridegroom, who had already revealed his form. Chengjue took a deep breath and murmured in a low voice, "Just now, these evil spirits were practically itching to tear us apart. But the moment fellow Taoist Fan appeared, they stopped." Were they intimidated? That seems to be part of it, but I still feel like something isn't quite right. That ghostly bridegroom, his current state seems very off. Ghostly bridegroom. Xiaojue turned his head and also noticed the strange situation. The ghostly bridegroom was no longer fixated on the two of them. Instead, with a pair of eyes that were hollow yet brimming with endless resentment, they fixedly stared at Fan Wu as he emerged from the inn. That gaze was not the kind directed at an ordinary enemy. It was as if they were staring at a nemesis spanning 10 lifetimes, or perhaps the murderer of their own father. Those chilling stares sent shivers down one's spine. It seemed to remind Xiaojue of something, his tone carrying a hint of nostalgia. "I remember. The last time we encountered that shadowy anomaly, it was also in a similar situation." Chengjue was puzzled. Xiaojue couldn't quite explain it either, but he always felt that these anomalies, when facing Fan Wu, it was as if they had encountered a sworn enemy. It made him feel particularly strange. At one end of Willow Lane, the ghostly groom had already fixed his gaze firmly on Fan Wu. Its lifeless and resentful eyes made ordinary people too terrified to meet its stare. If an ordinary person were to meet its gaze, they would surely fall gravely ill upon returning. Its upper and lower lips curled back, revealing rows of teeth that continuously ground against each other, producing sharp, grating sounds. Click, click, click-de-clack. On its ghastly pale face, black veins bulged and surfaced, making its ghostly visage appear exceptionally eerie and terrifying. It seemed to be in a rage, as if it were furious. The ghost groom's festive court attire fluttered incessantly under the gusts of eerie wind. The energy within Willow Lane had grown exceptionally dense. The entire Willow Lane was now shrouded in layers of thick white mist. The Great Elder has decreed to see this person. Kill! None. Pardon. A strange, clockwork-stuck sound faintly emerged from the ghostly groom's throat. This low, feeble voice, Xiao Jiui and Chen Jiu could barely make it out, but Fan Wu heard it loud and clear. Feeling a chilling murderous intent enveloping him, Fan Wu didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. He simply looked up at the sky in silence. Then he let out a soft sigh. Indeed, earlier, when he learned that another eerie creature had come for that so-called heavenly coffin, he had a rather ominous premonition. Because, before coming to Baiha County, the strange shadow he encountered also seemed intent on seizing this heavenly coffin. And that shadow appeared to have a subtle connection with the Great Venerable One. Now, with a group of ghosts appearing, their goal identical to that of the strange shadow, Fan Wu immediately thought of the Great Venerable One. At first, he still held onto a sliver of hope. But now, that little bit of luck he had was gone. The premonition was right again. Damn it! Suddenly, from the other end of Willow Lane, where the ghost bride was, came layers upon layers of deafening, ear-piercing shrieks. An invisible shockwave suddenly exploded, tearing the grand red bridal sedan into countless fragments. A female ghostly figure shrouded in eerie green shadows appeared within the sight of everyone present. The ghost bride was enveloped in astonishing resentment, so intense it nearly materialized, distorting the surrounding environment. It is just like the ghostly groom. All eyes were fixed tightly on Fan Wu. Its death-filled eyes brimmed with shock and fury, overflowing with murderous intent. The two most powerful malevolent spirits present, the moment Fan Wu appeared. They both locked their gaze onto him. Such intense resentment, such chilling energy. What exactly did this newlywed ghost couple experience in their lifetime? And why do they seem to harbor such deep hatred for fellow Taoist Fan? Chen Jiu was utterly baffled and could only speculate aimlessly. Could it be that this sensed fellow Taoist Fan was helping to protect the heavenly coffin, and thus grew resentful toward him? This reasoning sounds utterly illogical, but then again, ghosts and supernatural beings don't follow logic in the first place. Thinking about it this way, it actually makes sense. Just as Shen Jiu was at a loss for how to break the current deadlock, her pupils suddenly constricted. Because she saw that the ghost bride, with her astonishing resentment, was transforming into a crimson shadow, swiftly flying towards them. The speed of the opponent was shockingly fast. Not good. Chen Jiu's heart tightened instantly, but her hands reacted swiftly. She immediately prepared herself to face the enemy. But the next moment, she realized that the red-clad ghost bride flying toward them wasn't targeting her. Instead, it was charging straight at Fan Wu. "Brother Fan, be careful." Chen Jiu quickly turned her head and shouted a warning. Then she was horrified to discover that the moment the ghostly bride moved, the ghostly groom at the other end of Willow Lane also transformed into a sinister red shadow, darting toward them. The ghostly groom wasn't targeting her, nor was he after Xiao Jiui, he was coming for Fan Wu. The ghost bridegroom. The ghost bride. They both charged straight at Fan Wu. It seemed as though both were determined to kill Fan Wu at the first opportunity. It seems everyone wants to tear Fan Wu apart. In the blink of an eye, the two eerie red figures on either side had swiftly closed in, now mere inches away. Fan Wu's skin could already feel the icy chill of a sinister breeze brushing against him. Yet, Fan Wu, caught between the two terrifying vengeful spirits, showed no trace of panic on his face, nor the slightest intention to retreat. His expression remained calm and composed as he unhurriedly raised both hands. The movements of the ghost groom and ghost bride abruptly froze. Nian. Fan Wu's sleeves on both arms were torn to shreds, revealing iron-cast, sinewy muscles that resembled two impenetrable arm shields. The ghost bride's sharp, pitch-black nails had viciously dug into Fan Wu's arms, yet advancing them further was as difficult as scaling the heavens. It was as if gripping a piece of steel. The sharp, pitch-black nails couldn't penetrate the skin at all. The same went for the ghostly groom. Not a single scratch. Didn't it your fill? Fan Wu loosened his grip, and the demon-slaying sword fell away. At the moment the demon-slaying sword was about to hit the ground, he treated the sharp claws of the ferocious ghost as nothing, withdrawing both arms. The next instant, two fists slammed out. The fist speed, swift as lightning, pounded through the air, the explosive roar of the air deafening. The two fierce ghosts hadn't even reacted yet, transforming into two crimson streaks as they were sent flying backward at an even faster speed. Fan Wu seized the opportunity to grab the demon-slaying greatsword before it could hit the ground. The scabbard fell away behind him. The blade appears. A sword slashed fiercely toward the direction where the ghost bride was sent flying. Yet another sword struck from a distance. The ghost bride, still mid-air from being sent flying, had just snapped out of her dazed state. As if sensing something, her ghastly pale face suddenly showed a flicker of terror. The figure in midair desperately twisted its body with all its might. It watched helplessly as a distorted mass of air grazed past its ghostly form, flying straight into the group of ordinary evil spirits who hadn't yet grasped what was happening. Instantly, like a bomb being thrown into a pond, wherever that mass of distorted air passed, the evil spirits didn't even have time to scream before their souls were instantly twisted. Ghosts were being forcibly torn apart one by one. They transformed into a vast expanse of fragmented ghostly remains, tumbling and drifting endlessly through Will Lane. This scene left not only the ghosts dumbfounded. Even the humans were stunned. Chongju first glanced at her own arms, which were already quite robust for a woman, then looked at the sinewy, iron-like muscles of the forearm of that Taoist master Fan. She turned her head again to look at the ghost bride, who had fallen to the ground in a sorry state, and the terrified evil spirits behind her. She swallowed hard. Within the Qintian division, Chongju had encountered powerful figures before, but this was the first time she had seen someone with such terrifying physical strength. It left her utterly shocked. Just how did that Taoist Fan manage to send those two fierce ghosts flying? Chongju realized she hadn't seen it clearly. The speed of the punch was too fast. She couldn't see it at all. Hiss! The disheveled ghost bride, who had landed awkwardly on the ground, let out a pained gasp. Her chest was visibly sunken, bearing the mark of a massive fist imprint. A large amount of energy overflowed from this area, its face twisted in pain and resentment. Its pair of lifeless eyes still stared fixedly at Fan Wu. Only this time, it was no longer so reckless, but carried a hint of caution. On the other side, the ghost groom was also in a particularly sorry state. His face bore a massive fist imprint, half of his head caved in, with only one eye remaining. That single eye held an expression of disbelief and resentment. He was also staring intently at Fan Wu. The two fierce ghosts were somewhat different from the shadowy figures Fan Wu had encountered before. They possessed a certain degree of rationality. Of course, they also shared similarities with the shadowy figures. That is to show utmost respect and loyalty towards that great venerable one. Otherwise, they wouldn't harbor such intense hatred towards Fan Wu. In the final analysis, they believed Fan Wu had blasphemed the great venerable one, which touched their reverse scales. Thus, they moved again. The ghostly groom's grotesquely large mouth on his sunken face suddenly gaped wide, wisps of black mist drifting out from within and spreading forward at no slow pace. The ghostly bride mirrored the exact same motion, likewise exhaling streams of black mist, yet those eerie vapors did not assail Fan Wu. Instead, they swiftly converged mid-air, emanating an eerie fluctuation. Fan Wu narrowed his eyes. In the next instant, the ghost groom's spectral form was forcibly pulled by some unseen force, and the ghost bride on the other side met the same fate. The black mist swiftly drew the two together, and the two ghostly figures collided in mid-air. Instead of bouncing apart, they became entangled with each other, merging together. Two souls, one body. Fan Wu did not stop them but quietly observed, murmuring the name of a skill. This was a technique he had previously seen, shared by two ghosts. Under his gaze, in just the span of a single breath, the ghost groom and ghost bride had completely merged. A new eerie entity no smaller than the monstrous shadow, with an overall humanoid form, appeared before Fan Wu. The ultimate stitched amalgamation of ghost bride and ghost groom. Countdown: 3 minutes life, 1278 strength, 22.1 skills, dual soul coexistence, black veil barrier, soul descent, ghostly possession. The massive spectral creature radiated an overwhelmingly sinister aura of depth in energy, having now completely transformed into an entirely different appearance. The left half of the face resembles the ghostly groom, while the right half looks like the ghostly bride. The left ghostly face is filled with shock, anger, and venomous hatred. The right ghostly face unexpectedly carries a hint of allure and compassion. When combined, they form an extremely contradictory and eerie visage, making the face appear exceptionally horrifying. Its body resembled a giant wine barrel, with a red silk cloth draped across its front. The red silk crisscrossed over the massive ghostly form like sutures stitching a wound. 4 burly, muscular arms stretched long, nearly reaching the ground. Each of its hands bore 5 sharp, claw-like blades. Thick in energy and resentment swirled around this stitched-together vengeful spirit. It looks extremely terrifying. Absolutely horrifying. With a life attribute of 1278 and strength attribute of 22.1, these stats are truly outrageous. Fan Wu looked up at the eerie yin-yang face of the stitched malevolent spirit, clearly able to see its current attribute information. The flaws in the stitched malevolent spirit's current state couldn't escape Fan Wu's eyes either. It was completely seen through at a single glance. However, with such exaggerated attribute values, there must be certain limitations. The limitation is that this bizarre, stitched-together state can only last for 3 minutes. That's quite impressive. No wonder they dared to barge into Baiha County and even snatched that coffin right under the noses of the Qintian office. Without some serious skills, such a feat would be impossible. What a terrifying ghostly creature! Fan Wu murmured softly. The opponent's strength attribute was 2.1 points higher than his own. However, despite saying that ghosts were terrifying, Fan Wu's expression showed no trace of panic at all. Because name Fan Wu, fate 89加, strength 20加, skill story about sword art LV 1010, free attribute points 9.8. In his personal attribute panel, there were still quite a few unused free attribute points, a substantial 9.8 points, to be exact. The 8.2 points were obtained a few days ago as the ghost in near the eerie shadows. The remaining 1.6 points were just provided to Fan Wu by those unlucky souls. This is his current confidence. It's the reason for his calmness. System. Add some more. He silently thought to himself. On the other side, Chen Jua and Xiao Jiui, the two officials from the Qingtian division, were far less composed than Fan Wu, especially when they witnessed the ghost groom and ghost bride merging into one. They were instantly overwhelmed by an immense sense of oppression. Unaware of the stitched-together malevolent spirit's weaknesses, they only knew this fiend was countless times more ferocious than any supernatural entity they had encountered in their lives. This is absolutely not something the Baiha County branch of the Qingtian division can handle. What kind of sinister sorcery is this? Xiaojiu was nearly paralyzed with shock. Why were the eerie creatures encountered recently also exaggeratedly terrifying? The horrifying shadow encountered earlier at the Ghost Inn had already struck him as extremely troublesome. Now, the stitched-together vengeful ghost they faced was far beyond just being troublesome. But it made him feel a sense of unsolvability. If the 100 household officer of the Qingtian division were here, perhaps they could fight this monstrous creature. Shen Juo beside him took a deep breath, her tone grave yet resolute. But in the Baiha County branch of the Qingtian division, there is no 100 household officer. The highest ranking official is me, the banner commander of the Qingtian division. If there truly is no chance of victory, I will use the ghost summoning technique from the divine path of 100 slaughter arts to summon a ghost king from the underworld to possess me and fight this monstrous creature. Xiaojiu was stunned for a moment, looking at Shen Juo beside him with disbelief. Banner commander, you practice that forbidden art. You must know, that will cost you your life. Moreover, the ghost king summoned from the underworld will not easily leave the mortal realm. If it turns out to be an evil ghost king, the calamity it brings might be no less than or even greater than the one before us now. Chen Jiu nodded. I know. That's the only way when there's no other choice. If it really comes to that, then... Before Chen Jiu could finish her sentence, both she and Xiaojui seemed to sense something at the same time. Their eyes, filled with astonishment, fell upon Fan Wu, who was confronting the stitched-together malevolent spirit. They felt as if they were hallucinating. When their gaze settled on Fan Wu, what they vaguely saw was not a person, but a monstrous beast whose massive form blotted out the sky, exuding a terrifying aura. An endless sense of heart-pounding terror. If the appearance of the stitched malevolent spirit gave the two of them a feeling of unsolvable helplessness, then the current Fan Wu gives them a sensation akin to standing in a temple, looking up at the divine statues enshrined within the grand hall. At least with the former, they could still muster the will to resist. The latter dared not resist at all. This feeling, it's truly shocking. Just what level of cultivation does fellow Taoist Fan possess? Could it be he has already reached the stage of refining qi into spirit? Shen Juo swallowed hard, feeling that addressing Fan Wu as fellow Taoist might have been somewhat presumptuous. She should be respectfully addressed as Taoist master, for the gap between her and Fan Wu is simply too vast. So large that when she murmured the word fellow cultivator, a trace of panic actually arose in her heart. It was as if she had accidentally addressed an elder as a peer. She watched Fan Wu and the stitched malevolent spirit ahead. Shen Juo felt as if she were witnessing two demons confronting each other. The overwhelming and majestic aura made one's heart tremble. Even the gravel on the ground was shaking. Suddenly, she saw Fan Wu move. But what exactly was the movement? Shen Juo realized she couldn't make it out at all. That astonishing speed had already surpassed the range her eyes could perceive. All she could see was Fan Wu's arm turning into a blurry afterimage. Then, in the next instant, a deafening explosion erupted. The stitched-together malevolent spirit seemed to have no time to defend itself. Its massive, barrel-like, rotund body suddenly caved in, forming a huge concave dent. It was as if someone had forcefully pressed into a piece of soft clay. The stitched-together ghost's spectral body stirred up rippling waves. A pitch-black maw opened wide as if unable to endure the agony, accompanied by a horrifying, piercing wail. The massive figure was violently hurled backward. With each step, its feet crushed the green stone slabs beneath into fragments. Four arms immediately plunged into the ground, carving deep grooves as it forcibly halted its backward momentum. Its stitched-together face flickered through a series of different emotional expressions, while its hollow eyes fixed a deathly glare on Fan Wu ahead, unleashing a deafening, soul-piercing roar of fury. It charged toward Fan Wu with explosive force. The sharp claw blades on its forearms were wreathed in layers of deathly stillness, their ferocious and terrifying stance as if they wanted to tear Fan Wu into shreds. All four arms swung out in unison. The claw blades tore through the air with a series of piercing holes. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they could slice through iron. The strands of deathly aura coiled around the claw blades could even harm the souls of living beings. Fan Wu's expression remained calm. With a single swing of his sword, Fan Wu felt significant resistance from this sword strike. The razor-sharp blade of the demon-slaying hero sword clashed violently with the clawed blade on one of the stitched ghost's arms, sending sparks flying in all directions. A faint look of smug satisfaction appeared on the stitched ghost's contradictory yin-yang face, because its other three arms remained unblocked. 15 deathly claws, still shrouded in an aura of decay, swung relentlessly toward Fan Wu's position. Crack! But suddenly, the sound of something shattering rang out. On the ghostly claws that clashed with the demon-slaying greatsword, fine cracks began to spread. The cracks multiplied rapidly in an instant. It's getting bigger and bigger. Until the claw blades shattered. Fan Wu's arm muscles, tightly gripping the demon-slaying heroic sword, had already bulged prominently. With terrifying brute force, he cleanly severed all 5 claw blades on one arm of the stitched malevolent ghost. The demon-slaying heroic sword's momentum did not wane, landing on the stitched malevolent ghost's other arm in less than the blink of an eye. This time, what was struck was not the hard claw blade, but the arm itself. This sword strike met with no resistance at all. Swish! The stitched malevolent spirit's 2 arms were thrown uncontrollably high into the air, and the triumphant expression on its yin-yang ghostly face froze instantly. The divine power released by the demon-slaying sword was undoubtedly a terrifying poison to the stitched malevolent spirit. It could clearly feel the tormenting pain that penetrated straight to the deepest part of its soul. That is a pain it cannot bear at its current stage. Even its last arm attacking Fan Wu involuntarily veered slightly to one side. The pitch-black, razor-sharp claws grazed Fan Wu's cheek. Fan Wu only felt as if someone had lightly brushed his face with a few ice cubes. And then, there was no other sensation. No pain. It doesn't age. Not even injured. Ah, hey! The stitched-together malevolent ghost, whose 2 arms had been severed by the demon-slaying sword, could no longer endure the pain that pierced straight to the deepest part of its soul. A sound like 2 ghosts wailing in unison echoed endlessly through Will Lane. Tear him apart. Amid the agonized shrieks of the stitched-together malevolent spirit, this intermittent command could be heard. The horde of evil spirits lining both sides of Will Lane also surged toward Fan Wu like a tidal wave, without the slightest hesitation. At this sight, not far away, Chen Jiu muttered "Oh no" under her breath and immediately turned to Xia Jiu beside her, saying, "That vengeful ghost wants to command the other ghosts to surround Taoist Fan. Let's block the other evil spirits to buy Taoist Fan some TI." Before she could finish the word time, Chen Jiu witnessed a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. Over at Fan Wu's side, unnoticed until now, a massive hand like a palm leaf fan had already tightly gripped the wrist of one of the stitched-together vengeful ghost's arms. He dragged the stitched-together vengeful ghost along as if it were a dead pig. He then took a step forward and stomped down. The blue stone slabs beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. Power comes from the ground. Twist your waist and hips. The enormous stitched malevolent spirit was lifted off the ground like a ragged burlap sack by Fan Wu's single hand. The stitched spirit's feet were already forced into the air. Its yin-yang ghostly face was filled with pain, a hint of panic, and even a trace of bewilderment and disbelief. It probably couldn't figure out, no matter how hard it tried, why would such a powerful Taoist exist in a place like Baiha County. Moreover, it didn't sense the slightest fluctuation of magical power from this Taoist. He was completely different from the cultivators it had devoured before. Just as the stitched-together malevolent ghost's thoughts reached this point, it felt as if it had been flung away. Its barrel-like, corpulent ghostly body, resembling a terrifyingly massive rolling boulder, charged straight into a swarm of oncoming malevolent spirits. Instantly, several of the evil spirits were sent flying from the impact. Many more were crushed beneath the stitched-together ferocious ghost, utterly unable to rise again. Fan Wu held the demon-slaying sword with one hand. Turning to face the horde of ferocious ghosts surging toward him from the other side, he raised his sword and, with a cunning angle, pierced straight through the bodies of two grotesque demons. The evil spirit's face was contorted in agony. As if its body had been injected with scalding magma, faintly glowing crimson cracks appeared across the ghostly form, which then rapidly disintegrated from the inside out. Soul and spirit scattered in terror. His other hand also grasped the hilt of the demon-slaying greatsword, and with a casual twist of his body, he executed a windmill strike. The blade whirled like a storm, sweeping all the charging evil spirits into its deadly vortex. The evil spirits let out agonizing, piercing wails, as if they had been thrown into a meat grinder. Their bodies could not withstand the terrifying demon-slaying power the moment they touched the blade of the demon-severing sword. The outcome was nothing but soul annihilation. There was no other choice. You have successfully slain the matchmaker ghost. Congratulations on gaining 0.2 free attribute points. You have successfully slain Pumpkin Ghost I and gained 0.05 free attribute points. Congratulations! You have successfully slain Pumpkin Ghost D. Not a single malevolent spirit could survive even one round against Fan Wu's hands. Because after another round of attribute allocation, his stats had already made a significant leap from before. Name: Fan Wu. Fate: 89加 Strength: 25加 Skill: Story About Sword Art LV 1010 Free Attribute Points: 5.2 He just allocated 5 points to his Strength attribute, increasing it from 20 to 25. After using 5 free attribute points, his remaining free attribute points would have been 4.8. But there's no other way. Another group of demons came to deliver points, increasing his free attribute points to 5.2. One could only say, thanks to the gifts of nature. Leaving some free attribute points unused was also out of caution. What if he encountered some eerie creatures with strange skills, and their abilities could weaken his life attribute? At this moment, the reserved free attribute points can play a life-saving role, or even a counter-killing role. These ordinary evil spirits are too weak. Fan Wu effortlessly pierced the chest of the last evil spirit with a single sword thrust. From the moment the evil spirits, under the command of the stitched-together fierce ghost, surged toward him like a raging tide, less than 10 seconds had passed. Fan Wu nearly wiped them all out. The efficiency is unbelievably high. Not far away, Shen Jue and Xiao Jui, who were preparing to help block the evil spirits, froze in their tracks as they were about to step forward. Because they realized Taoist Master Fan didn't need their help. They realized they still didn't trust this Taoist Master Fan from Chung Temple enough. Or perhaps they had never seen such an outrageous Taoist before. Where would a Taoist priest engage in close quarters combat with ghosts and monsters? And moreover, like chopping melons and slicing vegetables, nearly slaughtering them all? Are we sure this is a Taoist priest? Could he really not be a fierce military general? Fan Wu had no idea how rich the inner monologues of those two officials from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau were. He had slowly turned around, fixing his gaze devoid of any discernible emotion on the stitched-together ferocious ghost as it struggled to rise from its lambe state. The stitched ghost was still moaning and groaning with eerie, agonizing whimpers. Both of its arms had already vanished. A large amount of yin energy continuously overflowed from the severed section. The pervasive yin energy brushed against a nearby tree, coating its leaves and branches with a layer of frost. The emerald green leaves turned withered and yellow. "TSK, want me to give you both hands?" Fan Wu noticed the stitched malevolent ghost remained fiercely hostile toward him, its malice almost materializing. But he couldn't care less. His tone was more villainous than an actual villain. If an uninformed bystander witnessed this scene, they'd likely mistake Fan Wu for the monstrous perpetrator, a giant humanoid demon. His previous remark, whether spoken in jest or not, seemed to have enraged the stitched malevolent spirit. The two halves of the malevolent spirit's face, each bearing different expressions, simultaneously revealed looks of fury in perfect unison. Fan Wu's verbal provocation and his blasphemous disrespect toward the great venerable one. The stitched malevolent spirit wished it could devour Fan Wu alive. Disregarding the injuries on its own spectral body, it charged towards Fan Wu on all fours like a wild beast. Its sprint was so fast that others couldn't react in time. At least Xiaojui felt that, with his own eyesight, he couldn't clearly see the movements of that stitched malevolent spirit. He could barely make out a blurry shadow darting past. Wherever the shadow passed, a chilling, mist-like yin energy surged, sending shivers down one's spine. It made his heart race with fear. The furious and abnormally agitated stitched-together vengeful ghost did not charge toward Xiaojui or Chengjue. Instead, it fixated solely on Fan Wu. He wanted to devour Fan Wu's body and soul completely. Black hair was growing rapidly from the back of its head. It surged and coiled toward Fan Wu's position. The stitched malevolent ghost itself bared its ferocious and terrifying visage, like a beast baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It swung its remaining clawed arm, along with the other arm whose claws had already been shattered, charging straight at Fan Wu. Its reckless movements seemed intent on trading blows with Fan Wu, as if trying to wear him down to death. If this were truly a numbers game, with Fan Wu's 8家, life, attribute, he might actually lose. After all, the stitched-together vengeful ghost's life, attribute, even after suffering several heavy blows, was still much higher than Fan Wu's. What a pity! The world of gods and demons is not a game world. Even if the life attribute is higher than Fan Wu's, it doesn't necessarily mean Fan Wu can be worn down to death. Only to see the countless black hairs from the song race back swiftly entangling Fan Wu's legs, wrapping around his ankles like a giant zongzi, as if fearing he might move. The song race in young ghostly face clearly froze for a moment. The black hair from its back was actually just a feint, yet it never expected the feint to succeed. This damned Taoist before it, who dared to blaspheme the great venerable one and even dared to look down on it. He actually didn't dodge or evade. Moreover, this damned Taoist isn't even using the sword in his hand, the one that made it somewhat fearful to cut through the black hair entangling his legs. What is he doing? What does he want to do? The stitched malevolent spirit conjured up several such questions in the briefest flash of lightning. But its body was already within arm's reach of Fan Wu. It had no time to ponder so much. With one shattered claw-bladed arm, it fiercely grabbed Fan Wu's free left hand, while its other claw-bladed arm swiftly seized Fan Wu's right hand that held the demon-slaying sword. The stitched malevolent spirit knew this sword was extremely powerful, so its first instinct was to prevent Fan Wu from wielding it. Its enormous head was less than 2 steps away from Fan Wu's own. The eerie yin-yang face at its forehead suddenly split open into a small gap. In an instant, that gap expanded to the size of a soccer ball. The gap occupied a full third of that ghostly face. Within the gap at the center of the forehead lay an abyss of darkness, as if no light could ever penetrate its depths. An indescribable aura of deathly stillness emanated from the pitch-black crevice. It stared fixedly at Fan Wu. The dark fissure at the center of the forehead pointed directly at Fan Wu's head, as eerie black mist thick with ominous and deathly energy gushed and spread from the gap. It surged straight toward Fan Wu. The rolling, eerily ominous black mist seemed capable of corroding all living things. The air itself seemed to emit a strange sizzling sound. The air was being eroded by that ominous black mist. "I've told you, I'll let you have both hands." Fan Wu, with danger closing in at point-blank range, still showed not a trace of panic. At this tense moment when everyone around was holding their breath, he even revealed a hint of a kind smile. Gazing at the ominous black mist rolling toward him, he neither dodged nor avoided it. Instead, he took a deep breath in one swift motion. The ominous black mist gushing from the dark gap between the brows of the stitched-together malevolent spirit was actively inhaled by Fan Wu, who opened his mouth and drew it into his body. This bizarre scene that unfolded not only stunned Shen Jia and Xiao Jui, who were not far away. At the same time, it also stunned the stitched-up malevolent spirit. Person. Ghost. Everyone was completely stunned. Fan Wu inhaled strands of ominous black mist like a gluttonous Taotai. His lung capacity seemed bottomless at this moment. Not a single wisp of ominous black mist could escape his suction. After just a few short breaths, the stitched-together malevolent ghost spirit body grew hazy and illusory. Clearly, the use of this technique had taken an enormous toll on it. The dark gap at the center of its forehead was slowly closing. Because if it didn't close soon, the entire ghost might be completely consumed to death. Yet what left it utterly incredulous was this outrageously powerful damned Taoist before its eyes showed not the slightest sign of being affected. The bastard sucked in its black mist. How could it be completely unharmed? Impossible. Its pair of hollow eyes were wide open just moments ago. That extremely dangerous and ominous black mist could even corrode and dissolve solid steel. It could even erode a cultivator's soul. A person's skin defense is quite strong, barely enough to satisfy the stitched ghost. Then the internal organs must be quite fragile, right? Surely they can't be as tough as the skin. But this eerie and foul-mouthed Taoist inhaled the black mist, which should have corroded his internal organs. How is he completely unaffected? Is he really human? At this moment, it wasn't just the people from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau who suspected Fan Wu wasn't human. Even this stitched-together vengeful ghost began to doubt was Fan Wu truly a human being. The doubt it raised found no one to answer it. Then, Fan Wu closed his mouth, then opened it again, and a rolling mass of ominous black mist shot out like an arrow from a bow. It was actually being expelled from his mouth. Breath like arrows. Nothing compares to this. Moreover, within that ominous black mist, there was also an incredibly fierce and overwhelming yang energy. The stitched ghost, caught off guard, was directly hit by it. The excruciating burning and corrosive sensations instantly twisted the stitched ghost's yin-yang face in agony. Argh! It let out an ear-splitting, agonized howl loud enough to shatter earthen jars, a sound so wretched it could truly move listeners to sorrow, bring tears to their eyes, and nearly stir pity in the hardest of hearts. The expression on its face shifted countless times in mere moments, twisted by unbearable agony. The skin stitched onto the malevolent ghost's face melted away as if corroded by sulfuric acid. Gradually, the skin dissolved and peeled off, revealing the pitch-black bones beneath. The black hair entangling Fan Wu's feet rapidly retracted backward. The ghostly hands gripping Fan Wu's arms hastily released their hold. It could not endure such agony at all. All it wanted was to distance itself from Fan Wu. However, the moment it let go, Fan Wu seized one of its hands in a swift countermove. His terrifying grip strength actually caused the thick wrist of the stitched-together malevolent spirit to crack inch by inch. The malevolent spirit trembled violently all over, enduring extreme agony. Ha! A long exhale escaped as Fan Wu's face showed no trace of discomfort. He still wore that disarmingly kind smile, staring straight at the stitched-together malevolent spirit before him. I gave you a chance, and you wasted it. With a single upward kick, he forcefully struck the ghost's chin. The stitched-together ghost was sent flying 3 inches off the ground, its body uncontrollably tilting backward. Then it crashed heavily to the ground. Fan Wu retracted his foot and, without haste, pressed forward with the demon-slaying sword in his hand. The sword tip pointed straight at the ferocious ghost's throat. The stitched-together ferocious ghost, with the sharp tip of the demon-slaying sword pressed against its throat, was visibly panicked. Though its emotional expressions weren't as rich as those of a living person, it was far more emotional than ordinary supernatural entities. Perhaps this was the difference between it and the strange shadow Fan Wu had encountered earlier. Fan Wu remembered that the eerie shadow had shown almost no emotional fluctuations. However, the faint panic visible on the stitched ghost's face did not diminish its reverence for the Great Venerable One. In the tone of a devout believer, it spoke hoarsely and haltingly. You ignorant stinking Taoist. You have blasphemed the Great Venerable One, who ranks among the immortals and receives the incense offerings of countless worshippers. The Great Compassionate Venerable One, Savior of suffering in heaven and earth, will never allow a madman like you to live in this world. We will hunt you down to the ends of the earth, to the corners of the sea. Those who blaspheme the Great Venerable One. Die! 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 Fan Wu had no desire to hear that name which made him frown. With just a gentle forward thrust of the severing demon sword, its razor-sharp tip pierced the stitched ghost's throat. Instantly, a torrent of yin energy gushed out, much like blood spurting from a living person's severed artery. The stitched ghost could no longer utter a single word, nor even spit out a syllable. Its entire body was trembling violently, as if seized by epilepsy. Especially at the throat area pierced by the demon's severing sword, it emitted a sizzling sound like butter melting under intense heat. The stitched malevolent ghost could no longer hold on. Its ghostly form had become incredibly ethereal, to the point where one could see the bluestone ground beneath through its body. Its spectral surface was covered with dense, intricate cracks. Faint golden light emanated from within these cracks. It seemed as if a raging fire was burning inside its spectral body. He looks utterly agonized, in excruciating torment. Bang! A sound like a bursting balloon rang out as the stitched-together ghost's body exploded violently, scattering into faint, firefly-like specks of ghostly light. Vanished into the vast universe. You have successfully slain the ultimate stitched abomination of the Ghost Bride and Groom countdown, 3 minutes. Congratulations on earning 10 free attribute points. The system's kill notification appearing before your eyes confirmed that this stitched malevolent spirit had truly been obliterated into nothingness. At the very same moment, within Willow Lane, the scenery everywhere is gradually returning to its original state. The night sky is dotted with stars. A crescent moon hangs high. The clusters of candlelight inside the large lanterns under the inn's eaves have now turned back to their normal orange-yellow hue, no longer appearing eerie but rather ordinary. The lingering yin energy in Willow Lane had also dissipated by more than half. However, there was still quite a bit of residual yin energy left. It would likely take at least several more days for the yin energy in Will Lane to completely disperse. But Fan Wu felt this had little to do with him. Everything was over. Another smooth salvation process. Fan Wu muttered this sentiment to himself. He suddenly felt that although his identity as a Taoist priest was fake, he was actually quite qualified in the role. In just a few short days, the number of evil spirits he had saved was already close to 100. Among them, there were several powerful supernatural beings, and he liberated all of them. Oh, right. Almost forgot. He even liberated a living person, Xian Shizi. Which Taoist priest in the Great Shou dynasty is as dedicated as Fan Wu? If his achievements were brought to the underworld, Fan Wu felt he might even qualify for a position as a ghost officer. As for why he encountered so many supernatural beings in such a short time, damn it, it's all because of that great venerable one. Fan Wu felt that after offending a great venerable one, it was as if he had indirectly offended half of the supernatural beings in Yinhe Prefecture. There are countless supernatural beings within Yinhe Prefecture. So Fan Wu has offended at least half of them, right? Damn it! Countless complaints flashed through Fan Wu's mind, but on the surface, he remained completely unfazed. The only thing that could comfort him was the substantial amount of free attribute points he had gained this time. Name, Fan Wu. Fate, 89加. Strength, 25加. Skill, Story About Sword Art LV 1010. Free attribute points, 15.2. With 15.2 attribute points at his disposal, Fan Wu could instantly boost his strength attribute to a terrifying 40.2 points. Such a change would undoubtedly bring about a dramatic transformation in his power. However, Fan Wu still insisted on saving some attribute points for unexpected needs. He pondered for a moment, then proceeded with the allocation. Add 5 points to the Strength attribute. Life attribute increased by 5 points. Having abundant free attribute points feels incredibly luxurious. With so many attribute points, Fan Wu could finally experiment with allocating points to the Life attribute to see what effects it would have on his physical body. After the 15.2 free attribute points dwindled back down to 5.2 points, Fan Wu immediately sensed the changes brought by the allocation. The change felt as familiar as ever. Every bulging muscle in his body trembled slightly with excitement. The sinews wrapped in those muscles seemed to emit a faint, resonant clashing sound. An invisible aura slowly swirled around Fan Wu's body. His hair strands danced lightly in the air. Beneath his skin, sinewy veins writhed like dragons or pythons, constantly trembling. His Taoist robe was stretched to the point of nearly tearing apart, but fortunately, the robe's quality held up remarkably well. The ferocious, beast-like aura emanating from his entire being surged higher and higher at this moment. He grew more and more akin to a terrifying demon. This is the physical change brought to him by allocating points to the Power attribute. And this time's allocation, Fan Wu also added points to the Life attribute. He noticed that his entire mind had become incredibly clear, as if a unique sense of pleasure originating from the soul level was filling every nerve throughout his body. Power surged like a bubbling spring through every inch of skin, every sinew, every muscle, and even every fragment of the soul continuously accumulating. His senses grew sharper than ever before. The dim nighttime scenery appeared no different from broad daylight in his eyes. Even a woman menstruating at an unimaginable distance could be detected by his keen sense of smell. His skin seemed capable of perceiving the very flow and direction of the air, make him react even with his eyes closed. Fan Wu felt as if he had fallen into a paradise of tenderness, a pleasure and excitement that simply couldn't be put into words. He didn't know how to express it either. He knew his attribute panel had undergone significant changes. Name, Fan Wu. Fate 94加 Strength 30加 Skill Story about Sword Art LV 1010 Free Attribute Points 5.2 Fan Wu's current life attribute has already reached the value of 94, while his strength attribute has broken through the major threshold of 30. It can only be said that the Ghost Groom, Ghost Bride, and the group of evil spirits, tonight, they gave him a luxurious attribute point gift package. Fan. Taoist Fan. At this very moment, a voice Fan Wu really didn't want to hear suddenly sounded from one side. Why have you stopped moving? Are you injured? It was Xiaojui's voice. He had stopped addressing Fan Wu as fellow cultivator and now called him Taoist priest instead. And he even used the word you with respect. Ghost. The husband, hiding inside the tightly shut house, stared outside, witnessing all those eerie scenes with his own eyes. However, he didn't see the moment when the dilapidated small temple was devoured by the fleshy tumor. Perhaps it was because it was too dark, the temple's location too remote, and its size too small. Unless one possessed a vision as keen as Fan Wu's. Otherwise, it would indeed be quite difficult to see. But the commotion in the water pool was different. It was extremely intense. A black coffin shrouded in baleful and in energy stood out conspicuously at such a moment. The black coffin was tightly bound by thick chains, but whether due to the passage of time or prolonged submersion in water, those chains were now heavily rusted. As if a single forceful strike with an axe would be enough to shatter these chains with a resounding snap. Hiss! Roar! Eerie and sinister low growls emerged from within the black coffin. The sound easily traveled over 100 paces. Like a deadly strange note, it reached the ears of the couple in near family village. Who husband? What did you just see? The wife's face turned pale with fear. Could it really be that kind of filthy thing? Her words snapped her husband out of his terror. He hurriedly searched for something to block the gaps in the window. Then, trying to lower his voice as much as possible, just now, I saw a coffin floating up in that big pool. Hiss! 听到这里，妻子倒吸了一口凉气。A coffin floating above the pool, doesn't that mean? Had they encountered something supernatural tonight? Something supernatural. It was actually right near their home. Cold sweat, oozing from the tension and fear in their hearts, had completely soaked the backs of this couple from near village. They had never felt such terror before. It was as if an invisible hand had gripped their hearts tightly. They know this place is very dangerous. 可是, going outside seems even more dangerous. At the very moment they were at a loss, strange movements came again from the black coffin floating above the water pool. The growls inside the black coffin became increasingly distinct and eerie, as if a ferocious beast were trapped within. Thick chains collided with each other, producing crisp metallic clanging sounds. The collisions were so intense that even a few sparks were sent flying. The face on the fleshy tumor, which had already devoured the small temple without leaving a trace, was now staring at the eerily sinister black coffin. The essence and blood of over 1,000 people still couldn't satisfy you. The lips on the face moved again, opening and closing. Don't be too hasty. Don't rush to emerge just yet. You're not strong enough now, you need to grow even stronger. Li Family Village is gone, but there's still Nia Family Village. Nia Family Village has hundreds of people, enough for you to have a grand feast. Tonight, they're all in the village. This will be your most bountiful meal. Don't worry, even if the officials of the Qingtiangxi learn of this through the celestial coffin, it won't matter. They can't stop what's about to happen. Every single one of them is far too weak. You are the zombie I've carefully nurtured. Eat more, grow stronger, and become my greatest asset. After devouring Nia Family Village, I will take you elsewhere. Elsewhere, there is more food. Your potential is immense. This is just the beginning. By then. The great elder's voice abruptly cut off at this moment. Her gaze shifted slightly to one side. Not far away, several figures appeared, and she could sense the magical energy fluctuations within them. Tisk! The Qingtian Bureau. The three words uttered by the great venerable one carried a strong sense of disdain. But just at that moment, she saw a very tall figure, which made her expression freeze for a moment. Her expression instantly twisted into extreme distortion. Upon seeing that tall figure, she recalled that day the enormous foot that came stomping down. That foot stepped on her face. It's him! She could never forget what happened that day, no matter what. One of her more important followers used the heaven and earth savior of suffering, compassionate great venerable possession secret technique to summon her. The woman behind Shangxian Shixi could see and hear all sorts of things from the faces on the tentacles. So, at that time, Fan Wu stepped on her face and even kicked her withered statue aside like trash. She saw it all clearly. This person is the blasphemer who defiles her. Under the great venerable's wrath, fierce winds suddenly arose, and a sinister energy wildly churned and spread. The monster inside the black coffin floating above the pond seemed to grow even more restless. The beast-like, frenzied roar was already deafening, and the thick chains wrapped around the black coffin let out a loud bang. Disconnected! The black coffin exploded with a thunderous roar. Kill them! The Grand Elder's voice, filled with venom like a death-oath screech, suddenly rang out. Kill them! Kill the tallest one! Devour him! Let him become the nourishment for your growth. Eating him is worth thousands. Just one of him is enough. Though you have not yet grown to a point that greatly satisfies me, kill him. Kill this insolent fool who dares to defile me. With your current power, it is more than enough. Kill him! Kill him! The great venerable one's defense was shattered. On the other side, the explosion of the black coffin was far from subtle, and Fan Wu had already locked his gaze in that direction. He saw a figure shrouded in a murderous aura. From that figure, he could detect not the slightest trace of vitality, yet it was not a ghostly or spectral form either. It was a physical form with flesh and blood. That is not a demon, not a human, nor a ghost, but rather zombie. What is that? A group of officials from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau were also present. They all witnessed the eerie figure shrouded in an intertwining aura of baleful energy and yin energy. At that moment, they felt as if they were suffocating intensely. It was a sense of overwhelming terror approaching. A breath of death was already rushing straight at them. It sent chills down their spines. It's a zombie! Someone from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau couldn't help but exclaim in nervous shock. And this isn't just any low-level zombie, it is actually floating in midair. It's a flying zombie. A flying zombie. The most ominous of all omens. No wonder Li family village was completely wiped out. The celestial coffin gave zombie poison as a clue and even provided the character death as a warning. At the intersection of Li family village and Nia family village, there actually lurked such a terrifying and malevolent supernatural entity. Chen Jiu's expression was extremely grim. Is it this vicious zombie that has kept me from finding any clues for months? No, it shouldn't be. There must be another reason. But as for what exactly that other reason might be, even Chen Jiu herself couldn't say for sure. Fan Wu felt that Chen Jiu had guessed correctly. Some of the clues and traces from when Lijiao village was wiped out must have been cleaned up by those with ulterior motives. And those with ulterior motives were naturally connected to the Great Venerable One. Why would Fan Wu know about such things? Because he saw two attribute information entries. One, it's that zombie. The other one, it's a huge tumor. It's the Great Venerable One. Zombie on the verge of becoming a flying zombie life. 1020 strength, 30 skills, mighty strength, copper skin and iron bones, zombie poison, brief levitation, blood thirst. The astonishing life and strength attributes demonstrate just how powerful this zombie is. Fan Wu came here for the free attribute points. He originally thought that in near family village, he might be able to gain 1 to 2 free attribute points, which would make his stay worthwhile. Little did he expect that upon arriving, he would encounter such a powerful supernatural entity. This was far beyond just gaining 1 to 2 free attribute points. Even doubling that amount seemed entirely possible. Is it true that staying too close to the people from the Xinjiang division leads to encountering incredibly strong and bizarre supernatural entities? In a slightly more mystical way of saying it, if the people from the Xinjiang Sea weren't here tonight, perhaps this ferocious zombie wouldn't have been so outrageously powerful. Probably. Fan Wu's gaze shifted slightly to one side. Although it was 100 or 200 steps away from that spot, he could still clearly see several lines of text flickering there. Great Elders Fragment Life, 520 strength, 20 skills, tumor proliferation, summon wind, tumor manipulation, soul devouring. Great Elder. These 3 words stood out glaringly in Fan Wu's eyes. It was incredibly difficult for him to ignore them. Wow! First, a ferocious zombie appeared, and now a fragment of the Great Elder emerged. What's going on here? Does this mean there is some connection between the Great Venerable One and this zombie? If the massacre of Legio village is related to this zombie, does that imply the Great Venerable One was involved in this incident? Could it be that Chen Jiu couldn't find any leads for months because the Great Venerable One was interfering? If so, some things started to make sense. After all, it was the Great Venerable One who intervened and meddled. If those Xinjiang people in Baihe County could uncover anything without relying on the heavenly coffin, that would truly be absurd. In a daze, Fan Wu seemed to sense 2 immense waves of malice enveloping him. Those 2 waves of malice weren't directed at anyone from Xinjiang, only at him, the fake Taoist from Chong Temple. The source of malice comes from that fierce zombie and a split entity of the Great Venerable One. They have set their sights on Fan Wu. God! They're targeting him again, aren't they? Why do these guys stick like glue? Being repeatedly regarded as the greatest mortal enemy by the so-called followers of the Great Venerable, anyone would feel irritated. Fan Wu was no exception. He wasn't just irritated, his killing intent was overflowing uncontrollably. His killing intent for the Great Venerable One. However, that split entity of the Great Venerable One seemed unwilling to actively engage Fan Wu in combat. Meanwhile, the extremely ferocious zombie had already begun gliding toward Fan Wu's location. Seeing this, Chen Jiu and the others were utterly horrified. They didn't know the zombie was targeting Fan Wu, they only knew the creature was about to go berserk. Zombies have no rationality whatsoever, they will attack all living humans with frenzied aggression. Shen Jiu immediately shouted. Items like glutinous rice, talismans, black dog blood, and rooster blood are highly effective against them. Remember, do not let it scratch you, or you'll be infected with terrifying zombie poison. The venom of a flying zombie could turn a person into a mindless corpse in the time it takes to burn a single stick of incense. Shen Jiu had already spoken these words at the fastest speed of her life. At this very moment, the menacing zombie gliding through the air was already within arm's reach. At such close proximity, everyone could clearly feel the bone-chilling coldness and the suffocating aura of malice. Incredibly strong. Extremely powerful. The members of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau all wore grave expressions as they immediately took out various magical instruments. 2 of them each pulled out a roll of ink-marked string. Moving with mysteriously intricate steps, They flicked the ink-marked strings toward the zombie like sharp arrows. The two ink-marked strings coiled around the zombie's arms like nimble serpents, tightly binding them. The two members of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau pulled forcefully in opposite directions. The zombie's arms were stretched wide apart, causing its body to stagger momentarily. Its movements were temporarily halted. This moment. Only then did the officials of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau clearly see the true face of this zombie. At this glance, it sent chills down their spines. Absolutely horrifying. Its joints appear stiffer than those of an ordinary person, making it incapable of performing flexible movements. Its skin looks extremely pale, revealing the black veins beneath. The nails on its fingers are pitch black and as long as short daggers, appearing exceptionally sharp at a glance. It is dressed in tattered clothing. However, judging by the style of these clothes, perhaps, before being placed in the coffin, it was once a wealthy individual. The zombie's hair was so sparse that the top of its head was visible, revealing a gaping wound. Beneath the wound lay its blackened brain. The sight was utterly nauseating. Its rigid face was even more hideous and terrifying, with sharp fangs far longer than those of an ordinary person, resembling a ferocious, bloodthirsty beast. It let out a chilling growl from its throat, its pitch black, shriveled eyes fixed on everyone before it, with the gaze of a predator eyeing its prey. 突然, its arms exerted force. A terrifying surge of power from the zombie's arms caused the expressions of the two Qingtianxi members holding the ink lines to drastically change. Before they could even react, the zombie forcibly yanked them forward. The sheer, overwhelming strength was beyond anything they could resist. Wood! Wood! Two talismans shot out like throwing darts, severing two taut ink lines. This was Xiaojiui taking decisive action. Xiaojiui was seen clutching a thick stack of talismans, reciting incantations at an astonishing speed. The Supreme Lord Laozi teaches me to slay ghosts, grants me divine methods. Summon the Jade Maiden to capture inauspicious beings. Which god dares not submit? Which ghost dares resist? By the urgent command of the law. In the blink of an eye, the stack of talismans in his hands burst into flames, enveloping both of his hands. The burning talismans emitted a blinding golden light, shooting straight and accurately toward the zombie's head. Boom! The zombie's head immediately erupted with dazzling sparks, accompanied by a piercing explosion sound. 同时间，陈继月也出手了，他趁此时机伸手往宣花府的府刃一抹，手掌直接被划破，大量的血液顺着府刃蔓延到宣花府府身。宣花府府身刻录着一个个路纹，这些路纹遇到了血液后，登时开始扭曲涌动了起来，好像活过来了一般。他一个箭步俯冲而上，抬手就是一斧头劈砍落下，比僵尸脑袋还大的斧子狠狠地劈在僵尸的头顶，试图将他的头颅一分为二。哐！金属碰撞的交击声突兀响起，陈继月的表情骤然一变，因为他看见被咒术击中头颅的僵尸，头部居然没有一丝一毫的损伤，那苍白的肌肤也没有出现任何的焦痕，而他这一斧头只削断了僵尸头上本就所剩无几的几缕头发，除此之外就造不成别的伤害，根本破不开那惊人的防御。陈继月觉得自己这一斧头是劈砍在一块百年金铁之上，震得他手掌都在发麻，手中的宣花斧差点就脱手而出。What kind of bronze skin and iron bones is this? She was utterly shocked. Not good. A sense of crisis surged in her heart. Chengjiu hurriedly retracted her axe, trying to put distance between herself and the zombie. Yet, all she saw was an arm sweeping straight toward her. The sweeping arm came so fast that she barely had time to block with her axe. The arm struck the side of the Xianhua axe. Instantly, Chengjiu was sent flying like a pebble, completely out of control, crashing violently into one of the houses in near family village. The entire person smashed through the wall, fell into the house. Two terrified screams came from inside the house. The screamers turned out to be the terrified and nerve-wracked couple from the Nia family village. At first glance, they saw an object that had smashed through their wall. Their hearts leaped into their throats in shock. "Stop screaming, I'm not a ghost." Chen Zhuo struggled to climb out of the pile of wall debris, looking utterly disheveled. She glanced at her palm, split open at the tiger's mouth. She took a slow, deep breath. This brute is too strong. If she hadn't blocked with her Xianhua axe in time, Chen Zhuo felt she would have been seriously injured at the very least. She felt every bone, tendon, and muscle in her body aching intensely. But still, they charged forward without hesitation, engaging in combat with the ferocious zombies. The scene of several Qintianxi members battling a single zombie was truly spectacular. Their coordination with each other was remarkably seamless. All sorts of talismans and magical artifacts filled the sky. Those like Chen Zhuo, who excelled in close combat, engaged the zombies in melee, while those like Xie Jiui, skilled in long-range spells, provided support by distracting the zombies from the sidelines. For a moment, the zombie, which didn't seem particularly intelligent, found itself surrounded by a group of seasoned Qintian division members. Can't move forward, can't retreat either. This refreshed Fan Wu's impression of the Qintian division. Looks like these guys 还是有点东西的，至少他们人多的话，还是能够与强大的鬼物进行一番纠缠的。可是，也仅限纠缠了。不管是多么精妙的咒术，还是多么厉害的法器，亦或者是多么强大的符箓，这些攻击落在凶煞僵尸的身上，就好像是给他挠痒痒一般。僵尸身上一点伤痕都没有，也就本来很残破的衣服，变得比先前更加的破烂。他发出瘆人的嘶吼，令人悚然。一名青天司的人蓄着法力，一掌轰在僵尸身上，结果僵尸丁点屁事都没有。Instead, the recoil sent him stumbling backward several steps. Looking down at his bruised hand, the pain made him grimace. He couldn't help but shout anxiously, "Commander Shen, this zombie is too fierce. It's impervious to blades and nearly immune to all spells." 我不瞎。陈继月咬牙回了一句，他双手持斧，反手一斧头劈在僵尸的脖颈。僵尸的身形一个踉跄，眼看着就要摔倒了，但是却又稳稳地站住了。他脖颈挺直，狰狞可怖的面庞，对着陈继月举起双手，就要朝着陈继月扑去。还好陈继月反应及时，赶紧一个驴打滚，狼狈拉开距离。僵尸的手风几乎是擦着他的脸颊划过，差点就要碰到他的脑袋了。被这种巨力砸一下脑袋的话，陈继月觉得自己的头都得被打爆。该死，这僵尸怎么会如此的强大？为何任何攻击都对他无效？就连一些专门克制僵尸的物品，在这时都失去了作用。这头恐怖的僵尸好像并不惧怕那些东西。他们白鹤县的青天司分司完全不是其对手。不知范道长他擅不擅长对付这种？咦，范道长呢？陈继月忽然发现范道长不见了，明明方才还在这里。他抽空环视了一下，就发现范道长并没有消失不见，而是朝着一个方向走去了。他不知道范武去那边要做什么，可也来不及想那么多了。这头僵尸实力过于恐怖，让陈继月他们不得不打起12分精神，根本不敢分心。另一边的范武自然是不会想着逃跑，两个力属性都比他低的鬼物，有什么资格能够让他跑呢？他这是直奔大尊者的分裂体而去。前方的一坨恶心的肉瘤令人反胃，哪怕隔着20几步的距离，范武能够嗅到一种让他生理不适的腥臭气味。尤其是那坨烂肉上方顶着的大尊者这3个字，在范武眼里着实是过于扎眼了，直接激起了他汹涌的杀机。仇人见面分外眼红，这句话放在这个时候似乎比较恰当。范武与大尊者是仇人吗？范武不知道大尊者这个鬼物怎么想，反正在他的眼里，这个鬼物的信徒3番2次想去取他性命，这种行径已经让范武把大尊者打入他的黑名单里面了。 连青天司这种让他觉得只要靠近了就会被牵连遇到倒霉事的朝廷机构都没有被范武拉进黑名单里面。可想而知，被拉进黑名单的大尊者是范武必杀的鬼物之一。范武懒得去想什么虚头巴脑的东西，他秉承的想法特别的简单，干掉这个家伙就不会有那么多的麻烦了。可惜了，现在遇到的不是本体，只是一个不太强的分裂体。不过就算是一个分裂体，范武也不想放任他离去。他咧起一副和善的笑容，这副模样还是一如既往的令我生理不适啊。肉瘤上那一坨坨烂肉在不断涌动，大尊者的面庞写满了冰冷，他那双如活物一般的双眸正死死地盯着范武，如庙宇仙神般庄严肃穆的声音从他的那一张嘴中响了起来：罪人囚龙关范武，罪名毒神，当受18层地狱之大刑罚，永世不得轮回。装个屁呢！范武懒得跟这种装神弄鬼个鬼物避避，他悍然一脚踢出，脚边一块数十斤的大石头竟被他一脚踢飞，石头以极快的速度破空飞出，朝大尊者分裂体呼啸飞去。小小之徒，岂敢如此！带着无边无际的愤怒且如惊雷一般的声音轰然落下，大石好似撞在一堵看不见的空气墙上一般，竟稳稳地停固在半空中。砰！数十斤的大石陡然炸裂开来，大尊者分裂体的那双冰冷眼眸透过前方漫天碎石，仿若看见一道身影在迅速向他逼近，速度简直快得离谱。能让大尊者都觉得离谱的速度，那在场所有人之中只有范武能够做得到了。恍惚间，大尊者分裂体只见前方的范武突然一个夸张的高抬腿，下一瞬，高高抬起的右腿就如一柄战斧一般凶悍地砍落而下，空气都被劈开，都发出尖锐的呼啸爆鸣。无形的风压将周遭的灰尘碎石轰散。大尊者分裂体立即做出反应，大量肉瘤迅速往上增长堆砌，如一大块粘肉大盾一般。劈落的右腿与肉瘤发生激烈的碰撞，肉瘤大盾好似无法承受这等恐怖巨力，直接如方才那块大石一般炸开。大尊者那张脸上表情稍微一怔，似乎难以想象一个人为何能够拥有这般凶残巨力。这厮真是人吗？眼见劈落而下的右腿即将落在脸上，大尊者的分裂体身上立即弹射出2条触腕，触腕眨眼间就向后飞去，抓住一棵树木。大半个人那么高的肉瘤被触腕牵引往后躲避，险而又险，避开了攻击。范武劈落而下的右脚践踏于地面之上，砰！脚下一大片土地都仿佛在颤抖，细密的裂痕以落点为中心，如一张正在编织带蜘蛛网一般，快速向外不断的弥漫扩散。这一脚若是落在一个活人身上，怕是足以让其半个身子都成了血沫。大尊者分裂体上的那张脸遍布怒容，他差一点又被人踩到脸上了，而且那个人还是范武，此等狂徒怎能饶恕？极致的怒意化作实质，阵阵阴冷无比的怪风在不断的呼啸而过，怪风犹如锐利的冰刀一般，周遭一些细小的树枝竟被齐齐切断，水潭边的芦苇也被怪风刮趴一大片。范武身上的道袍裂开一道道豁口，几乎是在眨眼之间就已经破碎成一堆破布，他上半身的内衬也被撕得粉碎，露出了2块十分宽厚的胸肌，以及如钢铁铸造般的腹肌。那一块又一块的肌肉就如同艺术品一般被堆砌着。冰刀般的怪风吹刮在他的肌肤上时，他的肌肤感受不到任何的痛觉，只觉得好似有滴滴冰雨落在身上，给了他一种冰冰凉的感觉。除此之外，好像就没有别的了。他连断魔雄剑都没有拔出来，赤着上半身的他沐浴在那冰刀一般的森冷怪风中，整个人犹如一座铁铸的宝塔，巍然不动。他脸上和善的狞笑不减，反而变得愈发灿烂，也没有半分的紧张之意。他眼中带着的一丝蔑视，在大尊者分裂体的眼里，这一丝蔑视就好像一根针刺，刺得大尊者浑身上下都不舒服。区区一个人，一个凡人，在蔑视他，该死，真该死啊！在一种极度的盛怒之下，大尊者分裂体 开始逐渐壮大，由一开始大半个人的高度，增生扩大到足足堪比范武一般的身高。如烂肉堆砌在一起的肉瘤极为恶心，更是散发着一股令人不适的气味。大尊者那张盛怒面庞就挂在一坨又一坨肉瘤的正中央位置，他的躯体弹射出一根根锋锐的触腕尖刺，以迅雷不及掩耳之势向范武袭去。咔嚓，足以穿透坚硬巨石的触腕尖刺遇上范武那强到吓人的恐怖肉身，就好像在用鸡蛋与石头碰撞一般，最终的结果只能是鸡蛋全碎。一根根触腕尖刺应声而碎。经受着疾风骤雨般攻击的范武，不仅脚步没有往后倒退一步，反而还主动迈步向前迎了上去。他忽然攥起右手的拳头，如包罐那么大的拳头，积攒着万千力劲。右臂肌肉已经高高隆起，血液都在滚滚沸腾。他一步竟跨越出寻常人的数步距离，在刹那间就与大尊者分裂体之间的距离拉近到了一个极致。7步之内，他的拳很快，范武一拳宛若炮弹一般脱膛而出，前方的空气都炸响震耳爆鸣。大尊者那张盛怒面庞之上的双眸骤然瞳孔紧缩，他试图挥舞肉瘤触臂，想挡住范武挥出的惊人一拳。然而他只是一个分裂体，他的力属性比范武弱上一筹，意味着他的力量、反应力、速度都比范武差了不止一截。他挡不住，如炮弹一般的拳头精准无比地轰击在大尊者的面庞上，他那盛怒的表情被迫被拳头打得在不断扭曲，整张脸都凹陷入肉瘤中。拳头积蓄的力量毫无保留的爆发，哪怕已经增长扩大到2米来高的肉瘤也无法应接下范武这恐怖的一拳。大尊者迅速往后倒飞而出，这一次他是被打飞的，肉眼只能见到一坨烂肉像皮球一样飞入水潭边的一处树林中，然后撞在一块巨石之上，巨石都被他撞得遍布裂痕。巨大的动静引起青天司等人关注，他们这才发现那边还有一只鬼物。他们还未来得及看得出那只鬼物长什么样子，就发现范道长徒手便将鬼物打飞了。死！那么大的一只鬼物徒手打飞了，范道长究竟有多么牲口啊？一个青天司的人被震惊的反应都慢了半拍，被陈继月一把揪住他的肩膀，把他给拉了一下。下一瞬，僵尸锋利的乌黑指甲朝他划拉而过，将他衣裳给划出一条大豁口，吓得这个青天司的人冷汗直流。蠢货，别分心！陈继月气得忍不住骂了一句，要不是他及时搭把手，这人就没了。这头僵尸厉害的过分，他们好几个人加起来都无法伤及其分毫，简直是夸张的离谱。突然，僵尸一把扑住了一个青天司成员，锋利的指甲抓住了那人的手臂，在他惊恐万分的表情之下，僵尸猛地往回一拉，撕拉！那人发出痛不欲生的凄惨嚎叫，因为一条手臂被活生生的撕扯了下来，大量血液朝着僵尸泼洒而出。鲜血的刺激让僵尸萎缩的双眸闪过癫狂与嗜血的神色，他一把将撕扯下来手臂塞入狰狞可怖的嘴中，猛地一吸，那条断臂以肉眼可见的速度萎缩，里面的血液被僵尸眨眼间就吸得一干二净。吸食了修道之人的血液，令僵尸变得更加的嗜血，身上的煞气也更为惊人。他的力量陡然变大，速度也更加之快。他紧盯着那个被撕掉手臂的青天司，就逮着他一个人疯狂的攻击，让陈继月等人不得不拼命保护他，以免他被僵尸给撕成碎肉。陈继月一斧头逼退了僵尸一步，他咬牙对着那惨叫的人喊道：“拿糯米撒在伤口上，阻止僵毒渗入你的五脏六腑，再用符纸贴在你自己的额头上。”此人已经没有再战的能力了，这让陈继月等人的压力增大无数倍。另一边的范武回头瞥了眼，不过发现没有出人命后，又回过头将目光投向大尊者。只见大尊者的脸扭曲如麻花，那是被他一拳给打成这样的。呸！呸！大尊者分裂体口中吐出几块不小心咬进去的碎石，他那扭曲的脸怨毒与盛怒万分明显。你这狂徒，你根本不是人！ 人怎会有这等距离？人怎能凭借一个拳头做得到这种地步？你是何方鬼物幻化而成的？被一个邪神似的存在称之为鬼物是什么体验？范武冷谢道：人不能做到这种地步，是你的纯度太低了。想知道我如何以人类之躯做到这般进步的吗？范武不急不缓朝着大尊者靠近，他身上散发着一股无形的压迫感，满头黑发都在轻轻地舞动着。当我的右拳无法震杀鬼物时，不是因为他太弱了，而是因为他不想。这时想让右拳去震杀强大鬼物，其实也不是办不到，但是能做到的办法只有一个，那就是用命令的口吻吩咐他，用左手把不甘不愿的右拳抓住，逼迫他去服从。如果他胆敢拒绝，那就去殴打他，去不断的殴打他，把他的皮肤撕开，把他的肌肉捏烂，把他的骨头拧碎。这样的话，右拳连震杀神奇佛陀都能做得到啊！范武脸上那副和善的笑容愈来愈盛，浑身上下凝聚的气势已经化作实质，在他2步之内的一株株野草都被他的气势压得趴倒下来。大尊者的扭曲脸挂上一丝错愕，范武方才说的那一句话他都听进去了，也正因为听了进去，所以他傻眼了。他很想说一句，你要不听一听，你到底在说些什么鬼东西？他觉得范武非常的不正常，但他已经来不及说了。在他露出一丝错愕情绪的刹那，范武随手将断魔雄剑一扔，整个人犹如疾驰的火车般暴冲数步。他的拳头已经再一次攥紧，浑身肌肉都在颤动，沸腾的血液令他每一寸皮肤都泛起些许红晕，身上萦绕着一层淡淡的白气，让他的身姿变得较为扭曲。右拳，再度一拳，轰出！大尊者依旧是来不及阻挡这一个硕大的拳头，他本就被打得扭曲的面庞再一次凹陷了下去，显得更加的扭曲，就如同是一个漩涡一样。还未等他回过神来，范武的左拳也已经轰出来了，2拳、3拳、5拳、10拳，眨眼之间就轰出了足足10拳。但范武的动作依旧没有停息下来，他不带呼吸换气似的攥紧拳头，对着大尊者的分裂体狂轰滥炸。拳头的每一次轰出都犹如一个炸弹在爆炸一般，接连不断的空气爆鸣不绝于耳。大尊者分裂体身上破开了一个个拳头大的空洞，这是被范武一拳接着一拳打爆的。他的双臂化作一道道残影，乍一看好像有成千上万的拳头不断的轰出。大尊者的身躯不断的倒退，范武步伐稳健，地步不跟上，砰砰砰砰砰砰砰砰砰砰砰砰砰砰砰砰，肉体与肉体之间的激烈碰撞展现出一种独特的暴力气息。大尊者2米多高的身躯被范武双拳轰得寸寸爆裂，一坨坨肉瘤被拳锋毫不留情地撕碎。大尊者分裂体原本还算挺庞大的身躯，此刻竟肉眼可见的在快速变小，肉瘤的增长速度完全比不过范武如今的出拳速度。他好似完全不知什么叫做疲倦，也不知道什么叫做力竭。范武的双拳还在如同疾风骤雨一般的疯狂输出，在这期间他连一次呼吸都没有。大尊者的躯体愈来愈小，他那张扭曲脸庞周边的肉瘤已经所剩无几了，那张扭曲面庞在这个时候就变得更加的显眼，好像一个大靶子一样。范武后续轰出来的每一拳全都落在他那张脸上，打得他叫都叫不出声。突然，范武出拳的动作停顿了下来，他一记高抬腿，然后猛地往下劈砍，足跟正中大尊者分裂体的面庞，专照连打，好似气球炸裂开来一般的声音响起，大尊者那张脸轰然爆开，一滴滴腐蚀性极强的粘液向四周飞溅，滴落在花草之上时，花草瞬间枯萎，但有几滴落在范武身上的时候，却没有造成任何的伤害。您成功击杀大尊者的分裂体，恭喜您获得自由属性点10点9点。呼，畅快！范武缓缓吐出来了一口浊气，他已经好久没有见过这么耐揍的沙包了。或许是因为他先前打一些厉害的鬼物的时候，都是使用断魔雄剑来给对方几次要命的暴击，他还是第一次只用拳头 去对付这种厉害的鬼物。怎么说呢？很爽。尤其是当被他殴打的对象是大尊者的分裂体，范武就觉得更加的爽了。去勾栏听曲也不过如此，真要爽，还得是与强大的鬼物进行血肉与血肉之间的互搏。姓名：范武，命94，力30，技星宿剑诀 LV1 0时，自由属性点 16.1。16.1 的属性点余额让范武很满意，他目前比较想干的事情就是把力属性加点到50点，那样他就可以准备着手升级星宿剑诀这个技能了。因为星宿剑诀只要升到 LV2 就会解锁一个零冷却的被动，力属性增加20。50点力属性的20就是10点力属性，那样才是最合理的去应用技属性去提升力属性，而不是去傻乎乎的先升技能。现在的范武才30点力属性，就算他花自由属性点升级星宿剑诀到 LV2， 得到20的力属性加持，撑死也就多了6点力属性。正常人都能算得出来，怎么升级才是划算，才是合理。范武瞥了眼那一坨坨散落四周，已经没有任何生命迹象可言的烂肉，然后转过身，看向青天寺众人那边，或者说是将他的目光放在那头僵尸的身上。青天寺之中已经有数人受伤了，范武见到谢九一腿都折了，那个总旗陈几月也狼狈不堪，他正一副头破血流模样，半张脸都被血液给染红了，他的双手手掌也是血红一片。显然当他奋力劈砍僵尸的时候，僵尸受到的伤害并不是特别的高，反而他被那种反震回来的力道震得手掌上的血肉都寸寸裂开了，血液横流，很是吓人。那么聂家村的鬼物就剩下这头僵尸了吧？30点力属性的鬼物真是第一次见啊，都已经和我一样了呢。范武呢喃道，他多吸一点血就能够变强了，而我一身30点的力属性可是靠努力与汗水才能得到的啊，所以系统还愣着干什么？给爷加点。姓名：范武，命94，力40，技星宿剑诀 LV1 0时，自由属性点 6.1。 范武将10自由属性点加在了力属性上，他感觉自己浑身都每一寸骨骼都在发出一阵阵噼里啪啦似的脆响，他的呼吸不由自主急促了些许，如蛮荒凶兽般的气势逐渐愈演愈烈。范武感觉自己的身体变得炙热无比，整个人都身躯就好似化作一个熊熊燃烧的至金熔炉一般，身上溢出大量的汗水，但眨眼间就被蒸发成白雾。皮肤下的青筋在不断的颤动着，好似条条活过来的龙蟒，滔天凶煞之气比起僵尸都有过之而无不及。满头黑发都在无风自动，如疯魔般乱舞。一片落叶缓缓飘落在范武的肩头，陡然间范武肩头上的皮肤猛地一颤，那片枯黄落叶直接爆碎，化作片片碎屑飘散。他深吸了一口气，这种感觉很是熟悉。加点 Just awesome. The demon-slaying greatsword had been picked up again by Fan Wu. He took stock of the enhancements throughout his body, muttering slowly, I wonder how many attribute points killing a zombie will drop. 谢大人，您还能站起来吗？一名青天司成员伤势颇重，但还是咬着牙掐着硬诀。他担忧地看着旁边的谢九一，关切问了一句。能。谢九一手脚并用挣扎站起，但他说以一种金鸡独立的姿势站着，因为他的一条腿已经折了，小腿处直接蛇脚似的严重骨折，森白的断骨已经刺破血肉与皮肤，展露了出来，鲜血在伤口处流下。The excruciating pain in his leg and the excessive blood loss made him feel dizzy and disoriented. The terrifying zombie before his eyes appeared to have multiple overlapping shadows in his vision. Sergio gritted his teeth. He could feel his remaining spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, every meridian in his body throbbing with pain. Yet he had no choice but to drain the last of his power to confront this horrifying zombie. The horror of the zombie had surpassed everyone's expectations, but as members of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, they couldn't simply ignore such a matter. After all, that is their duty. They might not be entirely unwilling to give their lives for this duty. But if they fail to eliminate the zombies before sacrificing their lives, they would die with everlasting regret. The Supreme Lord Lozi taught me to slay ghosts, granting me divine methods. Xiao Jiui flung out a talisman, which shot like a dart and struck the zombie squarely in the chest. The talisman instantly erupted into a blaze of the purest yang energy. Yet the zombie merely roared once, emerging largely unscathed. It's completely ineffective. On the other side, Chengju lowered her stance, swinging the Xian Wall axe towards the zombie's legs. The Xian Wall axe was covered in mottled cracks, all clawed out by the zombie's sharp talons. It's imaginable just how formidable this zombie is. Even her magical weapon was damaged by it. Clang! The notched axe blade collided violently with the zombie's knee, causing it to stagger and nearly fall headfirst. Yet, at the very moment it was about to topple, it eerily straightened up again. Chengju was once again injured by the recoil force transmitted through the handle of the Xianhua axe, causing another sizable gash to split open on her already wounded and blood-stained palm. The constant pain from her palm kept Chengju alert, forcing her to grit her teeth and endure. She was already exhausted, though unlike others from the Qingtian Bureau, she hadn't nearly drained all her magical energy. But her remaining energy was also running low. Every muscle in my body aches terribly. My movements are no longer as agile as they were at the beginning, and several times I nearly got injured by the zombies. She feels that if she gets hurt by the zombies again in her current state, she might just drop dead on the spot. Suddenly, Chengju's pupils contracted sharply. She urgently shouted to a subordinate nearby, "Get out of the way." Chengju's subordinate also noticed the impending danger. But with injuries to both legs, he simply couldn't move fast enough. The terrifying zombie was already pouncing forward, its sharp black nails sending chills down the spine. The subordinate had already realized the aura of death was rapidly approaching. Chengju had no time to think further. No matter how severe the consequences of the forbidden technique might be, it had to be used now. She immediately formed a sword gesture with her fingers, drawing talismans in the air. Divine Path of 100 Slays summoned the netherworld. But at that moment, her movements suddenly halted. It wasn't that reason took over her mind, making her aware of the immense danger of forbidden techniques. It was because she saw a tall and burly figure standing behind the zombie, appearing as if out of nowhere. That is Taoist Priest Fan. The terrifying zombie that leaped through the air toward a member of the Qingtian division suddenly froze mid-motion. A large hand had seized its ankle, preventing any further movement. The one gripping its ankle, it was none other than Fan Wu. The zombie's ankle felt as cold as ice, at least to Fan Wu. It was like gripping a block of ice. With a slight exertion of force, he lifted the zombie and then slammed it fiercely onto the ground to one side. Bam! The zombie's bronze-skinned, iron-boned body made intimate contact with the ground, instantly creating a shallow, human-shaped crater. Before the zombie could make another move, Fan Wu had already lifted it from the ground and slammed it down once more. Lifted again. Slammed down again. Bam! 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 The shallow pit grew deeper and wider as the zombie roared with a beast-like fury from its throat. But every time it tried to struggle free, Fan Wu would grab it and slam it down with tremendous force. This fierce scene left the onlookers from the Qingtian division utterly dumbfounded. The excruciating pain they endured in every way demonstrated just how terrifying zombies could be. But that terrifying zombie in Master Fan's hands, how is it like a toy? Especially with the stark height difference between the zombie and Master Fan, creating such a bizarre scene. It's as if Master Fan were holding a rabid dog by its tail and then bam bam bam, smashing it violently against the ground. Even though they all knew it was a zombie, not a dog. But that visual impact was just too overwhelming. This. Xiaojui looked at his severed leg, then at the zombie that was completely powerless to resist. He wondered if the zombie poison had seeped into his brain. Was it causing hallucinations before his eyes? But he had promptly used glutinous rice to block the wound on his leg and had also applied several talismans to his body to suppress the toxins. Logically speaking, the spread of the zombie poison shouldn't be this fast, right? In other words, what he was witnessing wasn't some kind of hallucination, but real. Could it be that Taoist Fan has already dealt with that unknown supernatural entity on the other side? So fast. Although it's particularly embarrassing to admit, Xiaojui had to acknowledge that their battle with the zombies hadn't actually lasted very long. At this moment, Xiaojui watched helplessly as that Taoist master Fan once again lifted the zombie high into the air and casually flung it in a random direction. The zombie flew backward like a kite with its string cut, tumbling away in that direction. The gap. So huge. Roar. The zombie, flung far away, landed on the ground and rolled over a dozen times before letting out a hoarse, furious roar. Its stiff body sprang up like a coiled spring, instantly standing upright again. The shrunken eyes fell upon Fan Wu. Devoid of any semblance of reason, it was more beastly than a beast. A beast would retreat when it knows it's outmatched, but a zombie knows only bloodlust and savagery. It leaped up, lunging at Fan Wu with a ferocious attack. Thick killing intent condensed into swirling black mist, enveloping it, with trailing wisps of shadow dragging behind. Facing the oncoming zombie, Fan Wu neither dodged nor avoided. A being whose strength attribute was 10 points lower than his wasn't enough to make him evade. No need for that. To the eyes of the Qingtian division and others, the zombie's movements were so fast that they could only catch a fleeting glimpse of its shadow. Especially in the darkness of night, that shadow appeared even more elusive and hard to see. Yet Fan Wu could see it with exceptional clarity. At this very moment, the demon-slaying sword in his hand had already been drawn from its scabbard. The chilling temperature around seemed to shift as the demon-slaying sword was unsheathed, and gradually returned to normal. The zombie's movement trajectory had long been clearly captured by him. Fan Wu's arm muscles tensed up. With a sudden motion, he raised his sword and slashed. Whoosh! The piercing sound of the blade tearing through steel rang out. Every inch of the zombie's body was as tough as bronze and iron, exceptionally hard. But the demon-slaying sword was no ordinary weapon, let alone the fact that zombies were creatures of extreme yin. With this single strike, the zombie's arm was severed clean off. The severed arm, exuding dense killing intent and yin energy, fell to the ground. From the severed end, yin energy was wildly gushing out with a sizzling sound, corrupting and polluting the soil beneath. The area turned eerily silent and scorched black. Roar! A howl of extreme agony burst forth from the throat of the ferocious zombie. As if it had never experienced such pain before, the baleful aura and yin energy around it became extremely unstable. Having already lost one arm, the zombie, which knew nothing of fear, continued to madly lunge at Fan Wu, who was within striking distance. Its terrifying, grotesque face was filled with savagery and bloodlust. It sent chills down one's spine. At such close range, the putrid stench emanating from the zombie was overwhelmingly pungent to Fan Wu. He frowned. A backhanded sword strike. Another arm was flung high into the air, once more still the arm of a zombie. Deprived of both arms, the zombie instantly lost its balance. It toppled headfirst to the ground. It struggled to rise, but how could Fan Wu let it have its way? Fan Wu stomped down, directly pinning the zombie that was just about to rise back to the ground. Boom! Instantly, the zombie left a shallow crater in the ground, its terrifying, ferocious face deeply embedded in the earth. It roared in fury. Struggling, The zombie's frenzied struggles were terrifyingly powerful, capable of easily flinging objects weighing thousands of pounds. Yet, beneath Fan Wu's foot, it couldn't rise even an inch. Fan Wu continued to exert force, pressing down on the zombie's foot, causing it to sink deeper into the ground. Is that all? To be honest, Fan Wu felt slightly disappointed. He still thought the zombies would be as sharp as he had imagined. How to put it? The zombie's strength attribute is as high as 30 points, several points higher than the split body of that great venerable from earlier. Completely devoid of reason, like bloodthirsty beasts, possessing formidable attributes but unable to utilize them to their full potential. In the end, Fan Wu came to this conclusion. It's unclear what connection it has with the Great Venerable One. It seems unlikely that such a mindless monstrosity could be one of the Great Venerable One's followers, right? Moreover, expanding the follower base to include zombies would be stretching the scope of recruitment a bit too far, wouldn't it? The relationship between the zombies and the Great Venerable One must be different from what Fan Wu imagined. But why should he care so much? Fan Wu withdrew his thoughts. The severing demon sword in his hand thrust straight downward. The sharp tip of the sword pierced through the back of the zombie's head, emerged from the front, and then plunged into the ground. The system's kill notification didn't sound, indicating that the straight thrust to the vital spot didn't deliver a fatal blow to the zombie. Fan Wu gave it another stab to the back of its heart. Still not dead. 他陷入沉思，毕竟没有对付僵尸经验。范道长，对付僵尸这等鬼，陈继月见到这一幕，以为范武这位老天师之徒应该是不太了解僵尸这种鬼物。She originally intended to give Fan Wu some tips on how to exterminate a zombie. But then, suddenly, Fan Wu shifted his foot that was pinning the zombie down, and the zombie abruptly stood up stiffly. Then, Fan Wu delivered a groin kick that would make countless men instinctively clench their legs, striking the zombie right between the legs. The zombie's body was sent uncontrollably flying into the air, reaching a height of over half a zhang, approximately 1.5 meters. Fan Wu's own muscles tensed, veins coiling like serpents. With the demon-slaying sword in hand, he unleashed a rapid barrage of slashes at the zombie, each strike executed with precision and cunning angles, yet never lacking in sheer brutality. The blade transformed into a metallic storm. Countless sword shadows now filled the air, overwhelming to the eyes. The zombies were instantly engulfed within it. Half a breath later, Fan Wu sheathed his sword. Pieces of stiffened flesh, each no larger than a finger, fell like hailstones from a height of over half a zhang. The zombie was instantly dismembered by him. On the scene, silence reigns. You have successfully killed the zombie on the verge of becoming a flying corpse. Congratulations on receiving 12 free attribute points. All the flesh chunks fell to the ground, followed by the system's kill notification. Chen Jue was not unfamiliar with formidable cultivators. Nor had she never encountered terrifying supernatural entities. And she had certainly seen her share of extremely vicious demons and monsters. But a cultivator who was formidable, terrifying, and vicious all at once. She swore. This was her first time seeing it. It was also her first time witnessing someone dismember a zombie. 这可是分尸啊! The neatly arranged chunks of zombie flesh on the ground were so orderly that they could almost be served on a dining table. To the uninformed, it might look like scattered pork, beef, or mutton. But those who knew the truth could only feel their hair stand on end, shuddering with an inexplicable chill. Watching the absurdly oversized sword in Taoist Fan's hand, Chen Juo could hardly suppress the shock in her heart, swallowing hard in secret. She also wanted very much to maintain the composure befitting her position as chief banner of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. But this kind of thing, she just couldn't do it. 内心中的震撼在不断的叠加，以至于陈继月都忽视了自己身上的各处疼痛。 他看着范武那高大魁梧的背影，心中一阵倒吸凉气。其余青天司的人反应与陈继月一般无二，甚至有过之而无不及。陈继月一个青天司总旗都这般维持不住自己的城府，更别说他们这些陈继月的下属了。那头僵尸就这么被轻易解决掉了吗？我们做了什么？一个青天司的人虚脱似的瘫坐在地，双眼失神，呢喃自语：我们好像是给这位道长拖延了一点时间吧？拖延时间？怎么感觉我们像是在拖后腿？死！我的破魔符都对那僵尸无用，这位道长几剑就把他砍碎了。他手中的那柄剑怎么感觉好眼熟，好像真武荡魔大帝的北方黑池滚角断魔雄剑啊！他把真武大帝的剑拿来用了。死！何等恐怖道行！这真的是一个人吗？孩儿他爹，我方才看见的应该都是真的吧？家里被撞塌了一堵墙的聂家村村民夫妻，此时也是一副目瞪口呆的表情。丈夫只感觉一阵口干舌燥，他缓了好一会儿，这才回答：应当是真的吧。方才发生的那一幕幕画面全被他们两个人看在眼中。原本看见一众青天司不敌一头僵尸，这可把他们两个给吓得不轻。连朝廷的当官的大人们都无法对付的鬼怪，那他们这些山民百姓如何能够活下来？当时的他们是非常绝望的。然而当他们见到范武出手后，一下子人就给看傻了。把青天司吊起来打的僵尸被范武摁在地上蹂躏，这反差感过于强烈了。那位壮士，我记得他先前是穿着一身道袍，是一位道长。丈夫震惊喃喃道：原来道士都是这般打杀鬼怪的吗？我记得也是这位道长救了村子里那些中了毒人，包括咱们家的傻愣，也是这位道长出手救的。他是咱们的救命大恩人啊，也是聂家村的大恩人啊。次日清晨，青天司受伤的一批人无法走远，只能在聂家村就地疗伤，顺带休养生息几日。幸好聂家村的老李正是学医的，家中有不少疗伤用的药物，否则一些受伤颇重的青天司怕是撑不过昨天晚上。而聂家村里的村民百姓们也从几个青天司的口中得知聂家村的危机基本上已经解决了，这让聂家村中的村民百姓喜极而涕。聂家村这个地方虽然较为偏僻，但也是他们世代农耕之地，不是迫不得已谁愿意搬去别地。家中有钱搬去别地那还好，家中无钱还要搬去别地的话，那就得喝西北风了。好在他们好像不需要搬走了。我跟你们讲，昨夜那位道长可是大发神威，3下2下就把鬼怪给灭了。一名粗糙汉子面色兴奋，说得唾沫横飞。说起来你们可能不信，那鬼怪在道长手里就像一条死狗一样，被道长随意揉捏啊。能将昨晚发生的事情说得如此绘声绘色的人，就只有亲眼目睹昨晚发生的鬼事的那对夫妻了。真的假的？聂大壮，你这厮怕不是骗我们吧？遇到鬼怪你还敢探头去看？有人皱眉发出质疑。我骗你这老小子作甚？不信你可以问问那些青天司的大人们，我在夜里还和我媳妇儿一起帮大人们包扎伤口呢。死！竟真有此事！乖乖，那大水潭里竟然藏有一头鬼物。我想起来了，大壮，你家那傻愣是不是经常不听话，去那个水潭玩？兴许就是因为这样，他才被鬼怪给吸了阳气。All right. And that Uncle Tinio, he said a few days ago he was going to gather some herbs by the water. But as soon as he came back, he fell ill. Ugh. Can we still get close to that pond in the future? You're asking me? Who the hell am I supposed to ask? Last night, those eerie incidents spread throughout Nia village, including how the officials of the Qingtian division risked their lives to protect Nia family village. And how Fan Wu, the Taoist priest, ultimately unleashed his great power to eradicate the eerie creatures from last night. At a glance, the prestigious Qingtian division became mere background in the story. The villagers weren't quite sure how formidable the Qingqiang division really was. They only knew that Taoist priest was definitely a formidable figure. Even the most formidable ghosts and monsters are nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs before that Taoist priest. They shatter at the slightest touch. Meanwhile, Fan Wu, the very man whom the villagers of Nia family village unanimously hailed as the mighty one, led his old black ox back to the site of last night's eerie incident. Fan Wu had originally planned to leave early in the morning. But just as he was about to set off, he faintly heard a strange call. The voice calling him was ethereal and elusive, yet carried a peculiar sense of solemnity. He followed the direction of the call. Returning to the large pond, Fan Wu lowered his head and saw a stretch of ruins, broken wood and shattered rubble, along with a statue that had already been reduced to fragments. A voice calling out, "It came from here." Suddenly, Fan Wu narrowed his eyes, because he noticed a piece of attribute information flickering incessantly before his eyes. That flickering attribute message looked as if the other party's network signal was unstable. A severely damaged statue of the Water Virtue Star Lord. Life, strength, skill? Water Virtue Star Lord. Who is it? The Water God. Fan Wu didn't know much about the various deities. He only recognized more commonly known ones like King Yama, the True Martial Emperor, Tathagata Buddha, the Jade Emperor, these more mainstream deities. Others? Sorry. Not familiar. Fan Wu remembered this spot. Last night, the split entity of that great venerable one was right here. Could it be that this statue of the Water Virtue Star Lord was destroyed by the great venerable one last night? This thought had just crossed Fan Wu's mind. He suddenly noticed that the Water Virtue Star Lord's attribute information, which had been full of question marks, had vanished. He froze. He kicked at the rubble, pushing aside the broken statue of the Water Virtue Star God. Then, he saw a book. An ancient book. You have received a skill gifted by the Water Virtue Star Lord, Divine Ability, Path of the Baleful Ghost. This skill matches you at 99% compatibility and is being added to the Technique Attribute section. Addition successful. Ghost Path LV1050. After using this skill, your life attribute temporarily increases by 20% and your strength attribute temporarily increases by 10%. Can be used once per day, lasting for 1 minute at LV1. Duration extends to 5 minutes upon upgrading to LV2. Soon, a skill named Path of the Malevolent Ghost appeared in the Technique Attribute section of Fan Wu's personal panel. Name, Fan Wu. Life, 94+. Strength, 40+. Skills, Star Constellation Sword Art LV1010. Ghost Path of Slaughter LV1050. Free attribute points, 4.1. Apart from that, Fan Wu was also fully aware of some information regarding this technique. Just before leaving, I heard an inexplicable call and, on a whim, returned to last night's dismemberment scene. I actually got a free skill. Fan Wu was shocked. He immediately looked down again, and then he noticed that his feet seemed to be stepping on fragments of the Water Virtue Star deity statue. Fan Wu coughed lightly and subtly moved his foot away. Moreover, he discovered that the book beneath the ruins had also mysteriously vanished. True skill book. Damn it. The Path of the Malevolent Ghost seems like a decent skill. Not only does it amplify the strength attribute, but it also boosts the vitality attribute. This counts as an unexpected gain aside from the free attribute points. Fan Wu took a slow, deep breath. He placed the demon-slaying sword on the old black ox's back and slowly removed the upper half of his clothing. Coincidentally, there was no one else around except him. He wanted to try this so-called Path of the Evil Ghost.